True. Any other truers in chat right now? I wasn't alive for it, so not a big Yugo nostalgic. What is Yugo nostalgic? But these edits are always peak. Jesus. Okay, I had the volume bar on Twitter, and now the volume bar is gone. Does anybody know what could possibly be changing in my browser settings that this is happening? What is this? Is this supposed to be Iran? Or I have no idea what the fuck this is. What is this? Oh no. Oh, the Soviet Union? Bosnia? Oh, Yugoslavia. Oh. Oh, Yugo nostalgia. Yugoslavia. Gotcha. Day 3 of getting Destiny to review this argument. We'll continue with unwavering resolve. What? Milton Friedman versus a kid at college. What? Why?
I have just one more. This has to do with the Ford Pinto. I'm not sure if you're aware of the recent revelations that have come out about the production of that car. Ford produced it knowing full well that in any rear-end collision, the gas tank would blow up because they had failed to install a $13 plastic block in front of the gas tank. And Ford estimated in an internal memo that that would cost about 200 lives a year. And they estimated further that the cost of each life would be $200,000. They multiplied and they found that the cost of installing those blocks in each of the cars would be more than the cost of saving those 200 lives. And over the past 7 years, the car has been produced and over 1,000 lives have been lost. It seems to me that Ford did what would be the right thing according to your policy. And yet that seems to me to be very wrong.
Well, let me ask you,
This sounds really rough. I don't know where Milton Friedman is going to go with this. We might have watched this a long time ago. I don't remember. But lives have cost available to them, or not available to them. A life has a cost, like they do. And you have to be able to economically account for that in some way. And then we have to set the line of what that cost should be. And then companies will respond accordingly. Like for the best example of this, we could very easily today, right now, reduce all of the vehicular fatalities by like 99% in the United States if we set all of the speed limits to 15 miles per hour, you know? But we've decided that the convenience and the luxury of being able to get places faster, the economic benefit of being able to get places faster is worth however many lives we lose per year. So you try to capitalize on the upside and then you minimize on the downside. If you think there's some safety feature or something that automobile manufacturers ought to install or ought to be incentivized to install, then you just have to make the liability for certain types of avoidable deaths to be high enough that it's financially incentivized for them to install whatever it is they need to do to... Are you saying that $13 is worth a life? Well, first of all, I doubt it's just $13 would be my first guess. Secondly, when you say $13 could prevent a thing, there's probably 1,000 things on a car that you could install that are just $5, like a stronger A-pillar or a slightly better deployment mechanism on an airbag or a slightly better seat belt or a slightly better locking like there's probably a million of these things, but at some point you have to decide. People are very bad in their minds at trying to economically scale things that have to do with your well-being. Healthcare comes up a lot for this as well. People think that it has to be the maximum thing at all points in time, but the reality is you don't have the resources for that, let alone the money. You just don't have the resources. Pop quiz. What are the 4 parts of Israel's aerial defense system, and what does each protect against? I didn't even know there were 4 parts. The only things I've ever heard of are the Iron Dome, which I believe protects against rockets generally from Gaza, and then people keep saying David's sling is for ballistic missiles from the east, I guess. I don't know what the other 2 things are.
Ford did what would be the right thing according to your policy, and yet that seems to me to be very wrong.
Well, let me ask you, let's suppose it would have cost $1 billion per person. Should Ford have put them in on the list?
But it wasn't a question.
Oh, see, and they won't even engage with it. Oh, so Milton is going the correct route. Yeah. Because it's like, I mean, there is something that you could do to make it so deaths are zero, but like at some point you have to put a cost on it. And it sucks. It feels bad, but I mean, like.
No, that you're
the
really only
question?
arguing about
$13
price.
each?
You're not arguing about principle. No. Because you cannot, nobody can take the principle. Nobody can accept the principle that an infinite value should be put on an individual life. Because in order to get the money involved, in order to get the resources involved, it's not money. In order to get the resources, they have to come from somewhere. And you want the policy which maximizes the situation overall. You cannot accept a situation that 1 million people should starve in order to provide.
But they did have the resources. They made a mistake and did the calculation that to fix the mistake was more than just settling lawsuits. If that's the case, then the mistake is on the government side. Then the government needs to have a higher mandatory minimum for deaths that result from whatever negligence on behalf of the automobile manufacturer. If the federal government were to set a limit or were to set a statute, so built into the statute, there is an assumed like $10 payout for every single death that happens as a result of a negligent manufacturer, my assumption would be there's going to be a whole bunch of people dying because of car shit. If the government set a thing so that the negligence manufacturing defect or whatever payout was like $50 million, there'd probably be way less. The cars would cost more, but there'd probably be a lot less people dying because of the liability to the manufacturer. This is an example of where we would use government to set a particular thing to control for an externality, right?
One person.
Friedman is against regulation like that. I'd be surprised if he was, but if he was, then his argument is probably going to be some flawless capitalist argument where every consumer has a perfect amount of information available to them at all points in time, or it assumes easy entry into the market such that there is an unlimited amount of hypothetical competitors that can drive down or drive up the safety features or something like that. But I mean, I would argue that we don't have perfect markets. The barrier to entry is very high, and consumers don't always have perfect information available to them and whatever bullshit. But
Maximizes the situation overall. You cannot accept a situation that 1 million people should starve in order to provide one person with a car that is completely safe.
That's absolutely right.
Right, and therefore you're not arguing anything about principle. You're just arguing whether Ford used $200,000 was the right number or not.
No, I'm not arguing
Suppose
that
it were
at all.
$200 million.
No.
Suppose it were $200 million. What should Ford have done?
$200 million for what?
Suppose it would have cost $200 million per life saved. Should Ford still have spent that $200 million?
You mean per... That's not really the question.
Yes, it is a question.
Jesus.
Yes,
That's the principle of the question. That's the only principle involved. I don't know whether Ford did the right thing.
Like he's never. Do people not argue or debate with their friends ever? I don't understand why. It feels like people don't, or maybe I guess it's a circle jerk. Like they don't debate with their friends, so they don't know the possible counters. So that when they get like the level 1 objection, because he could just bite the bullet on that and say 200 million. No, I think that would be too high. What if it only cost $1.50 and they chose not to do it? What about that? Do you think that would be immoral? Like that would be the counter argument, right? Because Milton Friedman is testing the principle going into one extreme direction, which is I think is a valid question. But then he could test Milton Friedman's principle going the opposite way, and then they could further the conversation that way. But
it is a question.
Yes,
that's the principle of the question. That's the only principle involved. I don't know whether Ford did the right thing, the right answer or not. That's the question of whether these numbers are valid numbers for the relative costs of different things. You're not arguing about a principle if you once agree with me that if it had been $200 million, the cost per life saved would have been $200 million. You would not argue. Look, let me go back for a moment.
Can I say something in response to that? If Ford had not been able to market those cars in the same kind of economic bracket because of the price of installing this one plastic block, not been able to market those cars in the same kind of economic bracket because of the price of installing this one plastic block, that would be a different question. Maybe Ford could have considered redesigning the whole car so as to make it cheaper. But what we're talking about is balancing advantages and balancing principles.
And that's why
Just a minute.
only
I'm a supporter of abortion. Therefore, I don't believe that every single human life is sacred. I believe that principles have to be balanced. And yet I don't see Ford spending $13 less on each car at the cost of 200 lives a year as being a principled position to take, and yet I think your logic
suppose it had
requires
been
it.
one fewer life a year. So that the $13 per car, so that one life, instead of being 200 times, what's 200 times? 200,000, and it's 40 million. Suppose it had been one life a year, so that it cost 40 million. Would it then have been okay for Ford not to
You
have
can't
put in
predict that
that
one life is going to be cost because of a physical defect in the
you just predicted 200. No, what do you mean?
car. This was a clearly...
I know, but you're evading the question of principle.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that they knew before they put the car out that there was...
The inability, Jordan Peterson was doing this a lot as well, the inability of people to engage with hypotheticals, to test the logic of a statement they're making is insanely annoying. Holy shit.
There's a
Excuse
mechanical
me,
defect in it.
you know when you buy a car, you know that your chance of being killed in a Pinto is greater than your chance of being killed in a Mack truck.
No, I didn't. I didn't know that the gas tank would rupture.
Of course it is a question.
Well-
Every one of us separately in this room could, at a cost, reduce his risk of dying tomorrow.
But isn't Milton sort of utilizing debate bro tactics? He could engage with what he knows the kid is trying to ask. The kid doesn't know what he's trying to ask, unfortunately. Milton is engaging. He could be a debate bro. I don't know if I've seen him do a lot of debate, but right now he's just trying to isolate the principle, or I guess more aptly here, demonstrate to the kid that the kid doesn't know the principle. The kid doesn't actually know what he's asking or arguing. Maybe once, if Milton gets pushback, maybe he engages in, debate bro tactics. But his question so far is a legitimate, valid question. Apparently that's Michael Moore. Okay, it might be, yeah, because I feel like I've seen this video a long time ago, and I feel like that kid is like, it says a young Michael Moore, kill me.
Of course it is a question. Every one of us separately in this room could, at a cost, reduce his risk of dying tomorrow. You don't have to walk across the street. Of course. The question is he willing to pay for it? And the question here he should be raising, if he wants to raise a question of principle, the principle he should raise is whether Ford wasn't required to attach to this car the statement, we have made this car $13 cheaper, and therefore it is whatever the percent is, it is 1% more risky for you to buy it.
But why?
Then he would be arguing a real question of principle.
Why should they do that? Doesn't that interfere with the free enterprise system that you're touting? Why not?
Because the consumer should be free to decide what risk he wants to bear. If you want to pay $13 extra for that,
Oh, that's interesting. So Friedman would be okay with like a government regulation that has an enforced warning label or something, basically? Or maybe he's just floating that as a hypothetical that the kid could say, but he wouldn't necessarily support it. But that's a legitimate.
should be free to do it. If you don't want to pay $13,
Wait.
excuse me, we have to keep it to the audio over here.
So then the government does have the right to require information of corporations, is that right?
No, the government has a right to provide courts of law in which corporations that deliberately conceal material that is relevant can be sued for fraud and made to pay very heavy expenses. And that is a desirable part of the market, of course. What I'm trying to say to you is that these things are really a little bit more subtle and sophisticated than you are at first led to believe. There are you can't get easy answers along this line.
Yeah.
Because your way of putting it really doesn't really get at the fundamental principles.
Yes.
The real fundamental principle is that people individually should be free to decide how much they're willing to pay for reducing the chances of their death. Now, people mostly aren't willing to pay very much. I personally regard this as very, very illogical. I see people on all sides of me smoking. Now, there's no doubt, nobody denies that increases their chance of death. I'm not saying they shouldn't be free to smoke, don't misunderstand me. I just think they're fools to do it.
Like there are more sophisticated arguments that you can make here. And I don't even know if behavioral economics existed when he was alive, or I don't know how new that field is. There are more sophisticated arguments you can make about the choices that people ought to be allowed to make, or how those choices should be guided. But I don't know what his response to any of that would be.
And I know they're fools because I quit on the basis of the evidence 18 years ago. But that's the real issue. And if you want it to be rated Ford, you ought to be rated on those terms, not on the ground that you don't.
Yeah, so what Reason Riff said, so this is like a thing that I think is difficult to quantify. What if the consumer is unable to judge what the risk is? A lot of the very, and I don't want to strawman Milton Friedman because I know everybody loves to shout on him, and I truly don't know enough about econ or stuff that he's written about, but he does come off as almost like the archetypical perfect market libertarian guy. Now, I would hope that he's not that naive, but a lot of his arguments that I've heard, a lot of the responses I've heard to other people's arguments from him, so like in here, seem to imply a perfect and flawless and superfluid free market where all information is available to all consumers at all points in time who are able to, as perfect, logisticians, evaluate all information and then make, choices based on that. And there's enough competition in the market to ensure a variety of choices that reflect different consumer preferences, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Which in an ultra perfect idealistic system is true, but in the real world there are a variety of reasons why this is not true. And then you have to navigate the constraints that you're given in the real world,
I don't think they use the right numbers. Now, look, I don't think we can keep on going very much. I'm afraid we're going to run out of tape, and I'm afraid I'm going to run out of voice. So I think I'll call it there. Thank you.
Michael Moore is kind of repping here the side Ezra Klein comes against in abundance. No, I don't even think Moore's argument was that sophisticated yet. I think his he just hadn't thought much about this question yet, which is, again, it's okay. Like, I'm assuming these are all like college kids in this, or maybe not. That's my assumption, but maybe it's not. I don't know, actually. I mean, he looks super young. Most of his models imply rational actors. So you have to be careful in economics, as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I'm aware, having never taken a behavioral econ class. When an economist talks about a rational actor, rational in the economics world just means that the person is able to make a decision based on what their personal preference is, responding to the price of a given thing. Like a rational actor will choose, given two equivalent goods and one is cheaper than the other, the rational actor will always choose the cheaper good. But sometimes people will load that rational word with what we feel like rational means, and we'll say like, oh, a rational person would never buy cigarettes because that's bad for you. That's not what rational actor means in economics, right? Rational actor in economics might mean that cigarettes make you happy for 3 days if you buy a pack, and a movie makes you happy for 2 hours, and for if you consider cigarettes a substitution good for movies, which it's not, but same you would like. I'm not going to say like a rational actor would choose cigarettes over a movie because they provide more utility or something like that. But a rational actor in econ doesn't mean like perfectly logical person who's maximizing for all stages of their life. It just means a consumer who responds predictably to pricing incentives, basically. Cars carrying Iran's nuclear scientists and the IRGC elite have started simultaneously exploding in the heart of Tehran. Tehran. It looks like Mossad still has a few tricks up its sleeve. What if Iran nukes us? Give us the clip! I've watched you for years, never chatted before. Please feed into my parasocial psychosis. How do we de-radicalize the youth? I said this in chat yesterday, but I was talking to a couple anarchists at a show the other day, and they couldn't defend their worldview at all. They just handed out pamphlets that they probably couldn't explain themselves. It's all just feel-good bullshit. Their best retort was to say, I was talking like Jordan Peterson. Are these great thinkers of our time? More debating amongst media figures, I would say, is a good starting point. And then also, I've said this a million times, I'll continue to say this, your expectation for college kids and everything should be low, okay? College kids have historically always been kind of goofy. Not edited at all. That's real. And that's okay. It's okay for college kids to be goofy, all right?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here we go.
This kid was so excited for this event. You know.
Let's go. Looking good, boys.
What if Iran nukes us? Do you think we'll cancel our D&D?
What the fuck is Nuxus?
Iran nukes us.
What if Iran? Oh,
Iran.
oh, the country.
What if Iran nukes us? Do you think we'll cancel our D&D?
What the fuck is Nuxus?
Iran nukes us.
What if Iran? Oh,
Iran.
oh, the
nukes
country.
us.
What if Iran nukes us?
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you think D&D would be canceled? That was the meme.
nice joke,
You're
Moon.
so dumb.
Jesus Christ.
It's hard to tell from this angle, but the turnout is really pathetic from this. For the military thing, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it was just a little cringe. I mean, I didn't watch any of the speeches at the end, but at least Trump didn't make it about himself, so that's always good. Florida man accepts his fate after being bitten by a diamondback rattlesnake and says he is cooked. Is he like, why does this not safe for work?
We just got a diamondback. Let's go. I'm like, well, I'm cooked. What a meme, dude. GG. I was just peeling the bark and just got bit in the leg by a diamondback. So, in the leg. Ow. Let's get some pictures of it first. I mean, we're already screwed anyways. Cool snake. Big diamondback. GG. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's the worst snake I've bit by in Florida.
As soon as I finished recording, I got back in the car, immediately started going to where I think was headed to my first.
Why is this? This isn't not safe for work at all. Sorry.
Let's get some pictures of it first. I mean, we're already screwed anyways. Cool snake. Big diamondback. GG. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's the worst snake I've bit by in Florida.
As soon as I finished recording, I got back in the car, immediately started going to where I think was anaphylactic shock. Whole body numb and tingly, head to toe. Sight on my shin, thought it was going to explode, still does. Drove 30 minutes to the nearest ambulance station, taken to helipad from there, flown in a helicopter to Shams Hospital where I'm now being treated. Got my
What the fuck did he expect would be not safe for work? It's labeled not safe for work, you fucking retard. It's a medical thing. I don't know, maybe they get him naked because the venom is spread up to his ball sack or something.
first 10 bottles of amphetamine down. The swelling's still getting worse, so I need more.
It's kind of hard to tell.
It's incredibly, fuck me. It's incredibly rare to die from being bitten by a rattlesnake today. Even in patients who don't get antivenom, approximately 40% of bites are dry bites. The worst snakes to be bitten by in the US is the coral snake. It essentially fries your nervous system. We don't have antivenom for it. Gotcha. What are dry bites? My guess is it's a bite where the snake doesn't inject any venom. The kid is silly. That's all I kept thinking about. Survival rate is 99% with treatment. Only thing working against him is wasting time making videos. I mean, I'm sure he's like trolling a little bit, okay? Or I doubt he thought he was going to die. They unbanned Reckful's WoW account? Why? We finally did it. Brian? You're unbanned. Is like that the name of his brother or something? Or... Oh, autocorrect? Inside joke. Gotcha. Reckful, rogue trainer. Barry called him Brian. I don't know any WoW lore at all, so... I just called him... Just kidding. Jokes! Imagine the account logs in and starts playing on its own. Holy shit, that would be fucking weird. Is this a brave thing to do? Anti-ice protester in New Jersey who throws herself on an ice vehicle. This is probably a little much, I would say. It is wild for a conservative, though, to call anybody chunky when conservatives are like the fattest part of America, but...
Mr. President, First Sergeant Norton reporting for duty, sir. Ready to commence the ceremony as directed.
I state your name.
Mr. President, First Sergeant Norton reporting for duty, sir. Ready to commence the ceremony as directed.
I state your name.
Is this edited, or did he mess up here, or clip chimped? Yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on the Ela story drama? Let me check. I don't know if I'm in the stage of my life where I am like booming. And I like things from my childhood and I don't like new things. I watch new movies and stuff. And you know, like I said, there are no good movies before '93 because that's a meme take. But like in general, like I don't usually like older movies. But now there are movies from when I was growing up. They don't make them like they used to. I had a friend who'd never seen Ocean's 11. I was like, what do you mean you've never seen Ocean's 11? This has all of the... I feel like if you're a woman especially, you have to... It's got Clooney, Brad Pitt, Matt Damon. Like this is I feel like you have to see this movie. How have you not? What a cast. Amazing performances, good script, nice twist, good directing, good music. Like, this is a great movie if you haven't seen it. Have you seen the original Ocean's 11 with the Rat Pack? I don't know what the fuck that is. So, no clue? I never watched... I think I might have watched 12, and I don't think I watched 13, but... Yes, that was clip chimped. Okay. "13 might be as good as 11. Ooh, that's a big claim. Oh, Ocean 12 has that stupid laser dance scene. I remember that.
Yeah, I did.
Why was I like this?
I want to shout out. Apparently, we have a lot of 5- and 6-year-olds watching the stream because it's funny. You know, the entire stream, basically, almost the entire stream, I have covered Israel-Iran. And I don't think I've covered the protests once. And you know, protest is part of the title. And I switched over for 2 minutes to the protest, and I have some people in the chat saying like boring, switch back to the real news. And I know that like normal adults would never act like this. So it must be like, you know, like 5 or 6-year-olds who haven't developed any kind of sense of patience and self-control and have such immediate gratification needs that they can't control themselves when everything is not being catered to them. So I do want to shout out to all those 5- and 6-year-olds watching. I do appreciate you watching the channel. I would recommend watching with a parent because we do talk about some sensitive news topics. So I love that you're interested in the news, but again, I would recommend maybe watching with a parent or an older, you know, like an older brother or older sister or something like that.
Have you talked to this guy, or is he just the DGG approved media? I haven't talked to him at all, and I haven't approved him at all. He organically grew into the DGG breaking news guy somehow. I don't even know if he's aware of us. Probably not. Minnesota gunman Vance Bolter's wife pulled over as cops make a terrifying discovery inside vehicle. What a headline. Terrifying. While driving a car with 3 other relatives inside near Onamia at 10 a.m. on Saturday, she was found with a weapon, ammunition, cash, and passports. What? Oh, because her husband did like international security. Multiple passports, though? What does that mean? She was found about 75 miles from where the shooting took place. Vance Bolter, 57, remains on the run after he... Wait, they haven't caught him yet? How old is this article? 9:30 a.m. Really? Remains on the run after he allegedly shot Democratic State Representative Melissa Hortman and Democratic State Senator John Hoffman in a chilling assassination spree about 8 miles apart in the 8 hours of Saturday, or in the early hours of Saturday morning. Hortman and her husband Mark were killed in their home in Champlin, while Hoffman and his wife Yvette suffered serious injuries at their home in Brooklyn Park. Over a dozen officers swarmed Jenny Bolter's car during the traffic stop. How did they get a traffic stop? Do you think they just like flagged the license plate and like an auto scanner found them? Or Jenny was detained for questioning after officers found the items inside the vehicle. No one was arrested, law enforcement officials said. Whether Bolter's vehicle was stopped randomly or whether it was being tracked by police is still unclear. Jenny, no arrests were made, so that she just drove off. I guess probable cause to arrest, it's just being the wife of a murderer, it might not be enough. I have no idea. Vance and Jenny Bolter both previously worked under Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, according to Legistorm. This is a really gross to have in here, but the Daily Mail is kind of like sensationalist, borderline right-leaning sometimes. Although more like tabloid shit. I don't know if I would call the Daily Mail right-leaning. I think I would just call it tabloid shit. The Bolters lived with each other on a rural property in Sibley County, near the small town of Green Isle. Vance Bolter, who is a Trump supporter, yeah, they're just shit-stirring everything. Also lived part-time in a rental on Fremont Avenue in North Minneapolis with 2 roommates, according to the Wall Street Journal. Bolter's wife is pulled over with weapons and cash. Here's what you need to know about the political assassinations that have rocked Minnesota. Damn. This says before the shootings, no? Wait, does it? No. Wait, did it? She was found with, stopped by authorities at a convenience store while driving a car through their relatives 8 hours earlier. Wait, hold on. I'm mega confused. Vance Bolter's wife, Jenny, was stopped by authorities at a convenience store while driving a car with 3 other relatives inside near Onamia at 10 a.m. on Saturday. She was found with a weapon, ammunition, cash, and passports about 75 miles where the shootings took place in Brooklyn Park in Champlin, Minnesota, 8 hours earlier. Oh, you're reading the comma where this is, the shootings took place 8 hours earlier, 8 hours before they pulled her over. Not they pulled her over 8 hours earlier before the shootings took place, if that makes sense. Okay. $50,000 reward for Bolter. They found several rifles in Bolter's vehicle and believe he may still be armed with a pistol. I feel like the Vegas shooter guy is the only one who like truly got to blow his load. Like every time there's like shooters and mass killer wannabes or whatever, they always have like all these guns, all these mags, and they shoot like 27 rounds and then they get killed. And it's like, well, but that's a good thing. Not that they killed anybody, it's good that they get stopped earlier than they would otherwise. The Pulse nightclub shooter, he got a lot of people. So did the Christchurch guy, true. Look at Luckner's background. He is a Giga Chad. He also went to fucking Harvard. He just decided to start doing breaking news shit for some reason. Who's Luckner? Oh, Steve. Oh, the breaking news guy. Has Midas Touch reached the level of Fox and Friends? What? I feel like I don't see them putting anything out too bad. They're like a left-leaning thing, but I don't think they do anything super bad or anything, no? Absolutely legendary Lookner crash out over COVID.
And I don't care what fucking party you are, and I don't care if you're a fucking Democrat or Republican, if you fucking sit up there and there's a fucking pandemic going on, and you're deciding what to fucking do based on jack shit, and you're not listening to science, and you're just a crazy person ranting and raving, using your whims to decide what to do, I don't care what the fuck you say you're doing. That is bullshit, and that's gonna, and I will never support that. I don't care whether you're a Democrat or you're a Republican. You have a jackass who knows nothing, who's basing his decisions on nothing. It's not about the policies, it's how he's choosing the policies. And he is choosing these policies based on jack shit.
Okay, true. Another Lookner moment.
Oh, and guys, it's time for a viewer comment. It's time for a viewer
by
comment.
the 6-year-olds.
A donor comment. I'm going to read a comment from a donor. A donor actually made a donation to highlight their comment just so they could say this.
Wait, the fatigues are really sad. You could tell they weren't strict about the parade because Trump forgot to say it was actually important. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with somebody linked me, somebody in my subreddit mod. And I didn't want to do a bunch of comparisons because I don't know what other countries do for this shit, but bruh. Jesus. Also, these guys look like I don't know fuck all about marching. I didn't do marching band. But I feel like when I see in the movies they're marching, they're like they're like all in order and everything. It seems like, or they're like synchronized. Like this looks like that looks like some shit. It's because the U.S. Army actually trains. We don't practice random parades and shit. We actually prepare to fight wars. While that is true, and I can appreciate that from the military, if the military is tasked with an assignment to prepare for something, I think that the military could perform it very, very, very well. Like, that would be my assumption. No, that would not be my assumption. I would know that to be true. I think the video on my phone sucks. I personally saw this, and I'm sure you guys have all seen it. But like, even if you're looking at like, you're telling me that the same military that produces like this type of not cinematic, ceremonial stuff wouldn't be capable of having like a good march. These guys almost look like they're flying with the way that they watch. Like if you don't see the lower half of their body, you just see the top. Everything is. You guys are on some serious shit.
We're about to witness.
Why is the marching so serious? Like, what's the point? The point is it like I don't have a military background, so if I miss things or whatever, maybe there's things in my personal opinion, in my understanding of the military, like you're talking about one of the biggest, if not the single biggest sacrifice that you could make is not only dying, but you die and your body isn't even recovered. So you've died on foreign territory, on foreign soil, your body isn't even recovered, so you've made the greatest sacrifice for your country and they can't even bring your body back to give you a proper memorial. And the idea for the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, I think, is for remains that have been brought back and haven't been identified, or people whose bodies haven't been brought back at all, and it's just a way to like kind of pay tribute to, or honor those people. So it is ceremonial, it's supposed to confer like a huge deal of respect, because it's supposed to be incredibly respectful, and then this is a whole process they do. It's like one of the most prestigious like marching things. Like I think there's like less than 800 soldiers that have ever been trained to do this whole ceremony, like in U.S. history. He goes through, they take apart the gun, not take it apart, but they check for dust and make sure everything looks prim and proper. They check the uniform. I'm just saying that for people that can practice and perform, you know, like this type of ceremony, I'm sure we could fucking do marches, okay? Come on. We could do marches. Jesus. My understanding, I was told this in high school all the time, and my band teacher was a hardcore dude, so I'm assuming it's right. My understanding as well is that some of the best performing wind ensembles in the country are the U.S. military bands. That the like the Air Force band was one that he brought up a lot, but that the military like bands, like the instrument bands, like are some of the best performing, highest skilled performers in the country as well. So. Like our military is not just like, oh, we can only fight wars because we're rough and tough. Like our military is, when their mind is intentional and directed at a thing, and there's some deliberate effort put into a thing, I think they can accomplish quite a bit. They're the best of the best of the best, sir. It is not prestigious for anyone in the army outside of the honor guard losers who joined up to jerk off horses. Nice.
You represent 7 decades of marching and rifle drill precision.
I don't know any of the military shit. The Marines are part of the, what, the Navy? I don't fucking know. Nothing? Oh, they're their own thing. So what do we have? We have Army, Marines, Air Force, and Navy? Is that the and Space Force now? Have you not seen One Piece? I'm so sorry, I have not.
Premiering at Marine
These are, okay, these are Marine
Washington,
outfits. Who are the ones that fight the dragons? Is that the Marines? Oh, and then the Coast Guard as well.
During the sunset parades of 1948, these...
What are your thoughts on the Space Force? I don't know too much about it, but from what the little I heard, the Space Force concept was a good idea because some different departments were kind of like bumping into each other when it came to like atmospheric or space related stuff, and the Space Force kind of centralizes all of the outer space shit into one separate military thing, so it's like, okay.
The Marines perform their
the Marines fight their own sexuality.
Precision drill in numerous public appearances throughout the United States and abroad for hundreds of thousands of spectators each year. In addition, they represent the Marine Corps at numerous ceremonies in the national capital.
The Marines are under the Navy command. They are not technically a separate branch. Oh, okay.
Capital area, honoring visiting dignitaries and heads of state. Comprised of infantry, the silent drill platoon executes its drill sequence without cadence or verbal command. The M1 rifles they carry with fixed bayonets weigh in excess of 10.5 pounds. Representing Marines around the world, the silent drill platoon demonstrates the finest in Marine professionalism.
This guy fucked up. Is this the same guy?
Discipline and esprit de corps. The platoon commander is Captain Evan Campbell from San Antonio, Texas. The platoon rifle inspector is Corporal Jose Soto of Los Angeles, California. Ladies and gentlemen,
Wait, somebody said Marines are a separate branch from the Navy.
Barracks, Washington, D.C. proudly presents the United States Marine Corps Silent Drill Platoon.
Marines are under operational command of the Navy, but they have their own command structure. Why are we watching this? Silent Drill Platoon performs at halftime on Thursday. Could you imagine if the Gias dude were to give these guys the order to... This is actually a platoon of disabled Marines who are too dumb to speak or follow orders, so they let them do this little show. Oh, did these guys do they throw their guns at each other? Wait, did that guy drop his hat? Uh-oh. Is he gonna get killed in a video game? Wait. Wait, where does it happen? Oh. Where is... Hold on. Oh, there he is. It's off here. Wait, what the fuck? What's going on here? Okay, hold on. You missed it? Oh, I missed it. Wait. We'll get to it. Is it here somewhere? Oh no. Oh no. Do you think he's like, oh fuck. Oh no. Do you think these are loaded for these ceremonies? There's no way, right? Oh shit, it's gonna come off. There it is. Do you think he's having to do this blind? Ah! What happened? How did it come off? Did he take it off or did the gun catch it? Ooh, you know he got his ass whipped for this one. I'm just kidding. Oh, look, they even have a... Do they have a ceremonial way of putting his hat back on? Oh, look. The ceremony was programmed before queens existed, so they have to move like rooks. They can only go. So I'm just kidding. Maybe it's staged. No, I think they have ways of recovering from things. Like I think at the there's a gun drop that happens at the changing of the guard here. Is it this one? I don't know. Oh wait, this is not what I'm looking for. Wait. Oh, not good. Disrespectful to the lost soldiers. Does it really stab him? He's fine. Wait, really? Oh, damn. That's what you gotta train for, guys.
No.
Would look really good.
Got it. Okay.
The amount, okay, I don't know what the army shit is or the Marines or like what the normal discipline is like, but I feel like, dude, if I was here, I would be dying. It would be over for me. I would be ejected from the army and probably murdered. There's no way I'd be able to hold a straight face through all that. Oh, man. Anyway, we could do marches, okay? If these guys could do marches, we could do marches. We should actually not be more like North Korea, I think. Excuse me, if we're gonna try to be like North Korea, we should at least be a better version of North Korea, okay? If we're gonna do fascism in the US, we're gonna do it better than anybody else. At least, I would hope. I have to wonder if it was intentional not to practice at all for the parade. In my country, we have a no-nonsense attitude, and our parades are not very flashy. Still, the marching yesterday was total shit compared to what I'm used to seeing. I don't believe that would ever happen. Just from my understanding of like military decorum and stuff, you would never be protesting in the military because you'd be disrespecting the uniform and the like whatever you're a part of. No, like you wouldn't.
Up at their tiny post, Ryan and his team were being pounded. Almost instantly, every one of them was wounded.
Oh no! Good job. Good recovery.
Up at their tiny post, Ryan and his team were being pounded. Almost instantly, every one of them was wounded.
Okay. I don't understand why you would care about a show-off. What do you mean a show-off? If you're going to do something, you should always do it well. You should have pride in whatever it is that you do. I think it carries through to every part of your mission. And it shows. Like if you're going to do something, if something is worth doing, it's worth doing well. Otherwise, don't do it at all, right? Especially for our military. Also, it's literally a parade, okay? Imagine I were to do like a runway fashion show and I were to just wear 4 different pairs of sweatpants and t-shirts and somebody's like, why are you doing this? Like, I don't give a fuck about clothes. Well, then why are you doing a fashion show, right? It's a parade. The whole point of a parade is to have an aesthetically pleasing public demonstration that conveys some message about whatever it is you are parading about, right? I think you can protest while in the military, you just can't wear the uniform. No, I mean like they wouldn't do a shitty job as protests. I feel like it would be disrespectful to the uniform. I've never seen the show, but I've seen that clip of the guy, I don't know the name, in Band of Brothers where he walks by the dude and I guess he's like real ass pained about him and he pretends not to see him and the guy's like, hey, you didn't salute. And the guy salutes or whatever. Eventually. Hey.
Captain Sobel?
Major Winters?
Captain Sobel. We salute the rank, not the man.
Got him. long did Trump plan on having a military ceremony on his birthday? Did they have time to prepare? Some people were saying that, like, oh, this is a huge parade. It's been prepared since Biden. I'd never heard anything about it under Biden, and I thought it was Trump that made the first announcement of it. So my guess is they only had a few months to prepare. But the issue is, and I wish that more people could realize this, obviously it's easy for me to say as a liberal because I'm critiquing Trump, but like if you put political partisanship aside, one of the big markers of this current administration, regardless of your political leaning, is there's just a lot of very poor leadership. As in, he's not even good at carrying out the things that he wants to carry out. He's not leading his government well. Trump isn't. And I think that that's flowing down through all of the different parts of the government as well. Historically, we've only had victory parades, and they were never as serious as China, Russia, or North Korea. Sure, but then why can't we just do what we do well? Like, do other countries do air shows the same way the U.S. does? Because we do, like, pretty crazy air shows, don't we? Do other countries do stuff for, like, are they called... They're not Hell's Angels, right? Isn't that the biker gang? Are they Blue Angels? Are they some kind of angels? Who are the flying dudes? Blue Angels? That sounds like a... It's like a sex thing, but... Red Arrows are the British version? Look at those hats. Damn, those are some big-ass hats. Yes, but stuff like that has operational significance. Like the one benefit of doing flyovers over stadiums and shit is to get pilots experience flying over urban environments. I don't think that they fly those missions as practice. I think that they do all of the training and practice on their own time. I mean, I'm sure maybe they do a little bit of special stuff for this, but the purpose of, I think, the parades for our air shows are for doing the air shows. Aren't the airshow pilots separate from actual combat pilots anyways? Are they? I would imagine there aren't that many people that are authorized to fly around fighter jets, because like the cockpits are classified and knowing how to do it and getting authorization to do it and all that. But I don't know, maybe they're not. Maybe they are not active combat pilots. Doesn't this look kind of sick to you? F-16s and F-18s aren't classified, and those are the only two used. The cockpits aren't anymore? Are they not? I thought that the tech that they use inside of those you would need. I thought they're still relatively classified. Maybe not. I feel like using like 80s rock ballad knockoff band music to, I don't know, it feels a little gaudy, a little tacky to me, but they also let them do it if you get their training hours, so it's cool. Okay. Belgium Defense Cadets, funny. This has to be like from a TV show or like a meme. I don't think this is a real military thing, no? I don't believe this. Or they're just like cadets, like just started. Well, no, like look at the way this front guy is. Look at this guy. With the mouth open and the arms like he's a zombie. No shot. I don't believe that. Stop. I think they are literally retarded. They have vibrators inside their asses. It's the special forces. Acknowledge my country. China's parade. Damn. Damn! Like, this is like some Dune shit. What the fuck? These guys were probably all abducted from their families at like age 2 to be the perfect marchers. They look like fast inserters from Factorio. Jesus. Some like Lord of the Rings, like Helm's Deep. The fuck? China's the closest thing we have to Warhammer. Jesus. The video and everything looks this good from 1949? That's crazy.
中国共产党万岁！伟大的中国人民万岁！
God damn! Can I get this guy to smile? Okay. He always looks like disappointed Asian parent. What the fuck?
同志们辛苦了！
They got the tracking camera and everything. What the fuck? Damn, look at these guys. They look sharp as fuck. Oh my god, oh Jesus, stop. You're getting banned if you type the emote.
同志们好！
You motherfuckers. Stop! Damn! Damn! Look at the heads turning in unison and everything. How cute. What kind of rifles are those? Oh, I'm gonna have no idea. They probably don't even shoot NATO rounds, obviously. I have no idea about anything with guns in the... Homemade Chinese rifle. Yeah, it's probably all some other... Damn.
同志们好！ 同志们好！
These are drones, I'm guessing, right? Is that a drone? No, that's just a plane on display. Wait, are these small planes or are these drones? Cruise missiles. Okay. Is it cruise missile kind of like the same thing as a drone, or is there a difference? Like, I know cruise missiles obviously are like 20 years, whatever old, like super guided, maneuverable, but it's kind of the same concept, right?
同志们辛苦了。同志们辛苦了。
Isn't everything just a rocket? Well, no, I think rocket has a different connotation than other things. Like rockets are, I think at the point of launch are unguided. Like you shoot a rocket in a direction, then it can't maneuver at all. Missiles, I think, are generally have some level of maneuverability, right? Oh no, missiles have their own propellant, like go system on them. Like a rocket, I think, is literally basically just a warhead, right? I don't know. I feel like there are strict definitions of these things. There's some kind of definition of these things, right? Rockets can be guided? Oh, well, never mind. Forget everything I just said. Although that's the AI summary, so. Did you see the new Mission Impossible movie? Nope. Is it normal for presidents to salute other militaries like Trump does? Not only is it not normal, I think you're explicitly not supposed to do it. I think I thought I read that like Trump supporting the North Korean guy, or not supporting, saluting, was supposedly, I thought I heard it was the first time that a U.S. leader has ever supported another, or not support, I keep saying support, saluted another military.
Well, this morning, North Korean state media has just debuted some new footage that was shot during the Trump-Kim summit in Singapore. Take a look at this. Okay, so the president extends his hand to this North Korean general. The general responds with a salute. The president returns the salute, and then both men shake hands. Why is this significant? Our military analyst, former Rear Admiral John Kirby, is back with me. Why is this so striking?
It's so striking because it was released by North Korean state TV, which means they can see a propaganda value here, and this is basically them showing the level of deference and respect that Trump has paid to them and to their military leaders. It was an inappropriate thing for him to do from a protocol perspective, but now he's played right into the North's propaganda about.
He got baited. It's not fair. This guy's like, I bet this guy is so fucking retarded. I bet if I salute him, I bet this fucker will salute me back.
Legitimacy on the world stage.
Got him.
So what should he have done?
He should have just nodded his head when the general saluted and reached out his hand and did a handshake. That's the appropriate thing. Look, he's the commander in chief. He doesn't even salute his own generals. They salute him. That's the way it works. And you certainly don't do it with leaders of foreign militaries, and most certainly don't do it with the leaders of foreign militaries of an adversary nation.
Look, in the 48 hours since this summit, he has been incredibly flattering and complimentary of Kim Jong-un. He has equivocated when asked by Fox News, well, what about the human rights atrocities? What about the execution of his own people? And now this. Are you surprised?
I wish I could say I was surprised.
What a different time when those were our biggest problems. Inside the 91 Washington Parade.
On the wide boulevards, just a few blocks from the White House, 8,000 Desert Storm troops were moving out. And once again, it was General Norman Schwarzkopf who set the cadence, leading the way as far as the presidential box, where he spent the rest of the parade as cheerleader and spotter for a clearly delighted George Bush. So much military hardware was moving that at times it appeared Washington was under attack. The stealth bomber, oddly shaped to deceive radar, led a fleet of 82 planes over the parade route. Jesus. The Patriot missile got the loudest applause of the day. Several 100,000 spectators lined the streets.
Really? How accurate are the numbers on these things? Several 100,000?
With the same message.
We're here just to say thank you and to celebrate our victory, but to say thank you to all the men and women who serve in the armed forces.
I think that this is a wonderful occasion, but we don't.
Well, I guess America was probably on top of the world at this point, right? Because 91 Gulf War victory means that we just won what, or victory, Gulf War plus collapse of Soviet Union. We're probably on top of the world, I guess, huh? We're like fucking, we're kicking ass on everything, on all fronts. Capitalism won.
To happen again, because we don't want war.
Peace activists had protested against today's celebration, but they drew only a few protesters to their rally. A Harrier jet fighter on display near the parade was splashed with blood, and the protesters were arrested and taken away.
But the overall mood, Bob, was overwhelmingly celebratory and upbeat. And now on Washington's Mall, several 100,000 people have gathered for a USO show tonight, which will be capped off by what they say will be the biggest fireworks display in Washington history.
Eric, this, of course, was called a celebration to honor those who fought this war, but in many ways it was also in honor of the people back home, wasn't it?
Jesus, what a different time the media was. This was 30, I keep forgetting, it's a long time ago, I guess, 35 years ago.
I think that's right, Bob. I think that we sent one of the
Not a statement about the loser Democrats or the woke mob media.
professional armies in American history to fight the war against Saddam Hussein. They didn't expect any parades on the way back. They just felt that they had done what they were told to do and had accomplished their job. But I think the civilian sector of the country, the Americans who remember Vietnam and the divisions of that era, all wanted to make sure that the mistakes that happened at the end of that war weren't repeated and that these troops were given a
Oh, true. I'm sorry. The Soviet Union wouldn't have collapsed yet. That would have been at the end of 91, so.
hearty thank you, and that was all accomplished today.
Thank you, Eric.
When I'm gonna call with the boys, like 4 or 5 of the boys talk in the background, I'll mute randomly. They're all talking, having a conversation, and I'll just rub one out right there. It's soothing knowing the boys are in the back. It's soothing knowing they're there.
I know you've never done that.
I swear to God I have. A lot, actually. Not just once, probably over 50 times. When I'm gonna call with the boys, like 4 or 5 of the boys.
What a fucked up day. What a fucked up day.
Excuse me, super random. You're very cute. I'm like eating this protein bar. I was like trying to. I saw you across the street, and I was like trying to like smash this thing before you got here.
Oh.
But I'm done with that for now. I'll put it away.
Locked in?
Yeah, I'm locked in. We're
I
good.
do have
Right
a
here.
boyfriend.
I'm gonna kill myself. It's all good.
No.
Excuse me.
Okay, based. This was fucking. This is not good.
Shut up, Mooten. Shut the fuck up. Your sarcasm and facetious tone do not fool me. That's our barricade. Suck my dick.
It's not a barricade, it's tripwire.
That is not ours. Great job, dude. Great job, XUC. Really good, dude. Oh, great. Can I break through the window? This game is trash, dude. This game is trash, dude. I'm honestly at a point where I'm just done. I'm done, dude. X, yo, come get me, dude. I'm actually, dude, like, dude, like, oh man,
You
I'm
gotta
so
tweet
pissed.
this clip to Treyarch, man. You gotta tweet this one.
I'm gonna tweet this clip to Treyarch. They're complete trash. Oh! Are you kidding me?
Fucking Stream Cybers. That's, I know that name too. That didn't out.
Train got
This
stuck in a
is
tree.
so dumb. I'm literally a fucking commando, and I can't get up this pebble.
Yo, just reach here. Oh, no,
I got him. I knocked him. I knocked him. I knocked him. I knocked one. I'm stuck in a tree! I'm stuck in a tree! I'm stuck in a tree!
Huskers, okay, yo,
I'll pick you up. Yeah, so you're like, fuck the thing.
We got fucking treetop Andy here trying to make a fucking tree house, mate.
I'm done. I'm done.
I feel like my favorite recollection from games like Battle Royale games or DayZ before your allies like HP and everything was on the side of everything would be a guy being, you got a teammate. Did anybody of your teammates do shit like this? They're like, fuck. You're like, what's going on? It's like, I'm dead. All you're like, oh shit. And then like 8 seconds later, they're like, where you at? Where you at? I'm like, what do you mean? Help me, help me. I'm like, you said you were dead. No, I mean like I'm getting shot at. I'm like, what? So you're not dead. Like, now I'm dead, thanks. Like, we did finish that guy's clip. I'm so sorry. I just got back from the Trump parade, and I have to say it was legitimately the worst executed mass attendance event I've ever seen. One overarching thought, how do you spend $80 million and fumble the basics? Many more thoughts. First, I'm not just saying this is a hater, although I am a hater, based. I've also planned an event on the mall that was larger than this, and it was 14 days notice and a tiny fraction of the budget, but who's counting? Let's go chronologically through. Somehow this checkpoint was closed by 6 p.m. The parade started 30 minutes later. They had miles of bike racks set up. Somehow I don't think this was their designed plan. Okay. So this funneled everybody to just one single checkpoint, and about 15,000 people were trapped on Constitution Ave because there was just one 10-foot wide entrance point to access that massive checkpoint on the mall. Watch the Russia Victory Day Parade House. Maybe later. I don't care. But thank you for spamming that in chat 400 times like I didn't say, okay? This poor soldier probably passed Ranger School with flying colors, but he wouldn't last 2 days as a campaign crowd advance guy.
Witnesses in favor. And have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Seventh Amendment. As common law, for the value of controversy shall exceed $20. The right by trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court in the United States, according to the rules of the common law. Out there on Constitution. Amendment 8.
How is anyone supposed to know where to go? These maps are the sum total of what they put out and they're total garbage. How is a regular person supposed to figure this out? Pedestrian / restricted zone, vehicle restricted zone, local traffic zone, roadblock. Okay. I don't know. White House. I actually don't even know where the march was, I guess. Don't miss the historic U.S. Army 250th birthday parade on June 14th, beginning at 6:30 p.m. at the National Mall in Washington, D.C. It will be easiest to walk from the festival to the parade. The parade will last until 8. Concert at the Ellipse after parade. Fireworks will conclude the celebration. Holy shit. Okay. Easy enough to see. So one 3-mile, 25-minute scooter ride later, I zipped all the way around to the southern side of the single mass checkpoint where naturally there was literally no line. Way to go, gang. Dozens of empty checkpoints that are fewer than 2 blocks as the crow flies from 10,000 people waiting en masse. Just on the other side of the mags, this is the view of thousands of people stuck in a bottleneck because of poor crowd design. Well, for crying out loud, on the other side of the mags, everyone has to go up one of 2 bridges to go up and over 15th Street. This is necessitated by the parade route design, which sucked. Damn. Hater. Surely this won't be a problem when the 100,000 people who loaded the event space over the course of 4 hours all try to leave at once, right? This is called foreshadowing. And by only doing mesh and not fully opaque covering, they made the whole thing an elevated viewing platform, which people naturally stopped and gawked on. I'm obviously not part of the problem, but just a humble, shambolic logistics documentarian. Who brings a tiny baby and a stroller to the shit show, make better decisions? Oh my God. Listen, fuck Europeans, okay? I feel like I got so much perspective dating, being married to Melina for 5 years. One thing she pointed out to me that I will never, ever unsee, and I don't think you ever see this in America, or I'm sorry, you don't ever see this in Europe. In America, because you used to ask me questions, I never thought about it, and I was like, fuck, that's actually really embarrassing. You ever notice that we put like 6-year-olds in strollers? If you're ever walking down the street, if you're in Europe and there's a stroller, and if you're a European listening to me, if there's this person in a stroller, it's like a 6-month-old all the time. In America, look at the strollers sometimes. There's like 4 or 5-year-olds in these strollers, it's like half the time. And it's like, wait a second, what? This motherfucker can almost drive. Why is this guy in a fucking stroller? It's wild. It is wild. Love to celebrate the troops from behind an 8-foot fence plastered and legal warnings. Based. We should now address the crowd. It was sparse, but not surprising at all. My no BS estimate is around 100,000, but a lot of variance because it was very spread out, so plus or minus 20K. Trump people will probably see 200K. I would too, huh? This was taken at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Early 1991, where military forces overwhelmingly destroyed enemy tanks and vehicles. After only 100 hours of ground combat, the ground offensive was launched in early.
And this is the unforgivable crowd sin, though. Same as my first post on this thread. These are VIP bleachers on the north side of Constitution, closer to the White House and the main crowd, and they're empty. We're talking Trump 1.0 inauguration empty. Someone fucked up there. Brave or stupid or both. Either way, there were lots of dissenting signs, mostly ignored by the larger crowd. They did acknowledgments for sponsors throughout, such as the UFC, because of course, like, just take a step back and look at this image. What are we even doing here, team? Based. Sir, hello, Mr. President 4547, sir. And yes, the soundtrack was all classic rock instrumental covers like this. And yes, the entire setup is this garish. And yes, I could get this close at 7:30 with no special ticket. Did you see the Coinbase ad? Yeah. They had giant water containers, but no cups, and secret tents of mountains of bottled water, but nobody handing it out, which I think was for the possibility of serious heat, which they luckily avoided. Bring your own water bottle. The vibes from the crowd were truly low energy. The whole parade was like this. Green vehicle after green vehicle, not many bands, not much variety, single file, lots of space between each thing. Based. Many of the troops driving the hardware seemed to be thrilled, and I was happy for them. A lot of waving. Would have been better if it was shorter with the gear more densely packed, which maybe isn't safe, but live a little, who cares? Let's go 3 wide with the tanks. The flyovers were cool, but they should have been more numerous and more packed together. There were like 4 groups of 8, 5 minutes apart. Obviously smashing them into each other would not be a deal, but that's show business, baby. $80 million does not come with a warranty on the Jumbotron. Oh no. Did it break or was it not working? Time to start trying to get the fuck out because I knew this exit situation was going to be a cluster, and sure enough, the single stairway out was jacked up by 8 p.m. Jesus Christ. Okay. How are Americans okay with gambling ads at a military parade? It's so tacky. What were the gambling ads? Were there gambling ads? People are memeing with Coinbase? Okay.
Oh, and guys, it's time for a viewer comment. It's time for a viewer comment. A donor comment. I'm going to read a comment from a donor. A donor actually made a donation to highlight their comment just so they could say this. It's time. I love giving you the news, but we're just going to stop a second for a viewer comment. It's from Patty Mayo, our wonderful viewer Patty Mayo, who made a donation just to highlight this comment.
Just to highlight this comment, why haven't you fired August? There is 0 content on the side channels trying to kill your other channels. We're trying to push everything to the main channel for a month or two and see how that goes. That's the plan right now.
Patty Mayo's comment on YouTube is, Steve, stop crying about the chat. Too many chat tirades. Just give us the effing news.
Damn.
Oh, this streamer, I watch him for my news coverage. And it's free. I don't have to pay anything if I don't want to, this YouTube streamer. And I get so mad because like once every 8 hours he says something about the chat. I just wish he would give me the effing news. So I'm going to make a super chat donation so my chat is highlighted and I can say, give me the effing news. That's our viewer. Her name is Patty Mayo, or him. I can't tell. I can't really see the picture. Patty space Mayo. You are our viewer of the day. Congratulations, Patty Mayo is our viewer of the day. The viewer of the day. Congratulations.
Rip.
Welcome to the internet. This is what I have to deal with all day. All day and all night. This is what I deal with. It's people like that.
Trump vetoed Israeli plan to kill Iranian supreme leader, U.S. officials state. It wouldn't surprise me if this was the case. I don't know if... I wonder if Israel would have done this if they really wanted to on their own. When you start assassinating like world leaders, stuff probably gets really weird at that point. Like all bets are off. I don't know. Why would we want him alive? Well, Iran's retaliation for killing the head of the state might be severe. Like, if So Iran is trying to lob missiles over at Israel in the desperate hope of doing anything. But if Iran were to lob all the same shit over into like Saudi Arabia's oil refineries, my gut feeling is that they could do a significantly greater amount of damage, but they probably don't because the whole region would get ultra omega ass pained. It's like my guess. But when you start getting to like killing world leaders, it probably makes a lot of people uncomfortable.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes.
Getting quizzed more.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, I'd like to clarify a few important details for the record. When you texted the launch time for F-18s going into combat over enemy territory facing anti-aircraft missiles on an unclassified signal chat, did that launch time come from Central Command, yes or no?
I know what you're referring to, and there were no
it's a very simple question. Did it come from? It's a very simple question. Did it come from Central Command?
Well, in this committee, no way in which I communicate or what I communicate on a successful strike is something that I would share.
So you can't even identify the combatant command under which this operation occurred?
Well, everybody knows the.
Okay, so everyone knows the Central Command. So when Central Command sent you this information, did they send it on a classified system or an unclassified system?
Well, as you know, having served yourself, any way that the Secretary of Defense communicates or provides information in and of itself is classified and not to be discussed.
So what was the classification marking of the launch time when it was sent to you? Because DoD regulations require information on classified systems to be marked.
What was the classification mark time?
Yeah, what was the classification marking?
Because again, classifications of any information in an ongoing operation that was successful are not things that would be disclosed in a public forum.
You can very well disclose whether or not it was classified. It's not classified to disclose whether or not it was classified. And in fact, DoD regulations state that any classified information has to be labeled with its classification. Was it classified secret or top secret?
What's not classified is that it was an incredibly successful mission against the Houthis.
Okay, so it was classified. So are you trying to say that the information was unclassified?
I'm not trying to say anything.
That's what I thought. You're not saying that. So you took classified information from Central Command that had a classification marking on it, because that's what's required by DoD regulations, and you put it on an unclassified system. So we're going to get a report in a few days from the DoD Inspector General. And if the DoD Inspector General finds what is pretty obvious, both to you smiling there in the witness seat and to all of us up here, that the information was, in fact, classified, do you plan to take any accountability for that?
As I pointed out at the time...
you said that accountability is back. Does that not apply to you?
As I said at the time, Congressman, there were no names, targets, locations, units, routes, sources, methods, no classified information.
Okay, so if it comes back that it is classified, will you take accountability or not? We've already established, you've already admitted that it was classified because everything you get from CENTCOM is classified. You just explained that to me. That's how you justified not answering the question.
Not what I said. I didn't confirm any classification or clarification.
Okay, so if it is
what
confirmed,
I know is that
will you take
everything I
accountability?
share, everything I talk about,
Mr. Secretary, does accountability apply to you or not?
Is classified whether I talk or not.
Does it apply to you or not?
Does what apply to me?
Accountability. You said accountability is back at the Secretary.
And you know what? The Houthis were held accountable for shooting at our
I'm just asking if it applies to you.
Very successfully.
I'm not asking about the
previous
Houthis.
administration let our ships get shot at, and nothing was done about it. And thankfully, because of the skill and courage of our troops on the battlefield,
asking about
we
I
actually
reclaim my
put
time.
them in a place
I
where
reclaim
they
my time.
called for a ceasefire.
I reclaim my time. I'm just asking if accountability applies to you. It's a very simple question. We use leadership by example.
Of course. Unlike, I serve at the pleasure of the president like everybody else does.
So it only applies to the president, not to you.
I serve at the pleasure.
You talked about the success of the Houthi operation. About how much money did it cost? How much money did you spend on missiles shooting at the Houthis?
Well, you'd have to compare that with what it cost.
I'm just asking how much did it cost?
Divert our shipping lanes around.
I'm told it's several $100 million, maybe close to $1 billion. How many U.S.-flagged commercial ships have transited the
$1 billion to shoot these missiles, or what? Wait, what was the start of that question?
I serve at the pleasure.
You talked about the success of the Houthi operation. About how much money did it cost? How much money did you spend on missiles shooting at the Houthis?
Well, you'd have to compare that with what.
Oh, maybe for the entirety of like the operation from start to finish, from deployment to the ocean to the weapons to the everything else. Oh, maybe who knows? Yeah.
I'm just asking how much did it cost?
Divert our shipping lanes around.
I'm told it's several $100 million, maybe close to $1 billion. How many U.S. flagged commercial ships have transited the Red Sea since your so-called successful operation?
Well, thankfully, unlike the previous administration,
the answer is zero.
Military vessels transit.
No, I didn't ask about military vessels. I asked
which would
about
be the
commercial
precursor
vessels.
for
how many commercial vessels?
transit.
It's been several weeks. How many commercial vessels, U.S. flagged, have transited
would
the Red
you, Mr. Congressman, put civilian ships?
The
through
questions
dam
are not to me,
before military
Mr. Secretary.
ships?
They're to you.
We have responsibly put military.
The answer is zero.
First.
I reclaim my time. How many generals and admirals have you fired?
I don't know the exact number. But
you don't know the number. It's 8. Can you explain why any of them were fired? Like, just explain why was the Army JAG fired? Why did you fire him?
They all serve at the pleasure of the president, and I think.
No, I'm just asking you why.
General Kane is a great example.
I'm just asking you why.
That we
and
need
you probably learned at Princeton what why means. Why did you fire him?
They serve at the pleasure of the president, and we want better representation in each and every of those.
You can't explain why you fired any of them?
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Did you see the ELA stuff? I have it open. We haven't gotten to it yet. Fuck, what was the command that he did for this? Iranians claim to have shot down an Israeli F-35. Is this like an AI picture, or is this, what even is this? What am I looking at? Like, is this a perspective thing? Or, like, I feel like the people are the size of the buildings. Like, I'm looking at, like, The Sims or something. This is 100% real. Also, how big are these F-35s? Are they, like, Star Destroyers? What? Jesus. That's just Iranian buildings? Iranians are quite big and their buildings are small. Why is populistic buzzwords being used over reality in USA politics? I feel like after Obama, the USA has become a populist clown country. The media environment is not good. Do you think that Iran is being led by rational actors like Germany or Canada, or would you consider them more ideological or illogical? I feel like you sane-wash them a bit, but I don't know if that's your contrary disposition or your actual thoughts. Where do you think they actually fall? Ideological and illogical have nothing to do with each other. You can be ideologically driven and still do it logically. I feel like Iranian leaders are very much like rational actor, logical people. Like, they conduct themselves militarily appropriately. When they're doing counterattacks, they announce them ahead of time. Their targets are like clear and concise, and they're constrained within like what a proportional responsibility. Like, they still act like rational actors. They're not like unhinged lunatics. So far. Destiny, it's not like this. Not sure if he's being ironic or not, but knowing him, I assume it's not. This guy was tweeting pro-Iranian propaganda all day. Breaking. Iran targeted infrastructure and buildings in Tel Aviv used by Israel to store F-35 jets and submarines. I remember seeing these when me and Letterboxd were there. The apartment complexes with the F-35 stacks in the middle. How do they get them down? It's actually so fucking scary. When we were in our Airbnb in Tel Aviv, they didn't tell us about the F-35s that they would store inside the civilian buildings. And in the middle of the fucking night, what happens is the building just lifts like a jar lid. So we're like waking up and we're like getting thrown against the wall as the building lifts, and then the jets take off, and it's like, Jesus. Jesus Christ. I think it's a meme. He is memeing on, that's the same reason Israel is using for bombing apartments. Oh shit, wait, it might be a meme. I can't tell with this guy though, because this guy is like a super shilly. I've been on spaces with this dude before. Listen live.
Yeah, we don't really use him. This is another channel that's mentioning him. There has been claims that Iran has activated the Besiege. The Besiege is basically a parliamentary volunteer organization within the Iran's IRGC. It translates to mobilization of the oppressed. The Besiege plays a significant role in social control, including stopping dissent, basically stopping collaborators. That is the catch up on the news. I believe, Simon, you were going to answer some, and then
breaking news from Trump.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't find any other source. Trump said that claims Israel and Iran may reconcile soon, and America may intervene in this conflict.
The problem is they use Imad ballistic missiles, which have a 1.2 kilometer margin of error. But if you look at the Bat Yam strike, the nearest military target is 9 kilometers, so they're not really aiming at so much. My guess would be that even at their best, Iran has basically zero chance of ever like meaningfully degrading Israeli Air Force capability. So they just lob missiles over in the hopes of doing some kind of damage so that they don't look like a feckless, toothless government, and then they can kind of take some win back to their people and go, we hit them back or whatever, basically. That would be my guess. Iran's current capabilities.
Israel has launched one of the largest attacks on Iran in history.
Crosses a threshold that we've thought about, considered about.
For real though, why didn't Israel just strike these buildings like 6 months ago after Iran did their strike? Isn't it kind of retarded they didn't? Well, they had their back and forth and then they were chill after, right? Why would they keep attacking? One, there could have been an operation that was significantly in the works, and you don't want to burn. As soon as you start attacking certain targets that you shouldn't have information about, it's going to make the enemy reevaluate the positions of a lot of their assets and like reevaluate the security of a lot of the stuff they've been working on. So as soon as you start those attacks, you have to go all the way on it. Otherwise, all of the other information you've gathered up to that point is going to be worthless. In a way, I guess it's kind of like The Wire. For The Wire, the reason why you wouldn't want to reveal that you have a tap on somebody who's like a low-level drug person is because as soon as you reveal that and arrest them, then all of the upper people are going to switch up, and then you have no, legs on your investigation there. And for like military stuff or espionage or whatever, it's going to be the same. You don't want to hit until you've got everything in place and you're ready to do maximal damage, right?
War gamed for 15 years at the very least. It's really brought this conflict, the Iranian-Israeli conflict, into uncharted territory.
The first strikes hit areas throughout Iran, including...
Did Israel really have the drones within Iran, apparently inside of a shipping container? Who knows? That's what Ukraine did with Russia. It's possible because Iran is that's a big fucking country. Maybe it's easy to sneak stuff into the country. I'm not sure.
Like
I mean, given what they did with Hezbollah in the pagers, the Mossad is for international stuff, right? The Mossad in Israel seems to have, at this point, an incredibly sophisticated foreign intelligence operation and an incredibly sophisticated ability to carry out like a combination of foreign intelligence, precision, targeted attacks in conjunction with like intelligence, surveillance, recon that guides their airplanes and stuff too. Their ability to do like pinpoint precision attacks on really valuable assets in other countries seems very scary right now if you're an enemy.
Uncharted territory.
The first strikes hit areas throughout Iran, including several key nuclear and military sites. Now, Iran is hitting back. But Tehran is entering this conflict in a weaker position than it held in the past. Here's what its military capabilities look like.
And then also just remember, from my feeling is like the map is just constantly getting weaker and weaker for, is there a name for, like you have the Gulf states, is there a name for like that area north of the Gulf, like Iran, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq? Is there a name for that? Whatever you call like that group of countries. Is it Persia? I don't know if you say Persia, but I think the map is just getting weaker for all of those people. Remember, it has like, think about all the recent geostrategic wins for Israel. You've got an obliterated Hamas, and a Hamas that's been so obliterated, like their leadership is getting killed everywhere, is already dead, right? All three top guys for Hamas and more are dead. So Hamas's capabilities have been severely degraded or completely obliterated. Hezbollah in South Lebanon has been severely degraded, maybe completely gone. The leadership in Hamas, Israel's wanted these guys for a long time, and it got him. Nasrallah, leader for Hezbollah, Israel's wanted for a long time, and they got him, right? The Lebanese government is starting to stand up to these people. Assad is gone, who was a big supporter and worked alongside Hezbollah. Assad is gone, and Syria is like reconfiguring in a way that's probably more favorable to Israel. Iraq is, who the fuck knows what's going on in Iraq. And then for Iran, and then the Houthis are just kind of doing whatever, slowly starving to death, not really accomplishing much, and just generally living in caves and being losers down here. So the map is getting worse and worse for Iran. And then their big backer, Russia, is now getting their shit pushed in somehow by Kyiv, but who knows how. They're just, it's the Ukrainian, I shouldn't say that, the Ukrainian armed forces are doing work. So if you're Iran, like the map is getting worse and worse and worse. You had your Abraham Accord. Egypt and Jordan are still cool with Israel. Saudi Arabia was already, I think, looking to Israel. Everything is just getting worse for you. Your situation is decaying. You've got a hostile U.S. president who is the biggest Israeli simp, literally, of all fucking time. You're just kind of fucked, I think.
Iran. Here's what its military capabilities look like. Iran's supreme leader leads Tehran's large military operation, 2 branches of its own military, and a network of proxies that extend outside of its borders.
Aren't we underestimating Iran? I feel like a protracted war with them is way harder for Israel than most people think. There's not going to be a protracted ground war. They don't share a border, so marching armies over this distance is never happening. Israel doesn't want or need one. They just want to sufficiently degrade Iran's nuclear capabilities, really. That's it. I don't even know if they have fucking airplanes in this country. Jesus. Iran operates via proxy armies. Now, I only read one profile on him in a little bit, so maybe I'm overestimating this, but the prior leader of the Al-Quds force, the foreign interference, basically the Iranian version of the Mossad, that Soleimani, he was a legend. This guy was supposedly an incredibly effective leader in leading proxy armies across the Middle East on behalf of Iran. And him being assassinated by the United States in Trump's first term was probably quite a bit of a setback, I think, to Iranian proxy forces. So that guy dying, and then Iran just prefers to conduct itself using proxy militaries. That's just how it's worked. I don't know of any major conflict since, when was the Iran-Iraq war? Was that in the 70s? I don't know anything about this fucking war. In 82? Oh, 80s, 80 to 88. Since this major ground war, Iran, I don't think, is ever trying to fight a conventional war. So.
In the past, these proxies have been Iran's first line of defense.
The Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s was devastating to Iran. It convinced them that they never wanted war to return to Iran. So dealing with the proxies kept war away from Iran's doorstep. Israel has already kind of laid the groundwork for this attack against Iran by either destroying or severely degrading Iran's proxies in Gaza and in Lebanon. So much so that they're
Fuck
basically
DGG, stealer of
no
opinions.
longer potent military forces. The difference now is that Iran is all alone. And when Iran is all alone, it really only has one option to hit Israel, and that's to use its missiles and drones.
Iran has sophisticated missiles that can strike at various ranges and reach well into Israel. Israel's ambassador to the United States told...
Why do you think Israel chose to strike Iran's nuclear sites, knowing they didn't have the bunker busters to actually destroy them? Was it just a way to force the U.S. to join? I don't know if the U.S. is ever joining here. Maybe to show Iran that it knew where the reactors and stuff were, or maybe they have follow-up attacks planned, or maybe they are just degrading the capabilities enough that they can't continue their operations, or...
Told CNN that Iran has
considerable volume of ballistic...
Which side will pro-Palis take on this one? There's no way they support the Iranians. What? Of course they do. What? Everybody, all the tankies in the West support Iran, 100 million%. They think they should get nuclear weapons, 100%.
Ambassador to the United States told CNN that Iran has
considerable volume of ballistic missiles, somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,000.
Ballistic...
Is there a chance that a coalition forms between Iran and a bordering state like Egypt or Syria to suppress Israel? Absolutely not. With Assad, maybe, but with the new Syria, I don't think so. And Egypt just gets money from the U.S. Egypt just is big chilling and they do their own thing. Egypt, I don't think has any desire to start shit with Israel. It's what a waste of time, I would imagine. It would be on there.
That Iran has
considerable volume of ballistic missiles, somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,000.
Ballistic missiles are large and destructive, but its arsenal also includes less powerful and less expensive cruise missiles and drones, which can fly low and be hard to detect. In previous strikes, Iran has used a mixture of these missiles to overwhelm Israel's defense system.
Iran tries to do when it attacks Israel is to shoot all of these things at once. So you have things flying at different levels, at different trajectories, at different speeds, which is meant to saturate radar system.
Why do Western lefties love Iran and hate Saudi Arabia? Because Saudi Arabia is seen as friendly to the West, especially to America, and Iran is seen as adversarial to the West and friendly to Russia. So they like Iran and they hate Saudi Arabia. Really, like Hassan gave the whole game away when he said that any position the U.S. has on something, if you take the opposite position, you're more likely to be in the right. That is literally how they define all their political positions when it comes to foreign policy. Unironically, just America bad.
Right? So that Israel has to pick and choose to knock this down, to knock that down. But with all of that, you're hoping that something gets through.
Iran state.
I just don't understand how you can barely see Israel on the map and somehow they've whipped all their neighbors into being their bitch. I mean, if you think about it, the history of the Ottoman Empire means that the individual like Arab precincts didn't really have a bunch going for them when it comes to military preparedness and the ability to conduct warfare. And after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire and this kind of like dream of this pan-Arab state pops up, even though the Arabs kind of want that to happen, they all kind of have their own things going on. They all have their own kind of like aspirations. They don't actually see themselves as a unified Arab bunch, even though they pretend to. And then they just don't have the same military experience. All of the Jews that went to Israel initially, from your first few aliyahs up to 48, all of those Jews were from Europe and stuff. And they had been fighting in World War I, fighting in World War II. They were like very Western-minded. The nation of Israel was built on this concept of, like labor Zionism. We have to work to build our shit. This is going to be like merit-based. Everybody's going to do everything. We've got women working. We've got men working. And Arab armies were very much like, seniority, and this guy's chill and my friend, and there's like more corruption, less like formal strategic thinking and everything. And then kind of like they just always assumed that numbers would be enough to carry them through war. And I don't think the Arab states until like the 70s kind of became more military minded to actually fight coherently against Israel. So that's why Israel survived so much early on, was, I would argue, factions between the different Arab states, and then just the inability of Arabs to conduct warfare in an effective manner like the Jewish people, the more Western approach to war could.
You're hoping that something gets through.
Iran staged a retaliatory attack on Tel Aviv and a number of Israeli bases in October after Israel killed Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Roughly 180 missiles were launched, and some were able to penetrate the defense system, but no deaths were reported.
Most of the missiles that got through, landed sort of in parts of the military bases that were not occupied. Patches of sand or a runway or, a warehouse, but they didn't do significant damage.
When Israel launched the recent strikes on Tehran, it hit some residential areas. Later, Iran launched a barrage of missiles aimed at populated areas in and around Tel Aviv and breached the defense system.
Those types of attacks would have a lot less strategic utility.
Does this confirm Iran purposely didn't hit anything when they sent 300 missiles last year? Why? I don't think they. I think Iran just lobs ballistic missiles and hopes to hit anything. I don't think they're like trying to target specific stuff. Like I said, I doubt they even have the capability to, with precision, attack stuff that would give them any kind of actual strategic advantage. They're just trying to do some kind of damage, I think, to take as a victory back to their people.
But they could be much more devastating to Israel in the sense that they could kill dozens, hundreds of people.
Because Iran needs to launch so many missiles in order to make that breach happen, the battle comes down to numbers.
Even though they have thousands of missiles, because they have to fire hundreds of missiles each time in order to penetrate Israel's defenses.
So why does nobody condemn Iran for firing missiles indiscriminately at Tel Aviv like Hamas? Because nobody gives a fuck about people in the Middle East unless you're Israel. Like everybody else does crazy, horrible shit all the time, but nobody will ever criticize any of them. I mean, like other people who are like pro-Israel will criticize them, but everybody else doesn't give a fuck.
Fire hundreds of missiles each time in order to penetrate Israel's defenses.
What stops countries from getting nuclear weapons? Is it like gate-kept information? It seems like if they really wanted to, anyone could. Anybody can, but the thing is you can't hide the fact that you're trying to get nuclear weapons. The process of enriching uranium is a massive, energy-intensive process that's going to be visible basically to anybody on the planet. And when people start to see you going for nuclear weapons, everybody gets really ass-pained, and then everybody stops you from doing it, basically.
Hundreds of missiles each time in order to penetrate Israel's defenses. It's not really a stockpile that would allow them to sustain a long, drawn-out conflict.
What's the counter argument to the lefty Israeli human shield's talking point? Nobody knows what a human shield is, and lefties are retarded when they bring it up. Israel definitionally can't use human shields because all of their opponents in the area love to kill civilians, so it doesn't make sense. A human shield only counts as a human shield if you intend to gain an advantage by using it. Israel would never place a military base near a civilian area with the hopes that an opponent wouldn't attack it because they might kill civilians, because nobody in that area gives a fuck about killing Israelis anyway, so like...
That would allow them to sustain a long, drawn-out conflict that was fought through the air.
But Israel also can't fully defend itself on its own. In the recent attacks and in both of Iran's attacks on Israel last year, the U.S. assisted in intercepting the missile barrages. Other allies have also offered assistance.
To Steelman, is Iran just not supposed to respond to Israel striking them if they don't have the ability to precisely target Israel? I mean, by rules of war, technically you're not supposed to if it's indiscriminate, but I mean, like, realistically, I mean, I understand why Iran would respond. They kind of have to, right? I mean, yeah, they kind of have to. Are they targeting Israeli defense buildings in Tel Aviv? Do you think they just lob missiles into Tel Aviv? I think they just lob missiles. I don't think they have the ability to precision target anything inside of a city. I don't believe they do. Still on and nothing ever happens? Yeah, I am. Yila's Instagram story. Female pilot who participated in the attack on Iran. Israeli women heroes. Oh yeah, you can't never... They can't push their luck too far on this. Israel can't really, or unless you're like an Israeli, you can never celebrate any kind of military success or whatever, because every single military attack that Israel does is always going to be bad on every single person, so. Doesn't Iran have cruise missiles? Those are pretty targeted. My guess is if they do, they're probably limited in number. And I think the only way Iran can overcome the Israeli air defenses is to overwhelm it, so they don't have like thousands of cruise missiles they can send. I think those are usually pretty expensive, no? I've always been a supporter of Ela and Ethan in the podcast. I know they don't mean harm in the way they intend to say things about Iran, but just as passionate as I feel to be an Israeli, I feel as an Iranian. The Iranian government is absolute dog shit, and the mullahs that run it are diabolical tyrants, and I agree with them. The most Iranians hate their own government, but don't forget that a lot of us still have family there, just as you do in Israel. We went 2 nights without hearing from our family members, not knowing if they're okay or not, because the internet has been cut there. So I'm not sure if the best words to call one of the pilots who carried out the attacks is a hero, because I will not say the same for the Iranian... This is retarded. I don't know. Whatever. Don't know. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care about any of this. Okay. Ela apologized. I would like to apologize for the recent story I reshare about the female Israeli pilot being a hero. It came off as glorifying violence. You could never celebrate any military success ever. Based. Steelman for Iran getting nukes. If they get nukes and start nuking everybody, we don't have to hear shit about the Middle East anymore. So you don't believe the war between the Islamic Republic of Iran and Israel is a religious war? If I had 65 IQ, I would believe that.
Right.
Someone noticed a rifle in the backpack of the Salt Lake City shooting suspect and prevents tragedy. Who was there another shooting or something, or what? Did I not hear about this 2 hours ago?
It's a rifle right here.
Hey, right there.
This guy, I just grabbed this from this guy. He's right there. Get on the fucking ground.
Oh, Jesus.
Get on the ground. Get out. That's a fucking rifle. That's a fucking goddamn rifle. That guy has fucking blood on his hands. No, I'm staying right here. Come on, Mike. Come on. Guys, get back, get back, get back, get back. Hey, out here, out there, out here. Stay here. Come here. Yeah.
What? Did this guy start shooting someone, or what? They say shooting suspect. Shots were fired late last evening at a protest at Salt Lake City. Oh, damn. He shot and killed one guy and then ran away to hide in the crowd. During the protest, a guy in all black had fired at least 3 rounds, with one hitting a guy in the head, killing him. A civilian fired back at the shooter in like crowds of people. Are there videos of this? Seemingly grazing him at least, but the shooter ran into the crowd to get away. The people in this video were hiding because the cops were on the hunt for the shooter. The badass in this video saw a bag with a rifle in it where these guys were hiding with the dude in all black beside it, seemingly trying to blend in with the crowd. He casually walked up to grab it before the guy even noticed. He calls the cops over, who were already hunting for the suspect. The guy who grabbed the rifle bag also yells that he has blood on his hands, and we see images later. The guy seen here does have a bloody injury on his back. That's a good indication he was the shooter and not just a random protester packing heat. Damn. Damn.
Yeah, we're not fucking. It's a rifle right here. Yeah, we're not. Yeah, we're.
Oh, so this guy just grabs the dude's bag with the rifle in it?
Hey, right there. This guy, I just grabbed this from this guy. He's right there.
Jesus.
Get on the ground.
Thoughts on open carry at protests? It's fucking, I hate open carry, so I don't know. What do you want me to say? Jesus, bro, what are you doing? So stupid. Please just remember these and keep these as examples. Fuck. I need a tweet to make fun of Ashley Babbitt today. It's so predictable, too. This was today. Nightmare on Wall Street. I think it's like an okayly funny tweet. But these people get so fucking ass pained when you say anything about any of the deaths on their side. Like, they get so ass pained. A sitting U.S. senator. Don't know anything about guns, never lived in a place where they're common. What's wrong with open carry? Genuine question. Personally, I feel like if firearms are involved, you want everybody to kind of be like chill and calm. So when people open carry, I think even in America, seeing a gun just makes people nervous. So it makes everybody a little bit more tweaky. And then you lose like your whole strategic advantage of having a firearm if everybody can fucking see it on you. And it's just stupid. People could grab it. I just think it does. This is what happens when Marxists don't get their way. I love, too, how conservatives are. Walz urges Democrats to be a little meaner and bully the shit out of Trump. Wow. Wow. Did Walz really say that? He urges Democrats to be a little meaner. Oh, my God. But isn't concealed carry scary? What do you mean? It's concealed. No one knows you have it. What are you talking about? Comrades now confirming the No Kings organizers across different chapters have called cops on their own and used the cops C*PS to solve conflicts. The same org telling y'all to show up to a nationwide protest only using USA flags. Insert shockedpikachu.jpg. Oh no. He mad.
The LA riots. We're gonna know.
I can't believe you.
We gotta know. We gotta know.
Yesterday, I could have punched all of you in the car.
Why? Because I was right?
Felix.
Because you were wrong. You were wrong.
Felix, you don't put soldiers in your own country. Ever.
Oh, they go to other countries instead.
You can do that. You don't put soldiers. That's why it's called National Guard. Hey, when I was a kid, what was it? September or May? No, May.
So what do you do then?
1970. National Guard shows up. They shoot all these kids in college.
Okay. But I gotta ask though. If I lived in LA, right, and I was driving to work and people were blocking the highway, what about that? What about that?
You'd be pretty pissed off.
I'd be pretty pissed off. So what happens when you can't control that anymore?
So how do you protest?
Oh, you do a peaceful demonstration, right? Where you voice your opinion in respectful, civil ways, and you use all of your rights
Like January 6th.
True. January 6th, it was a disaster.
Okay.
That's the range of scenario. It's not like whether or not they were dug in, opposed versus intimately involved. There's a little bit of like gray, like wiggle room, flexibility within that space. And I think you're right, Scott, that that President Trump, like most leaders around the world, like success and want to be associated with success and strength and daring.
100%.
And I've personally heard President Trump, for instance, be critical of Israel after October 7th, soon after October 7th, where he thought Israel looked like a paper tiger, and they did. And at the same time, I've heard him marvel at what Israel accomplished with the pager attack and completely change his view. And I think there's a tendency, and I see this a lot in.
Oh, hi, what's up?
Hello, hello?
Hi,
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm not using my microphone, so it might sound shit. Sorry about that.
No,
but it's been a while. Things happened since then.
Indeed.
Or are you fully in the nothing happens camp?
With Iran and Israel?
Yeah, I am actually, but just
Oh.
wanted your opinion.
Yeah, no, I don't think. I think it'll be like last time. But I could also be wrong.
Yeah, a bit of smashing back and forth, perhaps, but with Ukrainians are super cheerful, obviously, because getting Iran smacked is just comfort. It's comforting. People enjoy that shit, but other than that, it's just that even if they bomb like a fuck ton of like the Shahed producing factories, and also I heard they nuked the guy who was one who signed up the deal with Russia in 22 for giving them Shahed drones. So as someone who's like daily bombed by Shahed drones, I appreciate that he's dead. But not going to help us that much, honestly, because most of their shit has been in Russia in like a year already, like Geran, things like that. They're basically Shaheds, but like Russia made. And also they make them in North Korea. So really doesn't help, honestly, like at least from what experts I heard say.
Yeah.
But just watching that shit burn is quite pleasant, not going to lie. So there's that. But no World War III, I think, again. So I don't know. Yeah. How do you rate our spiderweb operation?
I thought it was pretty good. I give it a 8.5 out of 10.
You couldn't give it a 10.
Well, yeah, it's not like you won the
taking
war
down-
with it. Listen, when I'm just kidding, not Putin, but like.
Okay. It is good though. Let's all agree. Like 34% of strategic bombers is pretty fucking good.
All right, really cost-effective, long-term operation, shows good special operations, logistics planning, technological savvy, cost-effectiveness. It was a good operation from top to bottom for sure, 100%. Yeah.
A bunch of extremely intelligent people in the West, in particular in the United States, called it a terrorist attack. So
yeah, every single thing that
I'm
like
down
anybody
on
in the
this.
West does is always a terrorist attack. And then when the other side does it, it's always understandable. So that's just don't like it. You got to block the lefties.
Yeah.
Okay, just stop. Just block the lefties. Yeah.
I am trying, okay? I am trying. But it's not just leftists. There was like a MAGA people as well. I can block half the country, okay? So it's just a little bit difficult. But yeah, there was like a bunch of funny shit. People were like, oh, that's like a terrorist attack. And you're like, why? And like also like, I understand like with Israel, sometimes they talk about like, people being killed, civilians and things like that. But in this case, even that didn't happen. There was like a bunch of dudes that got exploded by walking in a car, one of the trucks, basically. I don't know why the fuck they went in, like Russian dudes.
Yeah.
But they exploded. But it's like the least amount of casualties possible with the maximum amount of incredibly epic damage to bombers that were already loaded, by the way.
Yeah, I
for
saw
the
that.
attack.
There's a Purin video on it, and some of them already had like, missiles and everything on them. Yeah.
Yeah, so they were like about to go on a big bombing, mamba jamba in the night as per usual. So that was very, very, very good. Everyone got like celebrated, shit faced, all the classic. But then we got like 56 explosions in Kharkiv. I mean, which I kind of expected, that they will, throw a temper tantrum of some sort, obviously. But 56 in 2 hours. Like, that's a lot, even by my standards. I was like, in the corridor just basically from 3 to 5, from, to 5 until the morning, and like 56 explosions. Cobs, like guide bombs, drones, ballistics, all at the same time. I couldn't even understand, like, where the fuck is everything exploding? I usually can tell, but this time it was so much that I couldn't tell. Like, it just felt like everything was on fire.
Yeah.
And pretty nasty. And the next day, they are also, by the way, just a fun fact, like 40 drones flew directly above my place. I had once.
Like you can see it on like a flight tracker, or you just like hear them going over, or?
I hear them. Hear them like go over, yeah. And they didn't do this like motion when they do this like piqué. I don't know how it's called exactly in English, but they're like do this like dive basically, and then they explode.
Okay.
And this dive is a very particular sound, pretty loud. And I was like legitimately like I very, very, very terrified. But then I was like, I feel absolutely nothing. This point after the like 20th one, I can't even be scared because I'm so like stupefied basically but by the amount of like explosions that my brain like went moosh. I just looked at the wall the entire time. Like the capacity to be terrified, I guess, is only can last for so long before you're kind of like numb.
Yeah.
So that was not fun.
Trauma and PTSD will eventually set in. I mean, yeah, not the best thing, but yeah,
yes. You think? I don't know actually. Like I'm like adamant that I don't have it, but I might be wrong. I don't know. So I'm like I'm functioning very well, so I can't complain. About the it doesn't really like impair anything I'm doing. Sure. So in that sense, I can't really complain that much. I'm feeling pretty good, but sometimes like things just get rough. Obviously, plus sleeping like is pretty impossible because I'm just like my brain just refuses to be. I don't know. There's just some stupid thing. Like I can't really. I'm like afraid to die like while I'm asleep. So I don't know like why, because technically like being conscious when you'll be bombed and being like asleep technically doesn't really matter. You like will still die. I mean, if it like hits directly your apartment, but just something about it, like not having like any control because I'm asleep is just very, I don't know, it's like difficult because of that. I'm not like afraid when I'm not sleeping, but I'm like super duper afraid to fall asleep and then get bombed. I don't know. That's wild. Most people just sleep through it. So It's not like every Ukrainian is insomnia bane like me. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the news, I guess.
Damn. Hopefully, I don't really know what to say. Hopefully, I have no hope for anything on this planet right now. But I mean, hopefully there's more Russian planes getting bombed, and hopefully we are. I mean, like maybe there was this world that I said like a year and a half ago where if Ukrainian SBU's deepfake Putin, saying Trump is a small dick, maybe Trump would turn. It is kind of funny that Trump is starting to get, although I guess he goes back and forth a little bit, but Trump has been getting like increasingly mad at Putin. They even made that truth where he's like, I don't know if Putin was trying to trick me the whole time or wasn't being serious or what's going on.
That was sad.
Like an actual fucking.
I actually felt bad reading that. Yeah, she's like a fucking like boyfriend being upset. That's actually kind of I don't know. It made me like kind of go aw when I read it. He's like, Putin, I think Vladimir, he might be actually possibly mayhaps lying to me. He was upset. So yeah, but at the same time, he always says like Zelensky is no better. Like I'm super disappointed like with their their attack, and he basically gave like blanket permission to bomb us after that. He said like he was on the phone with Putin, and Putin told him that he will retaliate, and he's like they gave him like this attack spider web gave them the Putin the like permission and reason to like bomb the hell out of them. I think he said of Ukraine. And I'm like, did he need it before? Like like I'm not gonna like be that like terrified because he literally was doing the exact same shit like before since 22, like 100, 200 missiles. Like in Israel, they missed I believe 7 ballistics or something like that this time. That actually smacked, and I was like, that's like a very good day in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Like 7 ballistics is like chill Tuesday, we call it, okay? Relaxed Wednesday, I don't know, whatever. So it's just was very jealous, I will admit, watching how their shit like was working and like intercepting shit, and like most of the missiles were take down pretty much almost all drones, I believe. So yeah, well, I wish we could do that instead of stopping them with our face. But, well, we ain't Israel, obviously, so.
Well.
Not gonna work like that, I imagine.
Hope for the best.
Anytime soon.
Hopefully the European stuff comes through somehow, in some way. Hopefully Russia tires itself out or somehow, some way. And, yeah, I mean, I hope for the best.
They're trying to go for a major breakthrough, I think, in like Sumy region mostly, but also like in Kharkiv and in Dnipro, 2 oblasts. 3, Sumy, Kharkiv, and Dnipro. But they're like sort of successful in Sumy right now, unfortunately, which is very bad because most people in Sumy, in the city, are super afraid that they will go close enough to be in artillery range, which is the worst thing ever because then they start just bombasting like artillery like they did with Kharkiv in 22 before counteroffensives. That's like the worst case scenario because there's no rhyme or reason at all. It's just all over the city you just get artillery shells. So that's really not good for Sumy, obviously. And I don't know how that will turn out. Our guys are trying very hard to push them back now, but we haven't received like pretty much aid for 5 months now, I think, again. So I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty difficult. We will see how it goes. With Kharkiv, I'm not particularly worried that they will be closer. But with Sumy, I am, yeah. Also, they're doing some mad shenanigans, like moving a bunch of troops and equipment to Belarus. So maybe they will try to do something from there, like north to Kyiv, I think. But people like panicking that they will attack the Baltics, but I think it's like, people just
there's no shot
losing
in the
their
world.
shit.
Yeah, that would be so stupid.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also don't believe that. But in the attacking maybe like going like for Kyiv direction again, maybe. But I don't know. It just doesn't make that much sense considering they're not having that much success in the current 3 waves they're doing. So I don't know. We shall see, I guess. But yeah, also our boy Hassan fucking lost it again, like with Iran. I watched a little bit of his clips, to be honest, not the entire thing. But there was like this thing that he called, people have sent me, Jelani in Syria, like Jelansky or something like that.
Wait, I don't understand. Wait, what?
Jelansky? It's Hassan called new leader of Syria, Jelani.
Oh, because he's saying
Jelansky?
Yeah, it's crazy because for Hassan, like, if you watch these people do like social media, like they legitimately get. It's not as bad with Ukraine, Russia as it is with Israel stuff. But like whenever Iran like bombs Israel or like when Israeli hostages are killed, the people are like excited and happy, and it's like very demented and very crazy. Like I can understand if you want to hate the West or whatever, but like when you get to the point where you're cheering on Iran or like the people that are kind of like cheering on Russia, it's like, well, come on, what's going on here, guys? What are we doing? It's really cringe. Yeah.
Yeah, but also like I don't understand. Was he like trying to make it sound like Zelensky because Zelensky is like also like a Jewish American puppet, or like according to him, I guess, or he was just like memeing that Jew that he's pro-Israel. Like I just what the fuck? Like genuinely, like this, like very very unhinged. Considering this is
People are saying
guys
that
like
on Twitter. They say that they look alike apparently. So Jelani plus Zelensky equals Jelonsky or whatever is what people are saying.
Oh, so all Semites look alike, I guess.
I don't know.
I don't think they look alike. They're just dudes with dark hair and dark eyes. That's it. There's the only thing that's very similar.
Oh, holy shit! Never mind. I
well-
just got a picture of these guys. I think they actually do look pretty similar. If Zelensky grew his beard out a lot
Dude,
more,
you're racist.
100%. Yeah,
You're
is he a little shaggier? Yeah, I would buy it. Yeah, for sure. I'd say so.
Oh my god, Americans.
I'd say so.
Actually, unironically racist. They're like, them Semites are all identical, okay?
I feel like this is close.
Well, ears are kind of similar, I will say. The ears are similar, okay, I give you that. Yeah, well, anyway, also he went with like comparison, like basically saying that Iran in this situation is Ukraine, which I found hilarious.
Oh,
like,
I was
very
watching
funny.
that because he was giving these explanations. I'm like, wait, none of this makes sense. I don't understand what he's saying in terms of them attacking for no reason. Like, what is? And then I realized, I think I was like 15 seconds into listening to him explain. I was like, oh, in Hassan's example, Iran is Ukraine and Israel is Russia. I see. Yeah, yeah. So, oh my God, it's actually so stupid, dude. Yeah, it's
Yeah. It was, especially as a Ukrainian, is extra hilarious because Iran is like, basically full-on ally of Russia and like the main producer of the weaponry they use against us every day, like literally every day. Like I haven't been a day that they haven't used Shahid on my city and my region. So it's just pretty funny, but also like unhinged. I guess his logic is that Israel attacked Iran. So in this situation, Russia attacked Ukraine, I guess. Like that's basically it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, he was like, regional powers, like, they need to be taught the language of strength. And you're like, Iran is literally a regional power. Like, bro, like, they're not like an innocent little small country that is being bullied by everyone stronger than them. Like it's just they're literally like amplifying all the fucking jihadi fucking mercenary assheads that they can find,
Yeah.
that are doing like mass atrocities in multiple countries at the same time, as mostly against other Arab people and Syrians, and that's just whatever,
It's pretty dumb.
who cares about them, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Syria, I think if you listen to that guy, it seems like he's not happy that Assad is no longer there. So
Yeah,
I don't
well,
know.
again, as long as they're against the West, everybody likes them. So like Hassan is like pro Houthis, he's pro Hezbollah, he was pro Assad, like they all are. It's just how it works. Yeah.
But he also is like, Assad was also chill with Israel. So I don't know.
Was Assad chill with?
Why Jolani?
I don't think Assad and
He
Israel
was
got.
pretty chill.
Maybe Chillin so far
Like,
as
there
like
wasn't-
they were spending like 15 years in his own civil war in his own country, maybe. So he was not like as.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So
Oh,
it wasn't
sure.
like Assad was like, on a war mission against Israel, like
Oh,
Iran
sure.
was or something like.
'Cause his own shit was getting
so
fucked up
busy
about, yeah.
killing half million people in his own country. So it's like it's quite he had like two things. Like killing his own citizens with chemicals and hanging them publicly, and also spending all the time with the 100,000 cars he had in his garage. So it's like you don't have time. You don't have time for everything on the anti-Jew missions, I guess. But yeah, just a bit weird. Yeah. And last thing, what your thoughts on the protests that are happening in the U.S.?
I mean, I thought they were nice. I thought they were pretty good. Yeah.
No King thing seems cool. Like No King's thing, I saw like a lot of people participated. I don't know exact number, but people said like millions participated. Like
Yeah, it was a
all
lot
over
of
the
people. There wasn't any
Yeah.
crazy like violent shit going on.
Yeah, and they have American flags for once.
Yeah, which is good. Yeah,
I was
I feel
like,
like we need
"Yay,
more.
they
We need
learned."
more organizers, and we need more like actual goals with our protests. I think in the United States we've kind of forgotten how to organize and protest effectively because we don't make good demands, and then we don't have like good leaders to kind of like shepherd the people into effective protests. So we just kind of get out and show that we're mad, and then it feels like it's a little bit directionless.
Yeah.
But it was good. I mean, yesterday was good, but
At the beginning it was giga cringe because it seems like a fuck ton of like commies were running around.
for a
That
couple days
seems
I
to
was like
be
LA kind of, but
yeah. Yeah, I was not happy with that because it like looked like straight up rioting, looting with just we hate America, fuck all cops, and yeah, it's not protest to make America better. It's protest because you hate it. Like it's not gonna like amplify your message, and the most importantly, not gonna attract the majority of people on your side, which is what you want.
Yeah.
If you want like some successful, thing to be done. And there's like no rhyme or reason, like burden of the fucking flags, fucking Palestinian shit. What was it doing there? Like for like what reason? Like there was like a lot of like weird stuff. I was like, annoyed by it. But then it kind of like libs actually like popped off, it seems. Finally.
Yeah.
Do something.
I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot of
so that's
like
good.
center left people out there. They just need to feel like they can go. Like I don't think there's a lot of Democrats out there that want to join like a protest that's obsessed with like pronouns in Gaza or whatever. But the protest yesterday,
Yeah.
I mean, there were like I've seen anywhere from up to 10 million people were involved. Like one of the largest protests in U.S. history. So I mean, they're out there. They just need their voices just need to be made like heard a little bit more. Yeah.
Also, the messaging is pretty cool, like no king's thing, and like all the stuff I wrote like on the boards was like very much about America, about like the fact that immigrants make you great, like amplifying that sort of message. It seems like wholesome and good, something that can attract people. Because like I have experience in that, obviously, with my dad being, huge successful revolution. But it's just that really aimless, it seems, in most cases, and also like we really wanted to attract the majority population. That was like one of the main things, and it's like it annoys the fuck out of me that the leftoids, they just despise the majority population, because they're leftist.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they pretend that they are for the small people, for the proletariat, whatever, right? So they're for the working rights people, but when actually it comes to that, they really don't like the majority population because it's not common enough, I guess.
Yeah.
So because of that, it just becomes silly because when we started protesting, we were like, especially like in Kharkiv, we were like minority, and people thought that we are like, I don't know, drug addicts, like retard youngsters who have nothing better to do with their time, which is what usually people think about the protesters, if I'm honest, right? But it was up to us to show them that we actually have a good goal, that we don't want to tolerate this like corrupt oligarch, tyrannical fuck, that it will not be allowed, right? And that beating up our people and getting away with it and refusing our rights to process, to assembly, refusing European Union, road to European Union is not what we want. We want different. We want no corruption. We want working institutions. We want to move towards European Union, not towards Russia. And we don't want police state with police brutality and Belarus situation going on. So that was pretty fucking clear, and it also united like everyone. So you had like Eurosceptic losers being like, we don't want European Union, but they still didn't want Yanukovych. Okay, so that's uniting, right? You have like very far right people, for example, who are like super duper like nationalist types, and they like might disagree with a lot of European stuff, like all the Western degeneracy gay situation, but also they don't want Yanukovych and they hate Russia. So we all agree on that, right? And then you have like anarchist leftoid people who don't agree with all of those people, but they don't want tyrannical dictator Yanukovych still. So it kind of like, kind of united everyone under the banner, essentially. Like a regular person was just upset to see like students being beat up to a pulp, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Some people really wanted European Union because of all the opportunities it will give us to stop being like monkeys in a zoo, essentially, and being allowed to visit European countries, to work there, all of that like regular person stuff. Also didn't want Yanukovych and didn't want to move towards Russia because that was like absolute opposite from what they wanted as a future of our country, obviously.
Yeah.
To be more like Poland, Czechia, all that, instead of being more like Belarus and Russia, obviously, right? So so I feel like that's just something like that really is about that at the end of the day, like why everything works so well. We also were very good like at organizing and trying to not provoke police first and special forces. So we only like attacked them after they attacked us, which is a little bit annoying to get like smashed, obviously. But unfortunately, it's kind of what you have to do. You kind of have to take hits.
Yeah, I mean, those were the
as a
videos that were
protester.
going like viral over the rest of the world, right? It was what are they called? The Bekut or Bekrut? What are they called? The yellow jacket?
Birkut, yeah,
they were shooting at like
Berkut, yeah.
protesters and stuff behind like tin, trash can lids and stuff. Those were the videos that went mega viral. And I think that's
Yeah,
what pushed you guys to like
yeah.
actually kicking Yanukovych out. Yeah.
Yeah, and also like 100 people plus died, and obviously that's bad and very sad when it happened, when first deaths happened. But also like kind of was needed to amplify the voice and to attract the nation, because we started with people like spitting at us, unironically, like actually spitting on us, to being glued to the TV screens and crying when protesters died.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like a move you want to shift the whole like perspective of the people, and even people who didn't participate, they helped with like clothing, because it was cold as fuck, like minus 20 degrees Celsius, shit. So yeah, they helped with food, with clothing. They helped with like keeping people there, and people would like change each other, which was also very effective. So some people would like stay for 1 week, other people would come stay for another week. Just basically like doing this sort of collaborative effort to never be moved from the square, because otherwise it will all end it.
Yeah.
We couldn't retake it, obviously. So, and also not backing down, no matter what, is what inspired many people. So I have like a lot of sort of Vatnik friends at the time who thought that we were paid, which is cringe, but that's what they believed.
Yeah.
But then when they saw people being sniped and being like water cannons in minus 20 degrees, they were like, no, no shot. Nobody's doing that for like 100 or 4,000 hryvnias, our currency. Like nobody's doing that for money.
They make
so
the same
it was like really like
accusations for U.S. protesters that like all of them are getting paid thousands of dollars, and it's like this would be
and all of them do that.
hundreds of millions of dollars. Like there's not a single paycheck that anybody can show as evidence of this. Like what the fuck, guys? Like it's so dumb.
Yeah, conservative people tend to think that it's all paid and not authentic is the word, I think. And they tend to be like, those are like retarded, like jobless junkies, I guess. I don't know, like something like that. That usually tends to be the option, the kind of like the feel, I guess, all over all countries in a broader sense. But yeah, it was just like, it kind of like was crazy how it moved, because I was like afraid to go out with my like Maidan ribbons and all of that, because I would get attacked. And then at the middle of it, people who would like try to harass me would get attacked by other people on the street.
Yeah.
So people would defend you.
Yeah.
And that's like kind of like what you need. It's really what you need, because if it didn't become so popular and so favored by the majority population, it would never have succeeded.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but it wasn't fun, I will say, like getting like spit on and like beaten up and all of that, gassed, all sorts of things, and doing nothing. Like we had like multiple like things when we're like begging the police, essentially trying to ask them to honor the oath to the people, not to the corrupt tyrant, right? And we would like actually talk with them. We will try to appeal to them. Some actually were moved, which is quite interesting, because there was like a whole group that disbanded themselves. They were like sent from Odessa to Kiev to basically beat up the protesters, and they sabotaged their car and never arrived.
Jeez.
So,
okay.
Respect that. Yeah, and also there are like some people who would try to at least like, you could see that in their faces, not all of them were like fucking monstrosities, obviously, right? So some people were like obviously upset, but they were also scared, because always, they would be like of a fuck ton of people, right? can trample you, can like set you on fire, or like all sorts of things. Like obviously, like people would be on edge about that. But yeah, a lot of them were unhinged, though. That's also true because, for example, Berkut or like Grifon in Kharkiv, they were absolutely wild people. They all then ended up joining Russia and just escaping after the annexation of like Crimea and Donbass and all of that. And there was like this one weird situation when they were like trying to just, I remember just standing and they all circled us, basically. They circled us and they were just, screaming at us, beating the bats on their like shields and all of that. And I remember they would scream like with the saliva actually like out of their face and screaming "Khachli" on us, which is a slur against Ukrainians.
Okay, Jesus.
In Ukraine. At us, yes. And I was like so shocked when it happened because I was like, what the fuck is happening? Like those people, they don't even identify with like literally Ukraine at all. They're like, actually like hate Ukraine while being special forces in Ukraine. Yeah, so that was wild shit. But yeah. And they were like dogs on a leash, like waited to be like unleashed, and just bit the shit out of us. That was weird. But a lot of them were not like that. They just were like, following, I guess, orders. Which doesn't make it any like better to get hit by a guy like that than a guy who hates us, I guess, in a way. But yeah, that was quite difficult. I remember we also tackled all the people who were like doing like sabotage shit. So they were like agitators, right? Who would try to agitate the police into attacking. And we also all were like on their ass. So we didn't like allow them to be unhinged because obviously it's not in our interest for armed people to attack us when we are unarmed. So provoking them is not a great idea.
Yeah, you see the same thing happens in some of the US protests as well, yeah.
Yeah, also the optics, like if you want them, if they will attack, then they will attack us without us doing anything to them. Not because we like throw, I don't know, Molotovs or like fireworks at them or some shit, like for no reason. Like when they do attack you, then yeah, sure, go off, right? Defend yourself how you can. But yeah, it's kind of like a balancing game, I guess you could say. And it won favor, so I guess it succeeded. But yeah, leftists are not of that opinion. Unfuck yourselves, I guess, before you unfuck America.
True. Okay.
I guess that's it pretty much.
Yeah, have fun, be careful.
Have a nice stream.
Don't get blown up and...
It's not too fun.
Yeah, we'll talk to you in the future.
Not particularly fun, I will say. But yeah, nice hearing you, and I'm also looking into your like court shit.
Oh,
finally,
that's boring,
I didn't have the time.
Just give it a few months, and then I'll probably do a big write-up at the end of it.
Yeah, but I was like at the middle of that giga moment. Actually, I was like, what to do? Okay. Well, you have 56 explosions. Like, what do I do? I was like, what? The favorite streamer in the house doing?
No.
So I open up and I see the court video, and I'm like, seems fair. Like to listen to all the pornographic like sex tape situation or judge court thing with like weird American shenanigans while I'm getting bombed as fuck. So that's what I did. So I'm up on it now.
Okay, well, hopefully some stuff is made public soon that I can read through, which would be fun. But otherwise, just waiting and waiting.
Yeah.
That's all we do. Yeah.
But happy going. You're like at least getting some closure with the judge, not being unhinged on that, I guess. Yeah. Have a nice evening, day, whatever it is, and yeah, bye.
Yeah, have fun, be careful. Bye. Okay.
In Western capitals, and I see it a lot even among some very strong supporters of Israel around the world. There's a tendency to want Israel to be perceived as the David and not the Goliath. And I understand it, by the way, right? Because you're sitting there and you're thinking, give me a break. It's a country of 10 million people surrounded by enemies that want to wipe it off the map. And it's been in a state of war since its founding, been fighting this since October 7th, it's Seven Front War. Of course, Israel's the David. And you want to tell all of Israel's critics, like, who are you kidding here? But the reality is it's the wrong message. Because in the world of geopolitics, if your goal is to find friends that provide strategic value, or at least start to cultivate what could be future friends, say Saudi Arabia for Israel, they really aren't interested in David. They want to partner with Goliath. Right. They want to piggyback onto strength. If I look at before October 7th, Israel was inching closer and closer to a normalization deal with Saudi Arabia. If you ask yourself why that was happening, why that was moving so fast, if you ask yourself why the Abraham Accords happened, it was because Israel was a technology superpower globally, an economic superpower in the region, and a military and intelligence juggernaut that Saudi wanted to piggyback onto that strength. And that strength, or the perception of the strength, was punctured on October 7th. And I think what you have seen, beginning with the pager attack, if you want to bookend it, to what Israel has just accomplished over the last few days, it's sent a message that Israel is actually a Goliath. And I think countries around the world, leaders around the world say, hey, we want to be with that. We could never do that. That's impressive. We want that. And I think the U.S. government and the president have a similar approach. They're like, of course, wait a minute, that country's our ally? That country's our friend? We like what they're doing. That's impressive. And I will say, in a world in which the U.S., in ways that make me uncomfortable, to be honest, or in a world in which the U.S. is increasingly pulling back from world affairs, and this is a 20-year trend, basically, but obviously we're watching it right now, too, from President Trump's perspective, and the leadership of the U.S., they say, okay, we're pulling back, but that country, Israel, that one's with us. And look what they just did. And in a world in which we're pulling back our resources, it's good to know that they can do what they can do. And so I think, ultimately, in the world of geopolitics and diplomacy, Israel is much better off doing things like it just did. And I think, to your point, the president is like softly supporting something versus watching what plays out and then supporting it very publicly and energetically is the difference between a dazzling operation and one that stumbles.
Yeah, I think a lot about brands, and I think geopolitics is 98% brand and 2% actual hard power, and that is, most people never come in contact with an American or America, but they've heard that we spend $800 billion on a military and have a very strong, our memory is long and our reach is far. And also that we're generally, I think, until recently perceived as the good guys, which makes them more likely to want to do business with us, and they're best.
I mean, the brand is built on your ability to do hard power, right? So of course you don't have to use hard power all the time, but your brand is built on your hard power. When we invaded Iraq, we fucked up Iraq. When we bombed Libya, we fucked up Libya. When we did the Yugoslavia shit, we fucked up. Like, it's not like it's just our brand. Although maybe he means that in a roundabout way, that you don't have to show hard power all the time to make people afraid of your hard power. But
best and brightest universities here, and more likely to alert the American embassy if they hear about a terrorist cell trying to infiltrate U.S. interests. And I think soft power brand, if you will. And I was thinking of the Israeli brand was this peanut butter and chocolate of. It's strange. The world, and you said this, is comfortable with a dead Jew. And that is, I remember that my first exposure to Israel and Judaism was in '72. We were watching the Olympics, and I remember for the first time registering, and my parents looked really upset and concerned. And they were staring at the TV of this guy in an apartment complex on the balcony with a ski mask on, and asking what was going on. And that was, the Munich Olympics and the slaughter of the Israeli athletes. And then, so it was like, okay, they're a victim. And that, I think, really benefited Israel to be seen as you said, as the David, constantly, that anti-Semitism as a light sleeper, and obviously the Holocaust. And then the second part was, I remember I think I was in the 7th grade, us spending an entire class talking about the Operation Entebbe and the rescue, and just quite frankly, how badass that was. And you're a 12-year-old boy, you think, wow, Israel, right? And it strikes me that the brand most recently is more the latter than the former. And
true.
And I think that's a good thing. I think basically Israel said, look, if you get comfortable with dead Jews, you got to start getting comfortable with fighting Jews. And I actually think that is a more advantageous position, that we're going to go on the offense, we are not to be fucked with, and we are very good at what we do. And our men and women in uniform are not only incredibly brave, they're incredibly well resourced. And the people on the ground are very good at what they do. So my sense is I see this, I'm curious to get your take, I see this as the most important. Israel's actions around cutting off the hands of all of these proxies of Iran, whether it's the Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas and now Iran, that similar to what Ukraine has done fighting back against Russia, that they have defanged what was seen as the superpower in the Gulf. And now I would argue that the superpower in the Gulf, hands down, is Israel. The only thing they have that Saudi Arabia has is they don't have oil. Right. But it looks as if in an information economy, you'd rather have an entrepreneurial culture. And you wrote a book on this called Startup Nation. Could this potentially be a real unlock, if you will, around, I'm trying to look at the glass as half empty here, that they come to some sort of agreement with Iran, that Saudi Arabia steps up and says, all right, sucks to be around, they're the power in the region, and this might result in something resembling a sustainable peace?
What we've just witnessed over the last few days, and really I think over the past year, is...
Why was I link this? I don't care. All right.
Israel just went ham.
What is this? Don't care about this. What is this?
We're having our intern take the bar exam into those cars.
Okay, I don't care about this. All right, we'll do this guy, and then we'll do the Peterson-Harris one.
On Iran. Today, we're going to learn how Mossad intelligence agents on the ground inside Iran sabotage their enemy's most precious assets. The gigantic 200 aircraft air campaign overhead, a battle damage assessment of both forces' attacks, and what this might mean for the balance of power in the entire region. Welcome back to Cappy Army. I'm an Iraq veteran and war correspondent. We make weekly videos about wars, weapons, and geopolitics. The first thing you need to know is the Israeli ground sabotage took place in 3 phases. Phase 1 started 8 months ago, when Israeli operatives from Mossad were already inside Iran, living under fake identities. This is when they began work on the mission. For months, they covertly smuggled in drones and explosives through the borders. Ordinary civilian vehicles were then modified in-country so they could launch attack drones. They were attack drone platforms. These disguised, weaponized trucks were then parked at key locations throughout Iran. Each one was placed within...
Oh, crazy. This is kind of similar-ish to the, I guess, a little bit to the Ukraine stuff, huh? Damn, these drones are some serious shit, guys.
20 kilometers of their target so that they were within range. They were focused on knocking out Iran's SAM sites. This means Israeli intelligence was able to get a fix on the location of Iran's radar network and their anti-air systems, and they were able to penetrate perimeter security to get close enough with these vehicles. So on the morning of Friday the 13th, these drones were activated and they flew out the backs of the vehicles to their targets, destroying air defense assets and crippling Iran's air protection. I would say that this is unlike anything we've ever seen before. I would say that this is unprecedented, but this is literally exactly what we just saw Ukraine did with their drones in Russia like a week ago. Now, phase 2 of the attack, though, makes this very different than what we saw in Russia, because at the same time as all this attack drone tomfoolery was happening inside Iran, a covert group of Israeli Special Forces commandos infiltrated on the ground into central Iran, possibly by stealth helicopters or cargo planes that were seen operating in Syria later that day. The commandos avoided local security as they made their way to the remote locations in the desert. Their mission was to destroy Iranian anti-air missile systems. The soldiers used Spike non-line-of-sight missile launchers, which means those mad lads infiltrated to within 30 kilometers of their target. The team of agents fired these remote-controlled munitions and steered them mid-air straight into the air defense systems, knocking them out. Spike missiles have very little signature when they're fired, meaning they're not as loud or as much of a thermal signature as some other weapon systems, which allows them to stay undetected. This system is a perfect tool for the job, since it can be launched from indoors and from concealed spots. The fire and forget mode basically allows the operator to accurately guide that round mid-air onto the surface-to-air missile systems that they were targeting. So Spike missiles have a hit probability of over 95%, and they have a margin of error of less than 1 friggin' meter. I had all of that done in 3D and animated because stuff doesn't make sense to me if I can't see it visually. But these ground attacks were only the beginning phase of this insane operation. Because wait till you see what they have cooked up next. If you're someone posting spicy political memes online, your personal information is probably already exposed. Jesus. This video sponsor, Delete Me, ran my privacy report, and I was freaking shocked. They found 51 pieces of my personal information, including my name, my address, phone number, on 8 different data broker sites, including PeopleWin. Am I allowed to blow those places' names up? Good, fuck them. I mean, seriously, that's my safety we're talking about.
That's
I
safety,
still get death
guys.
threats from people messaging me that they wish the Kremlin would kill me, and they're trying to dox me for that time that I went into Russia. These places are legit f***ed up for sharing that information. Delete Me removed my details, keeping me and my family safe. My privacy advisor got rid of 8 of these listings, and that's time I didn't have to waste digging through sketchy opt-out pages. In total, they saved me about 4.5 hours of work, but really though, the peace of mind is priceless. So fuck these data broker sites with their creepy magnifying glass logo. If you want your data deleted forever, just go to joindeleteme.com/CappyArmy and use code CAPPY to get 20% off. Links in the description. Back to the episode. I know some people prefer to have some IRL proof. Since then, we've learned Iran is warning that these vehicles are what Mossad used. We also believe that they used pickup trucks, smaller vehicles than basically what we saw in Ukraine. So we can see here, actual thermal video footage was released by Israel of their commandos on the ground in Iran using night vision goggles and what appears to be thermal blankets that conceals their thermal signature if they were going to be spotted by Iranian security forces. The fact that Israel released this video footage of their spies operating on Iranian soil is for a reason, I think. Normally, spy agencies bend all the way over backwards to keep their sources and methods under wraps. The likely reason that they chose to reveal this because they wanted to show how ineffective Iran's security is and how they operate with impunity. These agents could have exfiltrated out of there, because I'm always curious about, you go to one of the most dangerous spots, how do you get out of there? I get that they got into there, but how do you get out? So it might have been by helicopter, since Iran's air defense maybe couldn't have picked them up, like they did with the Syrian missile-based raid that they conducted about a year ago. So it's possible cargo aircraft could have picked them up. We saw them flying over Syria the next day. Maybe they recovered them. It appears to me, and everyone watching, that Israel's going for full-on raw dog regime change. All right, let's go into phase 3 of the ground sabotage. Probably the most insane of them all. Since at least 2024, Israeli undercover agents have been working on secretly building a kamikaze drone base inside the heart of the city of Tehran. So they didn't even put it in a mobile launcher site. They were just building it under their noses, right on their soil the whole time. Okay. This was carefully placed right on the outskirts of the city. They call it a base, but it was likely a house, and almost certainly in violation of their HOA.
Destiny, stance on street blockades. In my opinion, it depends on the protest, but in my country, it's so normalized to the point to you can get people blocking a highway because of a neighborhood issue. Fully pro-police intervention there. So, I mean, like, the thing I always say is that, like, if there's an area that has a ton of study and a ton of information that's already been talked about, like, I would be very arrogant to come in and just say, this is how it should be done. So, like, there must be protesters in the past that have talked about effective ways to protest. I'm gonna buy some LOK book. We're gonna fucking read this, okay? My gut feeling is that doing those types of blockades are really bad because it makes ordinary citizens fucking hate you. But maybe there's a reason that I'm not aware of that makes them really effective. I don't know, but that would be my gut feeling. If I was like a working person that had to drive to work and there was like a blockade, I feel like I would, whatever that protest is, I would hate it more than anything in the world. It would never, and there's no world where it's ever bringing me over to its side. So I'm not sure.
Inside the house, there were attack drones programmed to fly at the nearby Iranian base of Esfeh Jabad. This is one of the most well-protected, highly sensitive bases because it's where they have a number of their long-range ballistic missile launchers. The drones were remotely activated by agents in the middle of the night at around 3 a.m. They struck the missile base, and then additional kamikaze drones appear to have targeted high-value generals and scientists living in Tehran. Israel tricked some of Iran's top commanders into gathering in the same place for a meeting. They did this by studying their movement patterns, and then they were able to eliminate them all in this way, according to Israel at least. The goal was to nerf Iran's retaliatory capabilities. The explosive one-way drones targeted surface-to-surface missiles that were going to retaliate against Israel, based on what they'd seen happen in the past. This sabotage took them a year to smuggle commandos and weaponry through their borders. This paved the way for what would happen next. Once Iran's air defense had been hit hard, a massive coordinated air campaign involving 200 Israeli fighter jets attacked. Israel deployed a mix of F-35s, F-16s, and F-15s. They likely traveled through Syria, which right now has limited to no air defense. The F-35s used external fuel tanks likely to extend their range at the cost of stealth. They launched GBU-31 500-pound JDAM precision bombs designed to hit specific targets. In total, they fired something like 330 munitions so far from the air. Now, that was an old estimate as well, so it's probably much higher now. Their special forces had destroyed the city's air defense. The jets had air superiority. They could operate with impunity. There was reportedly...
Would you call what is happening between Israel and Iran a war currently? I don't know. It feels probably not a full-on war, I guess. I don't know if what would we even use that word for? It feels like wars are things to depose leaders, which they could theoretically kind of do, or things that involve like the mobilization of ground armies or the conquering of territory. I don't think they're going to do either of those two things. I don't know. It's just kind of a word. There's not like a strict definition, I think.
Very little activity seen from Iranian air defense. The Israeli Air Force reportedly flew SEAD missions, which are suppression of air defense. So they destroyed around a dozen radars. And then we'll get into the battle damage assessment later of how many air defense systems were destroyed, but it's a friggin' lot. The fighter jets were able to penetrate deep into Iranian airspace and launch their standoff missiles at individual targets. These could have been fired from up to about 400 kilometers or 250 miles away and could have hit individual buildings. The F-35s hit residential apartment buildings in Tehran, which is an escalation compared to what we've seen happen in the past. Nuclear facilities and missile production bases were hit. Over 100 different targets inside Iran were hit during 5 waves of airstrikes. This hit the Natanz nuclear site and targeted their ballistic missile sites at Bid Kana. That's where several of their missile development and production facilities are located. Here on the map, you can see all the locations that were confirmed to be hit. This has been the first few days in what we anticipate will very likely, very possibly be, a weeks-long air campaign of multiple sorties by Israel and Iran, according to word from their officials. The Institute for the Study of War stated, strikes that destroy components of Iran's air defense systems will cause a temporary disruption to Iranian defenses that would enable Israeli fourth-generation, non-stealthy aircraft to operate in Iranian airspace with greater ease. Israeli officials claim to have full control of the airspace, without a single Iranian jet being scrambled in response because their air force is essentially non-existent. For many years, the popular saying has always been that amateurs talk tactics, while experts talk logistics. But now the line between logistics and tactics have been blurred. I think we're seeing the weaponization of transportation systems unlike anything we've seen before in military history. Let's talk about where Iran's air defense is at, because Iran started firing old-school, antiquated anti-air flak into the sky. It looks like a picture that wouldn't be out of place in World War II. Their most common type of anti-aircraft gun is the Zu-23 mil cannon. It can fire 3 kilometers out, but Israeli fighter jets firing glide bombs fly higher than that and would be definitely out of range. Iran claimed that they'd shot down 2 Israeli F-35s so far, though. So far, we haven't seen evidence yet. Let's be honest. Let's not mince words. This is, I think, theatrical. It's for the Iranian leadership to make a show of force for their people on the ground who might not understand otherwise that this anti-aircraft flak fire is ineffective. But that's about it. Seeing flak instead of anti-air missiles going up into the sky is some visual evidence that air defense was destroyed by the Israeli ground sabotage. Iran claimed that they'd shot down 2 Israeli F-35s so far, though. So far, we haven't seen evidence yet. So far, all we've seen is one uncorroborated fake computer-generated AI image that has a combination of F-16, F-35 different parts that reveal that it's not real. But what about the battle damage assessment so far? Satellite and radar images are coming in immediately because there was no cloud cover. Initial information suggests they targeted about 25 of Iran's nuclear scientists. It appears like at least 6 of them were killed. Their whole high-up leadership was targeted, and at least 30 senior Iranian commanders have been killed so far. 40 Iranian air defense systems have reportedly been destroyed since the start of the operation. Israel released multiple videos of Iran's ballistic missile launchers getting destroyed by their ground operators. This could explain why it took multiple volleys throughout the day for Iran to reach 150 missiles fired at Israel, when they normally fire them all at once.
Since news stories in the U.S. last 1 to 3 days, shouldn't Democrat influencers like yourself try to control the narrative when the story is so fresh by commenting on its breaking? There's plenty of people that do breaking news. I just don't like it. I think it's boring as fuck. There are other people that do it. I don't think it's necessarily bad to do breaking news. I just hate it. I just can't. don't have the mind for it.
Commander of the Revolutionary Guard and military chief of staff were both confirmed dead by Iran themselves. Take a look at their military command structure to give you an idea of how devastating this has been for Iran.
Rip.
This is meant to create a leadership vacuum that made quick retaliation more difficult. What's escalated and different here compared to some of the attacks we've seen in the past is they targeted these generals and scientists at their residential homes in Iran.
Wild, bro.
The Iranian government confirmed the deaths of these
Jesus Christ. Got him.
These generals and scientists at their residential homes in Iran. The Iranian government confirmed the deaths of these high-value leadership and that 78 people were killed, including over 320 wounded in the Israeli attacks, according to Iran. They claim the majority...
It's like, I'm imagining you're like, there's like a leak and you can see like, okay, what is Israel targeting? It's like, here's the address and the apartment number. And it's like, why do they need an apartment number for a missile attack?
Were civilians. So one of the things that stuck out to me as really interesting is what we're not seeing as much as what we are seeing. It's shocking that we haven't seen or even heard from Hamas or Hezbollah, these proxy forces of Iran.
Because these guys have got fucking obliviated. They need a nap. Jesus.
That in the past have been the type of forces that would launch attacks on Israel normally in a situation like this. And what about the Iranian retaliation so far? The fact that Iran is now targeting Israel's population centers and residential areas is an escalation compared to what we've seen in the past. A few apartment buildings were hit, and then another volley later on ended with Israel's military headquarters getting struck. It's called the Kiryat, which is like their version of the American Pentagon. A war correspondent on the ground in Israel, Trey Yingst, said, quote, an entire block nearly completely destroyed, wiped off the map. So far, 150 Iranian ballistic missiles were fired, which is similar to past attacks that they've done on Israel before in terms of volume. At least 7 of the missiles avoided air defense interceptors and hit the ground and impacted. Video evidence shows some of the missiles were intercepted, though. In the past, Iran only fired missiles at Israel's military bases. The attacks weren't that accurate because hitting a plane with a ballistic missile, hitting a plane-sized target is much more difficult than hitting, say, an entire city. So they were able to kill at least 3 Israeli citizens, and over 40 people were wounded, according to Israeli officials so far. My personal assessment of the attack so far have been that Iran has been unable to inflict similar strategic blows to Israel so far compared to what they've received. This could change tomorrow. Israel began targeting Iran's economic sector, hitting their oil fields, which is something they haven't done in the past. It's an escalation that they said they would do if their population centers were hit. It's important to note this could change tomorrow. Israel began targeting Iran's economic sector, hitting their oil fields, which is something they haven't done in the past. It's an escalation that they said they would do if their population centers were hit. It's important to note this all started with what Israel calls their Begin Doctrine. Israel officially drew a line in the desert sand and made it policy, a principle, that they won't allow an enemy state to acquire nuclear weapons, and since then they've bombed Syria's nuclear reactor,
Syria, Iraq, and now Iran.
And now Iran's. So what has the American response been so far? 2 U.S. naval destroyers are assisting with shooting down Iran's missiles, alongside multiple American Patriot batteries that have been moved into position in recent months, as we've talked about, and THAAD anti-air launchers are also in position. This could explain why the U.S. diverted some 20,000 interceptors from Ukraine to go to the Middle East for U.S. troops instead a few weeks ago. It's confirmed that American fighter jets are now patrolling the skies in the Middle East region. They're now on station overhead, protecting U.S. troops and facilities. And I think this is a major hint as to why Israel was even able to consider this attack. This is just my personal opinion, and you guys can tell me what you think, but it looks like to me that the type of targets that Israel went after here suggests that their goal was to weaken the entire Iranian government. If Israel doesn't have the military capability, the bunker-busting bombs necessary, the 30,000-pound variant of it, to completely destroy Iran's deeply buried nuclear program, then their best bet would be to delegitimize the Iranian government. Their best bet would be to take out senior leadership to show the world that Iran has no credible deterrence. It's possible the diplomatic dance over the past few weeks has been tailored to the attack as well. We don't have confirmation on when the U.S. government knew these Israeli strikes were imminent, and we don't know if possibly the ongoing negotiations were used to provide a disguise to trick Iran in the final days into thinking that talks would continue into Sunday, because the top U.S. envoy to the negotiations had planned a 6th round of talks on Sunday. 6 rounds. Maybe if they'd gone to 12 rounds of talks, it would have resolved. The 7 times the charm. Was Iran really building a nuclear weapon? Israel says they were creating a crude warhead. Personally, if you ask me, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna need more evidence than trust me, bro. Just because it wasn't true about Iraq 20 years ago doesn't mean it's necessarily a CIA lie again today.
I mean, to be fair, that the International Atomic Energy Agency did, I think, come out and basically say as much, right?
But I'm certainly going to need a whole lot more evidence if you...
Destiny, would like to know why you think Iran would just lob nukes at the West the second they get them. I'm sure you would like to know that, considering I've never said that before in my entire fucking life, and you're completely inventing it. Is deterrence not a thing anymore? Why do you keep harping on the death to America chants when North Korea also said... Okay, never mind, you're not. So, boring troll is boring. Okay.
You want me to believe it today. We know that the U.S.'s own intelligence assessments continue to say that Iran was not pursuing an active nuclear weaponization program as of now. How the heck did Israeli covert agents smuggle all those weapons? A CIA lie again today. But I'm certainly going to need a whole lot more evidence if you want me to believe it today. We know that the US's own intelligence assessments continue to say that Iran was not pursuing an active nuclear weaponization program as of now. How the heck did Israeli covert agents smuggle all those weapon systems into the country? Based on past Mossad operations, we know that foreign passports a lot of times are used from European countries so they can plant agents inside Iran.
Oh shit, I thought these were like massive fucking spider robot things, but they're just camels. Cringe.
Operations. We know that foreign passports a lot of times are used from European countries so they can plant agents inside Iran. We know that in the 2010s, Mossad agents entered Iran as regular old business people, journalists, or aid workers, and they would build cover stories for years prior to going there. These agents are then used to coordinate local assets. So they'll find people inside Iran that are sympathetic to their cause or that hate the current regime. They provide on-the-ground recon and they move the contraband drones and explosives over time, bit by bit. Previous covert actions used fake plumbing equipment, car parts, and appliances to smuggle in weapons. So they would disassemble the drones, the explosives, the launchers, and ship them separately. Then they would reassemble them in Iran. Add to that the fact that tools like 3D printers mean they could create parts in the country easily. Mossad has historically partnered with anti-regime ethnic minorities, like you got the Kurds in the northwest and the Baloch rebels in the southeast. These groups control parts of the porous borders with Iraq, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. Is there a threat of drone attacks of these type from deep inside American soil? Is that a serious concern? It's possible, yes. This threat is more likely a problem for America's military bases abroad, though. And personally, I think it could explain why we saw drones going near military bases in places like New Jersey. They may have been running training operations to see if they could defeat against this type of attack that was being planned all around the world. Personally, I think it's kind of crazy how drones were able to in both Russia and Iran in just a matter of weeks. So I'm always curious, what is the U.S. Army doing about this massive change with drone warfare? If you're interested in learning about how the American recon teams are planning to use kamikaze drones to defeat China, you can check out this video that we made here. As always, if you want exclusive content, the full show notes and sources for this episode, you can find them on cappyarmy.com. Link in the description. Thank you again to Delete Me for sponsoring this episode. Greatly appreciate their support, and we encourage you to check them out as well. Thank you guys for watching. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy, ending transmission now.
Wow. Why is he doing a show with AirPods in? Oh, they're doing a mobile or off-location digital remote. They're doing a raw show. Sorry.
I'm increasingly worried that we have effectively rendered ourselves ungovernable based on the way we have shattered the information landscape.
This is a consequence of hyperconnectivity and stunning ease of communication.
You can just go down a rabbit hole and find endless confirmation that's fairly anonymized.
We have to ground our perceptions in an axiomatic framework.
The old norms that the gatekeepers, I mean, for all their faults, they had standards.
I don't trust anything the New York Times prints at all. The gatekeeping institutions have also revealed themselves as catastrophically flawed.
The antidote to that, to the failures of institutions, is not new standards. It's really to apply the old standards.
I've spent a lot of time over the years speaking with Sam Harris.
Yeah?
We've spoken publicly half a dozen times and privately far more than that.
Wow.
We're coming at the same problems, I would say, from quite different perspectives and establishing some concordance over time. Today, we went down the rabbit hole of rabbit holes, I suppose, discussing the fragmentation of the narrative landscape on the social media front and what that means for cultural incoherence, weakness, demoralization, deceit, self-deception, and inability to understand one another.
Okay.
And so join us as we attempt to clarify the catastrophe of infinite plurality. Well, Mr. Harris, it looks like it's time for our approximately annual conversation.
Yeah, nice. You're the clock that ticks once a year.
Yeah, well, I suspect that's more than enough. So tell me what you're thinking about lately, Sam, on the intellectual side and what you're doing. Well,
it is actually relevant to the chaos in our politics at the moment. I'm increasingly worried that we have effectively rendered ourselves ungovernable based on the way we have shattered the information landscape. And I think independent media of the sort that we're indulging now is part of that problem. I mean, I don't know if you're aware of it or not.
True.
I've been fairly vociferous in criticizing some of our mutual friends, and in my case, some may be former friends, but fellow podcasters and people in independent media. And I just think they've been part of this shattering, and it's been fairly obvious, and the cases are different, but many people have been quite irresponsible in the way that they have platformed people uncritically and let them spread truly divisive and dangerous misinformation. I mean,
Okay, so Jordan Peterson disagrees with this with every fiber of his being. Will he actually express that disagreement, or is he just going to like yes and him and there's not actually going to be a real back and forth?
I'm thinking especially of in the aftermath of October 7th and the global explosion of anti-Semitism. We've had some very big podcasts like Tucker's and Joe's platform Holocaust deniers and revisionists And it's been quite insane out there. And it's just, and that's just one piece of it. I mean, you can talk about COVID or Trump or Ukraine or, I mean, pick your ugly object out there. There's just a radical divergence of opinion into these echo chambers we build for ourselves. And it seems to be very difficult to cross political lines. I mean, it's somehow deeper than politics, actually.
Pivot and attack the left or the mainstream media every time. Pivot and attack the left or the mainstream media every time. Let's go.
So anyway, I'm just increasingly worried about that. And, I'm trying to hold up my side of the conversation in ways so as to cross those lines. But I'm just noticing that it's in many cases, it's proving impossible.
Yeah, okay. Well, I am aware of that. It's actually part of the reason I thought it would be useful for us to talk today. So I want to think about how to respond to that to begin with. Well, I think the first thing that we should probably note is that this is a consequence of hyperconnectivity and stunning ease of communication.
Okay.
Right. So, I mean, it's obviously the case that the landscapes of communication that once held us together, for better or worse, are now so multiplicitous that they're numberless. And so what does that mean? I think what it means in part, and this is where I think our conversation might get particularly interesting, is that we don't have a shared story anymore. And I think a culture is literally a shared story. And a story is a structure. This has, been part of our ongoing discussion for a very long period of time, right? The relationship between the perceptual framing that is constituted by a story and, let's say, the domain of objective facts, right? This is a very thorny problem. But it seems to me that you have a culture when people share the same story or the same stories. They have the same shared reference points. And with an infinite landscape of communication, that fragments indefinitely. And then no one, see, Sam, let me tell you, I might as well, just to annoy you, just to get the ball rolling. I spent a lot of time thinking about the story of the Tower of Babel. There's two stories in Genesis that describe how things go wrong. And one story is the flood, and that's the consequence.
I'm so curious how he's going to marry this to his anti-gatekeeper take later. Because I would agree, except I would say this in 1/10 the words. Having so many different speakers in society with no gatekeeping destroys our ability to have a coherent monoculture, right? The culture can originate from literally anywhere. You can start a funny meme on 4chan, Reddit, TikTok, Instagram, and it'll spread to all of society. Anybody can do this. We don't have a cohesive shared story as much anymore as a result of the duplicitous amount of speakers. But I feel like people like Jordan Peterson love that. Freedom of speech, more speech. We just need more freedom of speech. Because the way to counter that is that you have less speakers, and then you have more coherent lines of thought means less people screaming into the abyss. And he's about to do a Tower of Babel thing, which I feel like also points to that. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. Not duplicitous, multiplicitous, there's a word there. Multiplicitous or multiplicitous? Wait. Say it. How do you pronounce it? Hold on. Pronounce.
Multiplicity.
Multiplicitous, I think. Okay.
Of absolute chaos bursting forth, essentially. But the Tower of Babel is a story about both totalitarianism and fragmentation. So what happens is the engineers get together, because that's who it is. It's the city builders, the tool makers, those who create weapons of war, the city builders, the engineers. They get together and they build these towers for the aggrandizement of the local potentates. So there was competition in the Middle East of that time to build the highest tower for the glory of the local ruler. And that presumption, so you can think about that as misaligned aim on the sociological front. The consequence of this misaligned aim is a kind of, because the aim of the culture is wrong. Words themselves lose their meaning. That's what happens in the story, right? Everybody ends up speaking a different language, and then the towers fall apart. So it's because the story that's being told is one of human self-aggrandizement. That's part of it. And the culture pathologizes and then disintegrates. And so I see that happening in our.
I thought the main purpose of the Tower of Babel was just that mankind thought that they could do something better than God or without God. No. Tower of Babel. I'm pretty sure there's a short story. Genesis 11. Book of Genesis, chapter 11. Now the whole world had one language and a common speech. As people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. They said to each other, "Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly." They used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth." But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building. The Lord said, if as one people speaking the same language they've begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language, so they will not understand each other. So the Lord scattered them there all over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. That is why it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. Kind of rude, I feel, but...
Culture, there's a technological element of it, obviously, that technological utopians are driving this. The transhumanists are driving this. And we're aiming at the wrong goal, and the consequence of that is that our language is falling apart, and we don't... And so I see that happening in our culture. There's a technological element of it, obviously, that technological utopians are driving this. The transhumanists are driving this. And we're aiming at the wrong goal, and the consequence of that is that our language is falling apart and we don't share the same reference points. That's part of what's happening. So I'm curious about what you think about that, how that fits in with your concern, your emergent concern. Like, when you say fragmentation, Sam...
Like, how does it take him 4 minutes to say... I consider this disrespectful. I figured this out in the Finkelstein argument. I think that speaking like this is disrespectful. I think it's disrespectful to the audience and to the person that you're having a conversation with. There's no excuse to be speaking like this, and there's no excuse to be wasting so much time. You're doing a disservice to every single person involved, but...
What is it that you think is fragmenting? Because it's not the objective view of the world precisely, although the scientific enterprise even seems to be shaky and corrupt and falling apart in many ways.
Well, so I agree with that. I think the analogy to Babel is quite apt. I don't think bringing Doge into Babel would have helped much. I think it is technological. Yeah, there's just the fact that because of I think largely it's a story of social media, but it's really the internet generally, because of the information technology we have built, people can find endless confirmation of whatever their cherished opinion is, and it's no longer there's some cultural immune system that has been lost, right? If you had to go to the physical conference,
like, they're both circling this topic, and I don't know if either wants to press on it. Jordan Peterson won't press on it because it stands in complete contradiction to everything that he fucking screeches about, and I don't know if Sam Harris will press on it because he doesn't want to make Jordan Peterson mad. But what they're really talking about is you don't have knowledgeable gatekeepers to deliver a coherent and consistent narrative to society anymore about what we should believe or how we should act or conduct ourselves. Instead, it's just a million voices screaming, into the abyss at each other, basically. At each other, into the abyss, both at the same time. That's what they're both complaining about, but will they get there? I don't know. Let's see.
There's some cultural immune system that has been lost, right? If you had to go to the physical conference out in the real world to meet the other people who were sure they've been abducted by UFOs, well, then you'd be meeting these people. You would see the obvious signs of dysfunction in their lives, and there'd be more.
Like, he uses the UFO example. What about the myriad of examples around hydroxychloroquine, COVID-19, the vaccines, ivermectin? What about any number of lies and I know Sam Harris has covered them all because he fucking hates Trump. Why would we do the UFO example? Like, he couldn't even do flat Earth or the moon landing thing because I feel like those are a little bit more, or we don't have I don't know.
Friction to the maintenance of this new conviction, just based on the collision with other ancillary facts that have social relevance to you. But online, I mean, again, this even precedes social media. This is true of the internet back in the late 90s. You can just go down a rabbit hole and find endless confirmation that's fairly anonymized, right? The 20-minute documentary that blew your mind and convinced you that the World Trade Center towers were brought down by the Bush administration. You didn't know that it was made by some 18-year-old in his mother's basement, and you didn't have to know that. You were just looking at the product online. But if you had to meet this person, all of a sudden you realize that this is the maintenance of this fiction becomes quite a bit harder. So we're living now, I think, in the second generation of that moment where it really is bottomless. I mean, the ocean of misinformation and half-truth and misunderstanding is bottomless. And you
have to ground this out in better examples. Otherwise, you guys are going to be doing that thing where you're having like a meta conceptual conversation, but in actuality, you are very far apart from each other without establishing that. But maybe he'll get there. Maybe he's just trying to start off nice. Because Peterson would agree, oh, yeah, there's so much misinformation about there. It's all spread by the mainstream media and the left. It's like, okay, well.
Tools we have built to rectify misunderstandings and to spot lies and to be better truth seekers are there, but they have been, in some sense, this is asymmetric warfare. They're no match for the information waste product that can be produced more quickly, right? I mean, this is just the old
Well, it's
problem.
easier to produce noise than signal, obviously.
Yeah, or pseudo signal. Yeah, I mean, there's so much that purports to be signal, right? And again, this is probably socially more inconvenient for you than it is for me. But I mean, many of your bedfellows or former bedfellows, are the principal parts of this problem. I mean, they're the gods and goddesses on this landscape. I'm thinking of someone.
Okay, now we've grounded it out. Okay, so he was trying to start off nice. Okay, sorry, I want to see when it switches up. Okay,
waste product that can be produced more quickly, right? I mean, this is just the old
Well, it's
problem.
easier to produce noise than signal, obviously.
Yeah, or pseudo signal. Yeah, I mean, there's so much that purports to be signal, right? I mean, and again, this is probably socially more inconvenient for you than it is for me. But I mean, many of your bedfellows or former bedfellows are the principal parts of this problem. I mean, they're the gods and goddesses on this land.
Okay, pivot, blame the mainstream media. Pivot, blame the left. Pivot, blame the mainstream media. Pivot and blame the left. Can he do it? Let's go.
I'm thinking of someone like Candace Owens, who's quite literally trafficking in blood libels now on her incredibly popular podcast. I mean, she's just gone berserk as far as I can tell. And yet, what is the style of conversation that would disconfirm all of that for her audience? At this point, I don't know, because I think what's happened is we've trained up a culture of people or cultures of people that simply don't care about facts. Really, they want a story that aligns with their, in some sense, their confirmation bias. I mean, they have certain things they want to believe, there's certain ideas they like the taste of, and then they just want people catering to that appetite, and there's a good business in that.
I know as a clinical psychologist that any given teenager is going to fall prey to peer pressure from time to time.
That's why he's going to buy your training course.
If you listen hard enough, people are likely to tell you everything.
Our son, who's in 7th grade, he's starting to fall in with a bad friend group.
Teenagers are desperate to fit in and obviously desperate to have friends and not to be the isolated target of exclusion and bullying.
How do we as parents get involved and engaged?
The reason people don't have these sorts of conversations is because they don't want the emotion. And the longer you let it go on, the more mess you're going to have to clean up.
Our daughter was bullied at her school.
How do we protect our kids when this is happening?
Don't let your kids drift away when they're teenagers. They don't want to, but they will if you don't pay attention.
Wow. Parenting with Jordan Peterson.
Well, part of that, I think, is the consequence of the fact that we have to ground our perceptions in an axiomatic framework. And I mean, this has been my concern with the primacy of the story right from the beginning.
What? Okay.
And I think the deeper question is, is there some necessary structure to that fundamental axiomatic framework? The postmodernist claim was that the fundamental postmodernist claim is that
there we go. Pivot, yes. Pivot left, talk about that. Okay. That's going to be nothing. We'll see if Sam Harrison's going to back on track. Strap in. We're about to get a 7-minute yap session where he says, fuck all.
Is no uniting meta-narrative, right? We live in the postmodern world now. The postmodern world is a place of local truths. And the French intellectuals, they not only decided that was necessary and an improvement, and now we see the consequences of that. We're in a landscape of infinite narratives, and the question is, how do you define a rank order of narratives such that some are valid and some are invalid? The idea of misinformation is obviously predicated on the notion that certain narratives are invalid, and that seems self-evident to me. I wouldn't exactly call myself a fan of the direction that Candace Owens has decided to walk down, but I'm not going to say anything more about her. And so what I've been trying to struggle with is, and this has been the basis of many of our discussions in the final analysis, is what is the proper grounding for a narrative framework? And I mean, my understanding of your position is that that's why you've turned right from the beginning to the world of objective fact, so to speak. But the problem is that there's a lot of facts, and which ones to prioritize and which ones to ignore is a very thorny question. And one of the things you referred to obliquely was that, well, when you and I were young, because we're about the same age, I think you're 4 years younger than me, we had narratives that united us as a culture. There was there were fewer people. There was more ethnic homogeneity, at least in the local environments in the world. There were information brokers that were extraordinarily powerful. The universities, the newspapers, the TV stations, the radio stations, and they weren't very easy to get access to, and they had gatekeepers, and at least some of the time those gatekeepers seemed meritorious as well as arbitrary.
Blame the left. We're
And,
almost
you know,
there.
it could easily
Blame the
be
mainstream media.
that the fragmentation of the landscape
We're
is a
almost
consequence
there.
of technological revolution.
Go ahead.
And also perhaps of the...
We're getting there.
Well, you had pointed to the irresponsibility of the participants in that landscape. I mean, I think it's also, or even more primarily, that they're flooded with information and finding it very difficult to keep up.
Well, they're also just not disposed to function by the old norms that the gatekeepers, and for all their faults, they had standards, right? I mean,
Right, I know,
but
Sam, those, I agree with you. But I also would say that those institutions, the gatekeeping institutions, have also revealed themselves as catastrophically flawed in the last 5 to 10 years. I mean, I'm interested in your take on this. Like, you brought up October 7th and the rise of anti-Semitism. And I've been tracking that with a couple of friends of mine, and we've been spending a lot of time.
Don't do the Israel anti-Semitism. It's the most boring topic, and these two guys are going to agree on it for the worst fucking reasons. Please do anything besides this. Go to Ukraine, Russia instead, please. Not the fucking Israel shit.
Fighting it off in all sorts of ways, some of which are public and some of which aren't. And I'm appalled by it. What's happened in Canada on the anti-Semitic front since October 7th is something I never thought I'd see in my lifetime. It embarrasses me to the core. My goddamn government came out the other day, those bloody liberals, and they talked in the aftermath of October 7th about combating Islamophobia, as if that's Canada's problem, which it isn't. And so, and then, you saw what happened across the United States and Canada with regard to the universities, Columbia University in particular, and their absolute silence and complicitness while these terrible demonstrations were going on. Not that I think that the demonstrations themselves should have been, well, we can talk about that. Letting terrorist radicals take over the...
This is 20 minutes and we've talked about nothing. What a waste of time. What's happening?
Universities doesn't strike me as a very good solution. So I'm curious about what you think about that, because... Well, so like, I think the gatekeepers have abandoned the gates. Like, I don't trust anything the New York Times prints at all. I think they're reprehensible. The universities, I think, are beyond salvaging. I can't see how they can be fixed. Anyways, man, lay it out. Tell me what you think.
I think those all the way up until those last two statements, I can sign on the dotted line. I think all of these institutions have embarrassed themselves in recent years, and for the reasons that I think you and I would fully agree about. This became most obvious during COVID, but it's the October 7th is more the same. But I would just point out that the antidote to that, to the failures of institutions, is not new standards. It's really to apply the old standards. I mean, we need the institutions.
Spoken like a true conservative.
Yeah, fine. Well, the antidote to failures of science, say, or scientific fraud, is not something other than science. It's just more science, real science, good science, scientific integrity. And so it is with journalism or any academic discipline or anything that purports to be truth-seeking. We have standards, and there's nothing wrong with our standards. But what's dangerous about the current information landscape, where we have just this contrarian universe, where anything that is outside the institutions is considered to have some kind of primacy, right? Where everyone is kind of a citizen journalist, a citizen scientist, where you're just going to flip the mics on and talk for 4 hours, and that's good enough. What that's selecting for are the people who have no standards to even violate, right? I mean, these people are incapable of hypocrisy. I mean, one thing that's good about the New York Times and Harvard and any other institution you would point to that has obvious egg on its face at the moment is that, at a minimum, they're capable of being shamed by their own hypocrisy. And the people who aren't, I would agree with you that there's been some institutional capture where we have people in those institutions who just shouldn't be there, right? But we would make that judgment, again, by reference to these old standards of academic or journalistic integrity. But Candace Owens just doesn't have that, right? And sorry to beat up on her exclusively. I can move to other names if you want, but I mean, she's
no, it's not. It's the reason that I don't. The reason that I'm not inclined to discuss her isn't because I agree with what she's doing. It's because
I'm too much of a coward to actually call out anybody and stake any actual solid claims. It's not just me shitting on the left constantly.
I think the best way to deal with what she's doing is not to discuss
notice her. Okay, but
the best way to deal with what she's doing is not to discuss her. Okay, true. Yeah, sure.
Same thing about Tucker Carlson, right? And you might, whether you agree with me or not, this is my view of him. That he's not in the...
No, he won't talk bad about Tucker Carlson either. He's a fucking conservative dick suck on everything.
The truth-seeking, journalistic integrity business. He's got some other political project that entails spreading a fair amount of misinformation, quite cynically and consciously, and smearing lots of people. And in the case of, I don't know how deep his anti-Semitism runs, but in the case of that particular topic, midwifing a very misleading conversation with an amateur historian who he considers the greatest historian working in America today, Daryl Cooper, the podcaster. And the opinion expressed, again, this is at the highest possible level in our information ecosystem, to the largest audience. Few historians in human history have ever had a bigger audience than Daryl Cooper had on Tucker's podcast, and then quickly followed by his appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast, right? And on that podcast, he spread the lie, that the recycled David Irving point, that the Holocaust is not at all what it seemed, and you wouldn't believe it, but the Nazis really never intended to kill the Jews. They just rounded up so many prisoners in their concentration camps and found that they just didn't have enough food during winter to feed them, and they just were put in this just impossible situation, and it might not seem more compassionate to euthanize these starving prisoners in the end, right? That's how they accidentally stumbled into the final solution, right? That's what he spread, again, to the largest possible audience. And in Tucker's case, you had a very, I would say, sinister midwifing of that conversation. In Joe's case, he just doesn't know when he's in the presence of recycled David Irving, and is just happy to have a conversation with a podcaster of whom he's a great fan. And but yet he's still culpable for not having done enough homework to adequately push back about what's being said to his audience, which is the largest podcast audience on earth. So it's journalistically, and I know Joe doesn't consider himself a journalist, he considers himself a comedian, is just having fun conversations. Great, but what that is tantamount to at this moment, especially in the context of the worst eruption of anti-Semitism we've ever seen in our lifetimes globally, that's tantamount to taking absolutely no responsibility for the kind of information that is flowing unrebutted into the ears of your audience, right? That's why I got angry at Joe, right? I love Joe.
Well, what do we do? So we have to make an excuse for it and then pivot off of this as quickly as possible. People are trying their best. I'm trying to think if Jordan Peterson's Israeli simpness is going to actually lead him to criticizing Daryl Cooper, or if his obsession with maintaining all good alternative media, or all of the alternative media he likes, is going to mean that he won't criticize them at all. I wonder. I don't know what his position is on that.
Joe's a great person. he's completely in over his head on topics of that sort, and it has a consequence. It has an effect. Getting the most out of life means being prepared for whatever comes your way, but many of us don't realize that a simple will doesn't actually cover all aspects of estate planning. There are crucial elements that need separate attention. That's where Trust and Will steps in to help ensure your loved ones are fully protected in every situation. Right now, you can visit trustandwill.com/Peterson to get 20% off their simple, secure, and expert-backed estate planning services that cover all your essential bases. The process is straightforward and free of complicated legal jargon, so you can complete your estate planning from the comfort of your own home. Knowing your assets and final wishes are properly documented and legally protected can give you peace of mind so that you can focus on living your life fully, knowing your loved ones will be taken care of, and according to your exact wishes. Plus, their website is incredibly user-friendly and simple to navigate, making the whole process super straightforward. What's particularly reassuring is that your personal information and documents are protected with bank-level encryption for maximum security. Each will or trust they create is tailored specifically to your state's laws and your individual needs, covering everything from care wishes and guardian nominations to final arrangements and power of attorney documents. It's no wonder they have an overall rating of excellent and thousands of 5-star reviews on Trustpilot. We can't control everything, but Trust and Will can help you take control.
Well, you know,
future. Head over to trustandwill.com/Peterson for 20% off. That's 20% off at trustandwill.com/Peterson.
Well, you know, one of the problems, I suppose, in some ways, Sam, is that in this new information landscape, we're all in over our heads.
Yeah, but some of us are alert to the possibility and worried.
Why was he even taking notes if you're not going to respond to anything that's being said? What an empty, hollow, meaningless fucking statement. Well, actually, it's all of us.
In this new information landscape, we're all in over our heads.
Yeah, but some of us are alert to the possibility and worried about it and taking steps to course correct and notice our errors, apologize for those errors.
Okay, whatever, Sam. Oh my god. Let me just say random shit, please.
Well, let's also try to make a distinction here. You know, I mean, there is a distinction that's important to make between accidentally wandering into pathological territory, you know, and causing
accidentally wandering into pathological territory. Like, what are these sayings? What are these statements?
Disruption because of the magnification of your voice, and there's a big difference between that and exploiting the fringe for your own self-aggrandizement. And there's plenty of the latter online. And I've been concerned for some substantial amount of time that online anonymity also drives that. I mean, you talked about the utility of embodied interaction in separating the wheat from the chaff, right? So one of the things you see online is, as you pointed out, if you have a crazy idea, you can find 300 other people who have even a crazier idea of the same sort, and you can get together with them, which you couldn't have done 20 years ago because there's only one of them per 100,000 scattered all around the world, but they can aggregate together quite quickly online. The places that females gather online, for example, are rife with that kind of pathology, and all sorts of psychogenic epidemics spread.
What? Oh, because he's trying to tie it to the trans shit, I think. Oh, okay, good, yes.
Together with them, which you couldn't have done 20 years ago because there's only one of them per 100,000 scattered all around the world, but they can aggregate together quite quickly online. The places that females gather online, for example, are rife with that kind of pathology, and all sorts of psychogenic epidemics spread without any barrier whatsoever in consequence.
Meanwhile, Peterson is literally crying in tears anytime somebody talks to him about young men because of how destroyed all young men. Oh, the young men are fucking destroyed. No problems there, or maybe the women are causing it, based.
And women in particular are susceptible to psychogenic epidemics. And so that's a huge problem. It's also the case that in real world conversation, if I'm talking to you, you know it's me. And I have to live with the consequences of what I've said to you, assuming we ever meet again. And I have to live with the fact that other people hear about it as well. But if I'm anonymous, then I can say whatever the hell I want. I can gather the fruits of that, and I can dispense with any of the responsibility. And so my sense is that online connectivity magnifies our voice to a degree that it's virtually impossible to be responsible enough to conduct ourselves appropriately because the reach is just so great. And anonymity literally gives the edge to the psychopaths, predators, and parasites. And this is a huge problem. You know, as a biologist, we can think about it as biologists for a moment, Sam. I mean, I would say two things. When the cost of communication is zero, the parasites swarm the system, right? Because the communication is a resource, and abandoned resources attract parasites. And what is it now? 50% of internet communication is bots. And a huge part of the reason for that is that communication is free. But it's not free, right? Because you have to attend to it. It actually has a cost. So the price of free is the wrong price. You know, let me give you an example of this. Just tell me what you think about this. You know,
oh boy, an example. Are we going to ground this out in a real-world political example, or are we going to find a way to ground it out in an example that either shits on the left or is meaningless?
Things I've done recently with my daughter and her husband, mostly, and a bunch of professors, is start this Peterson Academy. And
we're just going to plug our shit, okay.
We have an online social media element to that, which tracks about 15,000 regular users. And we keep a pretty close eye on it. And we refunded the money of 10 of our students because they were causing trouble on the social media platform. 10 out of 15,000. That's all. And it markedly improved in their absence. And so, you know, there's an interesting dynamic there. You know, we don't know what online anonymity does. We don't know what free communication does when the actual price isn't zero. It certainly serves the parasites extraordinarily well. And we are learning that bad information is easier to generate and spread than good information, right? None of this is personal, right? None of this really, I know we've already talked about the fact that all of this, what would you say, edgy conversation can be monetized and used to attract attention towards bad actors. Let's leave that aside. I agree with that completely. I think it's appalling. But there are structural problems here that are even deeper. You know, and I think, well, anonymity is a huge problem. But then also I think, well, what the hell are we going, what kind of world would we define and live in rapidly if every bloody thing that you had to say online was verified with a digital identity? I mean, they've taken a lot of steps in that direction in China. That doesn't look very good to me.
Well, I think the structural problems run even deeper because I agree with everything you said about the effect of free and the effect of anonymity. And you know, I draw two lessons from your experience with your online forum. One is that having it behind a paywall made it much cleaner than it otherwise would have been. You only found 10 people you had to kick out to clean the whole thing up. But the other point is that those 10 people can really have an outsized toxic influence on a larger culture. So I think we want social media platforms that draw that kind of lesson. But it's not just anonymity, and it's not just people who are grifting or otherwise incentivized to be liars or spreaders of misinformation. there are people who, with reputations, you would think they would want to protect. I mean, people with real, like the biggest possible reputations and the biggest possible careers, who, in the presence of social media, have gone properly nuts. And I would, put as patient zero for this contagion, Elon Musk, right? I mean, Elon has, I've witnessed a complete unraveling of the person I knew.
Nope. Sorry, Peterson won't discuss this either. He's going to jump off this and pivot off this.
And I believe I knew him fairly well, under the pressure of extraordinary fame and wealth, but really kind of weaponized by his addictive entanglement with Twitter. I mean, he was so addicted to Twitter that he needed to buy it so that he could just live there. Right?
Yep,
I mean, that was
true.
Twitter was his whole life before anyone heard about his impulse to buy it, or anyone heard about his concern about the woke mind virus. I mean, but before COVID, he had gone off the deep end into Twitter being everything.
How do you know this? Like, I'm not disputing this.
I know this because I was his friend at the time, and.
How do you know that? He doesn't know anything about the relationship between Sam Harris and Elon Musk? I'm so curious, what does Peterson do with all of his free time? I need to figure out how these guys live, because he's like living his best retirement life. He doesn't read or research anything. He doesn't follow any news at all. I don't even think he posts that much on social media. He's not working as a psychotherapist, psychologist, whatever the fuck. He doesn't do research. Like, what does he actually do with all of his fucking free time?
I was there, in his very close social circle when, Twitter was causing obvious problems for his life and his businesses. When he would tweet, 420, funding secured, right, and the SEC, raised the offices of Tesla and seizes everyone's computer, right? I mean, he was screwing up his life through Twitter, and yet it was unthinkable that he would get off of it. So potent a drug was it for him.
Let me ask you about that. Let's think about this biologically again.
Oh my God.
One of the ways you can define addiction is as the pursuit of positive emotion that's bound to a very short time frame. So you get addicted when you optimize positive emotion over a very short time frame. So for example, the addictive propensity of cocaine is dependent on the dose, but also the rate of administration. So the reason that snorted cocaine or injected cocaine is more potent than the same dose of swallowed cocaine is because it crosses the blood-brain barrier faster and raises the dopaminergic pitch quicker. So there's rate and
also the reward component appears to correlate subjectively not with the peak in actual pleasure of the resulting stimulus, but in the peak of the expectation that the pleasure is about to arrive.
Yeah. Well, the dopaminergic system is an expectation system. And cocaine. So here's what we have with social media, with the bots, with the AI algorithm optimizers, right? So this is what's happening. You see it happening to YouTube too. Is that the systems are optimized to grip attention, but the battle is for shorter and shorter. What would you say? For shorter and shorter durations of attentional focus. So the battle is not only for attention, but for the shortest possible amount of information that will grip the maximum amount of attention. Now, the AI systems are using reinforcement learning to determine how to optimize that. And that's driving that fragmentation. Like you can see it on YouTube because YouTube is tilted more and more towards shorts, like TikTok, right? These fragmentary bursts of maximally attractive information. And they could capitalize on rage because rage has a positive emotion element. Now, I want to put this into the context of what you said about Twitter. And you and I can have a conversation about X and Twitter that's personal as well. So you said, Elon got hooked on X and enough to buy it. And so let's assess that situationally and biologically. Now, I spent quite a bit of time on X. In fact, it's the social media platform that I've used personally the most. It's the one I'm most familiar with. And I would say it's been a very complex platform for me.
Hasn't it at various points convinced you that you should no longer use it? And haven't you gotten on and on?
Multiple times.
I learned that lesson exactly once, but it really did stick. I have not looked.
Yeah, well, that's partly what I want to talk to you about. I mean, so part of it is, I get a lot of my podcast guests and my ideas for podcast guests from X, because I follow about 2,000 people. But I'm very extroverted, and there's an element of impulsivity that goes along with extroversion. I'm very verbally fluent, and so I can think up new ideas in no time flat, and I'm likely to say them. And so it's very easy for me, if I'm on X, to react to a lot of things.
Yeah,
and so
foot, meat, mouth.
Well, but it's a weird thing, because some of the things that, some of my impulsive moves, so to speak, which have got me in quite a lot of trouble, I'm not the least bit unhappy about. You cannot believe how much flack I got for tweeting out something arguably careless on October 8th.
What was that? I not being on Twitter, I never saw that. What was it?
I think I said, give him hell, Netanyahu.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. So that took like 8 months of cleanup work to deal with. Yeah. Seriously, it was and I got kicked off X.
Yeah, you're not going to get any dispute from me about that. I mean, Netanyahu, just to close the loop on that, Netanyahu is obviously a very polarizing figure and probably a fairly corrupt figure, and he's got lots of problems that have implications for Israeli politics. But I'm not convinced that even the perfect prime minister, who has no optical problems, you judge from our side, would have waged this war any differently. I don't know what they should have done differently at every stage along the way. I don't know that any other prime minister would have taken a different path.
Well, the situation to me looks like, and you tell me what you think about this, and then we'll go back to the problem of AI optimization of grip of short-term attention and the manner in which X in particular falls into that category. So my sense with the situation in Israel has been right from the beginning that Iran in particular would and has set up the situation. So if every single Palestinian was sacrificed in the most torturous possible manner to irritate, annoy, and destroy Israel and agitate the Americans, that would be 100% all right with Iran.
I think someone said that the mullahs in Iran will fight Israel to the last Arab. I think that's the line that I captured.
Yeah, well, that's exactly how it looks to me. And so I look at that situation and I say, well, I think, what do you do in a situation like that that's moral if you're Israel? Anyways, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole too deeply. But so I've had this complex relationship with X, and some of it's been real useful because I follow a lot of people there and I keep an eye on the main streams of the culture, and I extract out my podcast guests, and I can see where the real pathology is emerging, and I can keep an eye on it. And the price of that is that, now and then I stick my foot in it in a major way, and sometimes that's good and sometimes it's not. And now I've sort of built a variety of fences around me that are part of my organization that, they're kind of these intermediary structures that we've been talking about that put a lag in between what I read and how I respond, Well, that's one, and this is it's the destruction of those things that you and I are starting to talk about here. Because, there's never been a time in human history where you could publish your first pass opinion about anything to 20 million people in 1 second, right? No one could ever do that. And we're not neurologically constructed to live in a world where you can yell at 10 million people whenever you want about anything.
Yeah, the problem for me is that what's happening now, going back to this core topic of what in particular is wrong with X, and it's the time course at which people are reacting to information and producing information in turn. There's a lot wrong with that, and it's what it's done to our culture, and what it's done to specific people. I mean, again, Elon for me is the enormous, the 800-pound canary in the coal mine. Is that it's effectively made them behave like psychopaths. I'm not saying, if you just look at X, and this is what convinced me to get off of it, you would think there were many more psychopaths in the world than there are in fact. I was seeing people who I knew in every other context would be psychologically normal, or at least normal enough, behave like psychopaths to me, toward me, in front of me, and in some cases these are people I actually knew. In some cases the people I had dinner with, and I knew what I was seeing on X would have been impossible across the table from me at dinner.
What if I told you there's a tiny nutrient missing from your body that could potentially change everything about how you feel? Well, if you've ever wondered why you're feeling sluggish, sleeping pills delivered quarterly.com. Interest, Fatty 15, essential nutrition for healthier cells and a healthier you.
Right. And so that's an interesting definition of a pathological sub-environment, isn't it? Like, you can tell a family is pathological when the rules that apply in the family don't generalize to the outside world. And you're pointing out that the game dynamics of Twitter have that aspect, is that the game that's being played in Twitter doesn't suit the world well. It's not an iterable game in the world. And it could easily be the fact that it maximizes for short-term emotional reactivity is exactly what gives it that psychopathic edge, because the definition of a psychopath in many ways is the person who will sacrifice the future and you for immediate gratification, right? That's the pathology of psychopathy as a form of extended immaturity.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of aggressive immaturity on display on X. And again, Elon is one of the primary offenders. One instance for me that made this especially clear, and the role played by X especially clear, was when he...
I guess maybe this is why I guess his videos don't do too well anymore, huh? They do okay, I guess. For having 8.7 million subs, and he doesn't post that frequently. It's just so boring. There's no way that I guess it makes sense, the drop off, because nobody listens to it. You don't take anything from any of this. He's not saying anything ever. He's just like, he speaks with so little substance. It's such a chore to listen to. I mean, he says nothing. My God.
When he jumped up on stage during one of these campaign events, or...
How far are you on his popular tab? Oh, I have no idea. I mean, he did have a lot of popular videos way back in the day, so I don't even remember how many. Oh, I guess I am pretty far up. 4.4 million views. Not bad. Jesus.
Or I forget if it was campaign or I guess the election had already been won, but some event with Trump, and Elon, quite famously, quite infamously, did what appeared to be a Nazi salute twice to the crowd, and got a reaction from much of the world of horror and insult. And now, honestly, as his former friend and as somebody who just imagines his worldview has not fully disintegrated into a tissue of weird internet memes, it was impossible for me to believe that he was sincerely announcing his solidarity with the project of Nazism by making those salutes. Right? So I didn't view those as Nazi salutes, even though just ergonomically they were in fact Nazi salutes. I just thought, okay, I don't know what he's doing, but the idea that he's picking this moment to say I'm a Nazi seems frankly impossible. So I was interested to see what he was going to do in response to the controversy. What he did in response, and again, this controversy is coming in a context that doesn't look at all good for my very charitable interpretation of his behavior, because it's in a context where he's funding the far-right party in Germany, assuring us that there's absolutely nothing wrong with that party, whereas the party does in fact contain whatever Nazis there are to be contained in Germany. Not that it's only a Nazi party, but it is in addition to everything else, it's got the Nazis. He's playing footsie with lots of fairly aggressive anti-Semites on his own platform. He's with great fanfare. He had brought back Nick Fuentes and Kanye, and these people are anti-Semites, if not actual Nazis. So he is facilitating a very unhappy recrudescence of anti-Semitism on the platform he owns, and now he's doing Nazi salutes in public. So what is a genuinely not anti-Semitic, well-intentioned person who cares about his reputation and is still capable of embarrassment do in the aftermath of this? Well, it would have been just trivially easy for him to have said something totally sensible and apologetic that would have been honest and would have taken the sting out of the moment perfectly. He could have said, "Listen, I know how that looked. I don't know what I was doing up there. I was just captured by the energy of the moment."
This seems incredibly obvious. Will Jordan Peterson respond with substance to any of this, or will he pivot off into some other random, crazy, wacky tangent again? Let's see.
Obviously, I was not doing a Hitler salute. I'm not a Nazi. I've got no interest in amplifying their message on X or anywhere else. If you're a Nazi, please don't follow me. I hate your whole project. You're completely wrong about everything, right? End of tweet, right? He did nothing like that. All he did was troll his audience, making Nazi jokes and puns on X. So you can fault his character for that, but what I also think we should fault is the medium itself, right? This is the way his brain is conforming to the technology.
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
You know the fundamental.
First, we should fault the media. Thank God. Yes. Whoa. I don't want to criticize anybody on my side because I'm an actual partisan cocksucker hack. Oh, thank God. Yes. Just the medium.
Attribution error. It's like the one thing social psychology.
Ah, fundamental attribution. Thank God. Let's get to some random fucking shit. Oh, some random fucking shit that doesn't even make sense to bring up here. Fundamental attribution error has to do with the fact that we attribute malice or bad motivations to people's actions, but Sam Harris literally just said that people were doing that, and that's why Elon Musk could have very easily discouraged anybody from doing the fundamental attribution error by literally saying that he was sorry and he didn't mean to do it, and it would have literally dispelled all of this, but now we're going to do another random bullshit.
First, to the technology. Yes.
Well, look, you know the fundamental attribution error. It's like the one thing social psychologists have discovered that's actually valid. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but the fundamental attribution, yes, it does things. The fundamental attribution error is the proclivity to attribute to character what's actually a consequence of situation. You know, in these, we should be very careful, and I think we are at the moment, be very careful to assure that our first presumption is that it's the pathology of the technology that's the fundamental driver, and that people are swept along in it.
That's my account of what has happened to Elon almost in its entirety. I think Twitter has. He is the greatest living casualty of what Twitter does to someone who becomes properly engorged by it. And
please stop talking about Elon. Peter says, please, you're talking too specifically about a specific person. And you're criticizing a guy, and he's on my team, and please, can we move on? Peterson is so uncomfortable right now. I'm surprised he didn't just ban the topic of any right-wing person ever from this conversation. Don't bring up any right-wing person ever.
That's, So, and one of the reasons why I got off, frankly, was apart from my own misadventures on the platform, which was nothing like Elon's.
Nice.
I looked in the kind of the funhouse mirror of what was happening to him in his life, and I thought, here's a very smart guy who's got much better things to do than fuck up his life in this way, and he can't seem to stop. How much am I like him? How much is there this component of addiction and dysregulation and failures of impulse control, and a need to just get my thoughts out on a time course of seconds rather than more carefully, over the course of days. So then I yanked it for that reason. And one thing I found is that when you don't have it as an outlet, right, when you literally can't publish that quickly, then things have to survive a much larger informational half-life. So then there's this thing online that happened that I'm tempted to react to. It has to survive until I do my next podcast, which might not be for 3 or 4 days, right? And so, obviously 90% of the things I thought I had to react to don't survive that time course.
Yeah, I made a deal with my wife that was like that because, I can see things going sideways, I think, with a fair degree of accuracy, and that disrupts me emotionally now and then. And I made a deal with my wife several years ago that I can't complain about anything I won't write about. Right? Well, it's the same thing, and it bears on the same issue that you're describing, is that if it's not important enough to write about, then you should ignore it, right? It's not significant enough. It's not significant enough to sacrifice some genuine time and thought. You shouldn't be commenting on it. And that's kind of a maturity, but it's also, it's a weird thing because it's not exactly like, it isn't something that people had to contend with previously because you couldn't publish immediately. There were barriers of cost and difficulty and gatekeepers and distribution. And so that wasn't something you had to think up for yourself. Like, how do I put a lag in my life before I communicate with 1 million people or 5 million people? And so you're basically building these inhibitory structures out of whole cloth. And now you pulled out of Twitter quite a while ago now. It's a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So 2.5 years, something like that. It was actually right when Elon took it over, but it wasn't because he took it over. I mean, the timing there was fairly accidental. I was getting ready to pull the plug, and then I just saw how much chaos was being introduced into his life around it. And I just thought,
54 minutes. This has got to be the last one. Okay. I don't think I'm ever doing another Jordan B. Peterson video. Just wait till he dies. This is what a waste of time.
Right. This is a sign. And so I yanked it, and one of the benefits, apart from just introducing this different time course into my life by which I interact with information, I just don't there's this phrase, that Twitter isn't real life, and then at a certain point, many of us realize, okay, that's too sanguine a thought because we're noticing people losing their reputation so fully that they get on an airplane, like with the Justine Sacco incident, where she got on an airplane and half the world was tweeting about her, and she arrived at her destination only to find that she had been properly canceled and lost her job, et cetera, et cetera. So obviously Twitter can, whether you're on it or not, it can.
Was he always this long-winded? I don't think so. No, I feel like there's old JP videos he could listen to where he was saying things of substance.
Under the right circumstances or the wrong ones, become real life, but. The truth is, given the platform I've built, just frankly how lucky I've been to find an audience and to build up readership and podcast listenership, Twitter really isn't real life for me, right? Elon still attacks me on Twitter by name, and I find out I'm trending on Twitter, years after I've left, and it matters not at all for my life. It matters not at all for my business. Nothing happens, right? And yet, if I were on Twitter, there would be this illusion of emergency, right? If I was on there looking at the biggest bully on Twitter has just punched me in the face, and I'm seeing the aftermath of it. The temptation to respond to that and to make it and to feel that not only do I have to respond there, but I have to respond to my podcast, and then now this is how I'm spending my week because this thing just happened on Twitter. It would be almost impossible not to be taken in by that, and not to be just convinced of the necessity of it, because all of this is really important. We're talking about millions of people. Literally, there are videos denigrating me for things I've never said or believed that Elon has amplified, and these videos have 50 million views, right? And I just happen to be lucky enough to have built a life and a career where that matters not at all, right? But for somebody else finding themselves in that situation, I can well, imagine, all right, this is the destruction of my reputation in a way that matters. And
well, that's what it looks like, sure. And like you said, it's virtually impossible to resist that temptation. I mean, who are you to deny the impact of the opinion of 50 million people? You know what I mean?
What do you mean, who are you? You guys are media pundits. It's literally your fucking job. Why does he talk about people in his position like we're just ordinary people? This is our job. This is what we do. We sign up for it. We get paid a lot for it. Like, at the very least, the minimum amount of thing you should be able to do is resist the public temptation to just lie and lie and lie and lie and lie. Now, if you're talking about like an ordinary kid, you know, it's so funny. It's so fucking funny because Peterson is actually operating, and if anybody wanted to call him out with substance, Peterson is actually operating, if you go to the fundamental attribution error, right? He's operating in the exact opposite manner that he should, because he will attribute no malice whatsoever to somebody like Elon Musk, who should know better, billionaire, older guy, multi-CEO of multiple successful companies, you know, huge influence on the world and exposure to social media and everything. He should know. And what does Peterson say about that? Oh, that's a pathology. He can't help it. But then when it comes to college kids, these are evil people. These are postmodernist evil people who are trying to destroy the world, and they're satanic, and they're trying to ruin everything. And it's like, if anything, it should be the exact opposite. Kids are fucking retarded. No offense, but they are. Kids are retarded. They say retarded shit all the time. Why do we have no standards of behavior for any of the larger social media figures who are on social media? Like, it's ridiculous.
I mean, that looks like an insane pride in a way to ignore that. But the point that you're making is that it's very difficult to
well, it's very easy to ignore it when it actually isn't making contact with my views. Right? It's like if I said
right, but it's hard to see that it isn't, like, because it appears so powerful. You know, we found as a social media platform that Twitter is the worst of all social media platforms for sales conversion.
Yeah, I can imagine.
In our experience,
that's because you're next to somebody getting beaten to death in a liquor store. I mean, like when I go on Twitter, since I don't have an account, so I have a naive account. It's not following anyone, and I almost never click anything. So I really see this as a pure algorithm when you just look at the homepage scroll, and or as pure as it gets. I mean, maybe it's got some information on me based on my IP address or something. But if I ask myself, what is this algorithm trying to get me to be or to believe? Honestly, I can tell you that it is trying to get me to be a racist asshole, right? And a fan of Elon's, right? So it's giving me a lot of Elon, and then it's giving me a lot of like black teenagers beating up white, a single white teenager, or people of color robbing stores and getting shot in the face. I mean, it's just awful, like 4chan level awfulness. And then the occasional unlucky brand advertising to me in that context. I mean, it's a monstrosity of a platform from which to actually try to sell things. So but yes, if I were on Twitter following 2,000 smart people as you are and feeling that they are curating for me, the best of their information diet, I would have. I know what that experience is like because that's what I was doing. That's why I was on it for 12 years and couldn't convince myself to get off it. It seemed like professional necessity. It seemed so good in the sense the incoming stuff was so good because again I had chosen who to follow and all these people were reading great articles and forwarding them and having great short takes on them, and it was all that stuff was great. But I have managed to get a surrogate of that in the way I find information otherwise. And what I don't have is the emergency. Like, I mean, the ruined vacation where somebody, some genius over at the New York Times has called me a racist, and now I have to, spend the rest of my vacation with my family trying to figure out how to respond to this. I've tweeted back at them and blah, 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 blah. It's escalated, and now we've just nuked each other. And
it looks real.
Yeah, it looks real, but it feels real, and it is real if you spend your time that way. That's the thing. If you spend your time that way, which I did for years, it is real. It is the substance of your life. It is the manner in which it's the thing you bring back to the conversation with your wife, 5 minutes later or 5 hours later, more likely, and it's in your head. And it was a ghastly use of attention. That's what I finally realized.
There's been some concerning research about the true safety of the abortion pill that's worth discussing. A recent report suggests that about 60 health emotional needs will also opt they'll choose to support.
Well, you made an allusion when you were talking about what you regard as the unfortunate effect of X on Elon and maybe on other users. So let's assume that you were afraid that the sort of things that you were seeing happening to others, more than merely Elon, let's say, in your estimation, were also happening to you. And so what do you think, in retrospect, what do you think it was doing to you? You just talked about the effects on your family on vacations. I've experienced a fair bit of that. I understand exactly what you're saying. And it does seem like the world's burning and you better do something about it right now. And it's no wonder it seems that way because it's lots of people, and generally in our normative ecosystems, if lots of people appear to be upset with you or around you, you should pay attention. But Twitter isn't the real world. We don't know what the hell it is, It looks more and more like a world of demonic thoughts, and God only knows what that world is. But what did you see, especially now that you've been away for a while, what elements of your character do you think were pathologized and that were brought to the forefront?
Well, so first I considered myself a fairly careful user of it. I mean, I was not at all like Elon. I was not addicted to it in that way. I was not tweeting hundreds of times a day. I think I averaged something like 3 tweets a day over the course of my use of it, and that would come in spurts. I mean, I would not tweet for 3 days and then send out a dozen tweets, because it was some hot topic. I was always fairly careful, so that I honestly don't think I ever said anything on the platform that I regretted. Right? I mean, if I ever made a mistake, I apologize for it. But I never, I treated it like writing. I was aware I was publishing in that channel, however quickly and impulsively. I was, I'm enough of a writer and an academic to feel like, okay, this is yet another occasion where embarrassment is possible, and you don't want that. So I don't remember ever really screwing up on the platform. And yet, what happened there was, I can honestly say that for a decade, the worst things in my life, and in some sense, the only bad things in my life, came from Twitter, came from my interaction with Twitter. I mean, apart from like family illnesses, I guess leaving that aside, my life was so good, and yet I had this digital serpent in my pocket that I would consult a dozen times a day, 20 times a day, maybe 100 times a day. So I might have only posted once or twice, but if something was really, if the news cycle was really churning, I might be looking at this my consulting of this newsfeed effectively. Was interrupting my day, not just every hour, but maybe every 5 minutes of many hours, right? Or for 10 minutes of that hour. And so it was segmenting my day, however good or productive that day was or should have been. I was constantly chopping it up by how I was engaging with this scroll. Again, mostly consuming, but often in response to the one or two things I put out. Yes, there was a dopaminergic component to that, obviously. I said something that I thought was clever, that was perceived as clever by my fans, and perhaps to the detriment of my enemies. And
what are these, like, I love how we've just been talking about the same shit the entire time, but they try to, like, timestamp it. So, like, 152, are we building new Towers of Babel? Did we really talk about that? No, we just said that social media or X can be a pathology. The rise of anti-Semitism, we didn't really talk about that at all. The lapse of standards, we didn't really talk about that at all. Elon Musk's addiction, is X a net negative? We didn't really talk much about that. Reflecting on the give him hell tweet, not really. Musk's salute, safeguards for impulse control, not really. How X breeds pathology in its users, that's kind of what we've been talking about the whole time. Like, holy shit.
All that seemed, exactly what I wanted in the moment. But even when it was at its best, right? Even when there was just good information coming to me and I was responding happily with good information back, even the non-toxic version of it was a style was intrinsically fragmenting of my life. It's like I don't read a book that way. I don't have a book that I pick up for 2.5 minutes and then I put down and then try to have a conversation with my kid and then say, okay, hold on 1 second, and pick up the book again. It's like that's not how anyone reads a book, right? And yet Twitter far too often became that sort of thing in my life.
Right.
And
it's like a parasite. It's like it parasitizes the exploratory instinct. It's something like that, right? Because and maybe look, for a long time, I didn't have a cell phone. I was a late adopter of cell phones, and I didn't watch the news probably really from like 1985 till about 2005. I cut myself off from news sources. I didn't read newspapers. And the reason that I didn't do that was because I realized...
happened in there. Did you catch 9/11?
I used to read, for example, I would read some credible magazines like The Economist when it still was credible, because I don't really think it is anymore. But
wasn't it amazing to consider that magazines like...
The Economist is not very credible. Anyway, as part of the Daily Wire, okay, dude.
Time and Newsweek, and they could wait a week. I could expect that their audience would wait a week to be informed about the news of that week. That just seems extraordinary to me now.
Well. My conclusion about that was that if it isn't important in a week, it's not important.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And so I substituted these longer lag time news aggregators for TV in particular, or radio. It's like, if it's today's news, it's not news. Maybe if it's not important in a month, it's not news, right? And that's part of that intelligent filtering. And I guess part of the reason that X is dangerous and social media is dangerous, X in particular, is that that proclivity to forage for information is in general an extremely useful instinct, right? It's the instinct to learn. But what we're learning, you might say that the shorter the period of time over which the information is relevant, the more like pseudo-information it is. And so then any system that optimizes for the grip of short-term attention is going to parasitize your learning instinct with pseudo-information.
We've already talked about that. Like, I feel like Peterson has had the same conversation, and he's like getting so high on his own farts over and over again. Like, social media is bad for us.
Information.
Yeah, it's also...
And the algorithms are going to maximize that.
The half-life is one thing, but also the culture that is informing these algorithms, the actual human behavior that the algorithms are skimming and boosting, is increasingly a bad faith style of conversation. I mean, it's just so many people, especially the anonymous people, are in the misinformation business. I mean, they will just cut together a clip that is designed to mislead, and that is the clip that will get spread to the ends of the earth.
Well, maybe is it designed to mislead, or is it designed to optimize their particular grip on short-term attention for their own aggrandizement? Like the psychopathic move, and let's say that it's facilitated by these short-term attention aggregators that are driven by bots that are learning how to do this. The psychopathic proclivity, the narcissistic proclivity, is going to say whatever puts you at the center of attention, whatever it is. Now, if you're governed by some kind of ethos that is outside of attention seeking, then that's a different story. But if the game is that the machine optimizes for short-term attention, then it's going to reward all the players that are doing whatever it takes to grip short-term attention.
Yeah, but the thing is, people, whatever it takes, though, is to get somebody seeming to say something totally outrageous. And in context, it might have made perfect sense, or at least be a very different point than the one that's being advertised by the clip. But the clip, short of context, is calculated to mislead in that the person who's edited that clip knows that the naive viewer can only draw one conclusion from the utterance as presented, right? And they're not even if they're well-intentioned and fairly alert to this problem, almost no one is going to go back to the original podcast and look at the comment in context. I mean, this just happened to Rogan, I believe. I think he had Bono, the singer for U2 on his podcast, and Bono said something critical of Elon, I believe, and this.
Do you think that Sam is doing a bad job of bringing the conversation back to a single topic? How does one do that effectively? I mean, he's doing the best he can. The reality is that pussies like Peterson will never have challenging conversations. So if you ever want to bring these guys on your show or have talks with them, you have to basically agree to sit around in a little circle and pat each other on the backs and be so gentle and nice to each other and never challenge anybody significantly on any opinion, because these people are modern day fucking sophists or whatever the fuck you call them.
This got chopped up in a clip that was it made it look like Joe really disagreed with...
It's not even sophistry. It's just fucking spineless echo hackery. I don't know. Like Sam is trying to push a little bit. I mean, like I'm not saying it's necessarily Sam's fault, but like Peterson is very clearly like, I am not going to criticize or engage in any critical political thought at all, period. Like I'm only here to repeat the same three talking points that I've been repeating like for the past 5 years, which is something about social contagion and social media and pathology of social media and a bunch of irrelevant Bible analogies or allusions. And that's it, over and over and over and over again. That's it. It's just fucking
Bono and was critical of him. And the clip just got exported as like, look at Bono getting owned by Joe Rogan or whatever. But that's not what the conversation was at all, right? Like Joe conceded, had most of the point that Bono was making. It was false. It was a false picture of what happened there. And the person who makes that clip just knows that if they frame it as a smackdown, people are going to love to see that. And it doesn't matter that they're lying about what happened and damaging people's reputations in the process.
Yeah, well, and that's especially true if they're anonymous and their reputation bears no consequence of their lies. Well, the other thing that's happening, I don't know how much this is happening to you, and this is another example of the parasite problem. So increasingly, my voice and my image are being used not exactly in the way that you're describing, although that's happening a lot.
Yeah, I'm selling cognitive enhancers somewhere as an AI version of myself.
Okay, well, that's happening a fair bit too, and sometimes worse than cognitive enhancers. But the worst thing that's happening now is that these sites that are operating under my name, using my image and my voice, are providing pseudo-philosophical content and pseudo-psychological insight as if
like exactly what you do.
It's me. And so it's like what I've said has been put through a filter of stupidity and reorganized in my voice. And this is happening constantly. Like YouTube is
every single show that I have that it shows on my channel is this is happening. Finally, Peterson gives us an honest take on his content.
Using my image and my voice are providing pseudo-philosophical content and pseudo-psychological insight as if it's me.
Yes.
And so it's like what I've said has been put through a filter of stupidity and reorganized in my voice.
Yes.
And this is happening constantly. Like YouTube has already taken 65 channels down that are doing this. And so this is another example of that parasite problem, right? You store up a reputation and then the parasites swoop in and pull off the attention that the reputation has garnered and monetize it. And they can escape into the ether because they do it anonymously. And so this is going to become a stunning problem.
I think it's a big problem. I can see that the perfect version of it is at most a year away. I mean, it might only be a couple of months away. We've experimented with this on our side too. Just like, for instance, in my meditation app, Waking Up, we're now experimenting with translation of other languages. And AI's got me speaking 22 languages perfectly in my voice, and it really sounds like me speaking those languages. And the translation, from what we can tell so far, is fairly impeccable. So we're going to roll out a Spanish version of the app in the not too distant future just to see what happens. But it's like it's getting too good. So I think what the lesson that consumers of information who care to have real information are going to have to learn is that you can't trust if you're looking at Jordan Peterson on YouTube, you simply cannot trust that it really is Jordan Peterson unless it's coming through one channel that you can trust. Which is, so we're back to the age of ironically, we're back to the age of gatekeepers, right? It's not on your channel or Joe Rogan's channel or Chris Williamson's channel. If it just purports to be them, but on somebody else's YouTube account, you can't trust it.
Yeah. Well, it might also be, Sam, that the real solution to that is payment. Like if it's the rule is going to be, maybe this is the rule. The rule is going to be if it's free, right? If it's free, it's a lie.
Right. Yeah.
That's the world we're rapidly moving into. Or if it's
someone's going to be able to create, until you find them and stop them, someone will create the fake Jordan Peterson Academy that has a paywall, right? It looks like you, sounds like you, and it's only $5 a month, and so they'll monetize that way, and that'll still be the problem.
Has that been happening with your meditation app, with your enterprise yet?
Not that I'm aware of. No, I just think I'm just aware of seeing short clips of me seeming to hawk psychotropics that I've never heard of, and it's just like an AI version of my voice. It's real footage of me stolen from somebody's podcast, and then an AI workover of that that turns into like an Instagram ad.
Yeah, well, I talked to some lawmakers in D.C. about a year and a half ago about the fact that this was going to happen, hoping that they would. Well, it takes a long time to take notice and take action, but it's essentially the digital equivalent of kidnapping. Like I think people should be put in prison for a long time for stealing your digital identity and monetizing it. Like it is very much akin to kidnapping because what they're doing is they're draining the value out of your reputation. That's essentially the game, and so what's happened to your life? There's a couple of things I'd like to investigate here first. The first is I'd like to return to something that you and I talked about that we wandered around a fair bit in our previous conversations. You had partly because you were concerned about the distinction between good and evil. Don't let me put words into your mouth. You were hoping to find a objective basis for morality, a way of grounding morality in the objective world. And I have a thought about that that's relevant to our current conversation. So tell me if you accept this proposition. Part of the pathology of Twitter is that it operates by game rules that not only don't apply in the real world, but that when exported to the real world, pathologize it. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like
So here's a way of I think bridging a gap between the way you've been thinking about the world from the moral perspective and the way I've been thinking about it. So, I've always been, I've understood that you had a very deep concern about moral judgment and that your attempt to provide a scaffolding of objectivity for morality was grounded in that even deeper concern. And I thought that I could understand why you did that. And I didn't agree with the conclusions that you drawn, but I agreed with the overall enterprise. And it struck me recently, and I think we've already obliquely made reference to it in our conversation, that there's another way of conceptualizing this relationship between morality and objective fact. And that it might be more fruitful to look into the realm of something like, well, it's like theory of iterability. And generalizability. It's maybe a variant of something like game theory. Like imagine that. So let me give you an example, Sam. It's a pretty famous example. You know those trading games where behavioral economists sit people down and say to people, they say, I'll give you $100, you have to make an offer to the, okay. So the finding across culturally is that people generally approximate a 50% split, right?
Yeah. And they're not game theoretic with respect to unfair trades. Like they don't want to accept unfair trades even when it would just narrowly be to their advantage to accept them.
Exactly. Okay. And that's true even if they're poor. So if you put a poor person in a situation where they have to accept an unfair trade, that would be to their immediate economic benefit. They seem even less likely to accept it. Now, I think the right way to construe that is that if you and I engage in an economic trade, we're doing two things at the same time. The first is what the classical economists would say is we're trying to maximize our gain, let's say. But the problem with that notion is that we aren't playing one game. Or while we're playing one game, we're also setting ourselves up to play a very large and unpredictable sequence of games. Those are happening at the same time. And so we don't want to just optimize for gain in a single game. We want to optimize our status as players in a large series of unpredictable games. And so we want to put ourselves forward as fair players so that people line up to play other games with us. Okay, so then imagine that the hallmark of morality is something like generalizable iterability across contexts, right? Because this would allow for, and so you could think about a truly moral system is the most playable game. And an immoral system augurs in. And like when we're talking about this to some degree with regard to X, because our proposition is that fundamentally, because it's optimizing for short-term attention grip, and it benefits the psychopaths and the short-term gain accruers, the parasites, and perhaps the predators, that it's fundamentally a non-playable game, and that if its consequences generalize outside the world of X, that it pathologizes the environment. And the reason for that is it's not optimally iterable. And so the pattern of morality that would be grounded in the objective world isn't in the world of objective fact. It's in the world of optimized iterability across people and contexts.
Well, I would say that there's some set of objective facts that subsumes that picture, right? I mean, the world is the way it is. The social world of social primates such as ourselves is the way it is. It admits of certain possibilities, and certain other things are impossible given the kinds of minds we have. Our minds could change in all kinds of ways. They could change by being integrated with technology. They could change by genetically being manipulated at some point in the future. There's this landscape of possible experience that the right sort of minds could navigate. And we're someplace on that landscape, and we're trying to find our way. And so I view morality as at bottom, a navigation problem, right? And it's got this iterative quality that you described. The question is, it's always, where can we go from here? Where should we go from here? Where should we go from here, given all the possible places we might go from here, both individually and collectively?
Okay, well, the reason that I got obsessed with stories to begin with, Sam, was because I realized 30 years ago that a story was a description of a navigation strategy.
Wow.
That's what a story is.
Okay.
And so then the question is, okay, let's see if we can formalize this a bit more. The story has to, let's say an optimized story has to iterate and improve. So, for example, if you construe your marriage properly, it exists stably, but that's not as good as it could get. It could exist stably and improve as it iterates. And then you can imagine that there's a small world of games that are playable in the actual natural and social world that improve as they iterate. And those games, pointers to those games are moral pointers. And I think that that's what the core of the religious enterprise dives into and elaborates upon. I think that's what makes it the religious enterprise, is that it deeply assesses. So if you imagine that your proposition you laid out is accurate, is that the fundamental concern is navigation. How do we get from point A to point B? Well, a story, you can think about this and tell me what you think, but I believe that a story is a description of a navigation strategy. If you go see a movie, you infer the aim of the protagonist, and you adopt his perceptual frame and his emotional perspective. That's how perception works. And then you can imagine that there are depths of games, some are shallow, and short-term games that maximize for short-term gain, and to hell with everything else, are shallow. And games that are sophisticated can be played in many situations with many players. They take the future into account, and they improve as you play them. And there's a hierarchy of value in consequence of that is obliquely associated with the world of fact, because it has to operate in the world of fact, but that isn't fundamentally derived from data that's directly associated with the facts.
Well, not operationally, but potentially so, just not in fact. That's just not. I'm never claiming when I say that there are objective truths to all of these questions that those objective truths will be delivered by some guy holding a clipboard wearing a white lab coat. But they're things we just know to be true, and it would take a lot of explaining to get to the bottom of how we know them to be true. But I mean, they're very simple claims. We know that life in the best and most refined and most ethically positive sum developed world context, right? You and me and our most conscientious friends at the nicest resort after having done a great day's work, we're enjoying a great meal and talking creatively and positively about how to improve the world. We know that's a better game than trying to find some child soldiers to torture the neighbors in some malarial hellhole, in sub-Saharan Africa, and so that we can extract some heavy metals, the extraction of which is polluting the environment and causing the life expectation to be 30 years lower than it is in where we live, right? And so there are different, fundamentally discordant human projects that are available to some very lucky people and unavailable to others, and luck is by no means evenly distributed in this world. So they're better and worse games, right? By any measure of better, you want to ethically better, artistically better, entrepreneurially better, economically better. It's just better with respect to the health outcomes, et cetera, et cetera. So we're all trying to play the best game we can be a part of. We're all trying. I mean, some people. I take that back. Many of us are. We're all trying to play the best game we can think of as best. But one of the consequences of my argument is that it's possible to be wrong. It's possible to actually have false beliefs about what is in fact better or worse.
I also think you're insufficiently pessimistic too, Sam. I think because I don't think everyone is trying to play the best possible game. I think that there are truly negative games where
Well, no,
I think
people are being rewarded in some way. Like the sadist whose favorite game is to just to cause suffering in others and enjoy that suffering. The fact that he enjoys their suffering, right? That's a problem with him, right? He's a neurological monster of a sort, and he's confined to being the sort of mind that finds that very low level game more rewarding than the game I just advertised at the resort with us being creative and productive and positive sum.
Yeah, well, that's the man who wants to rule over hell, Sam.
Right. Yeah. So
right.
I'm not
because he thinks. Okay. Fine.
But my point is that we're obviously living in a realm where there are better and worse outcomes by any definition of better and worse that makes sense.
Even from within the confines of the games that you're describing.
Yeah.
Right. Because one of the ways of deciding that a game is counterproductive is that if you play it, it doesn't produce the result that it intends. Right. So that's another kind of universal hallmark of moral judgment. Like if you're aiming at something and your strategy doesn't get you there, either your strategy is wrong or your aim is off by your own definition. Right. There's no relativizing your way out of that. And then we could say, well, there's a hierarchy of games that expand and improve as you play them, and there's a hierarchy of games that degenerate as you play them, even by your own standards of degeneration.
Yeah, and the games, the more refined games, actually refine you as a player. I mean, you get changed by the game you play, to your advantage or to your disadvantage, and it makes you more or less capable of playing any specific game. So this is what learning, this is what education is, this is what skill learning is, this is what interpersonal skill learning amounts to, this is what the difference between having good relationships versus bad relationships, being in a good culture where its institutions incentivize you to be effortlessly to be the best possible version of yourself, as opposed to you having to be some kind of moral hero just not a psychopath. And this is what's so important about incentives and about contexts like Twitter that incentivize the wrong things. What we want, we don't want to have to take on the burden of rebooting civilization ourselves based on our own native moral intuitions every single hour of every single day.
That's for sure, Sam. That's for sure.
We need systems that make it easy for strangers to collaborate effortlessly in high trust environments, right? I mean, we need to offload all of our moral wisdom into institutions and to systems of incentives such that you would have to be a very bad person indeed not to see the wisdom of being a peaceful, honest collaborator with the next person you meet, right? Given the nature of the system. Whereas, just to sharpen this up, because that can sound very abstract, if you take an actually normal, decent person who just wants to be good and have positive sum relationships with everyone he meets, you put that person in a maximum security prison in the United States, that person will be highly incentivized to join a gang that has the requisite color of his skin, right, and be essentially a monster, because that's the only way to survive in that context, right? To not join a gang, to not join a racist gang, is to be the victim of everyone, right? So what you have in a maximum security prison is a system of terrible incentives where you have to be some kind of self-sacrificing saint to opt out of ramifying this awful system of incentives further. We want the opposite of that in situations that we control and in institutions that we build. And the thing that's so disturbing to me about this contrarian moment is that so many people have gotten the message, and this is really most explicit since COVID, they've gotten the message that we don't need institutions. We don't want institutions. We just need to burn it all down. And we're just going to navigate by Substack newsletter and podcast. And that's just not going to work, right? We can't be all contrarian all the time. We need institutional knowledge.
Intermediary institutions.
Yeah, that work. Yeah, so whether we have to build new ones or perform exorcisms on our old ones, that might be a different answer depending on the case. But there's no question we need institutions that are better than most individuals and that make most individuals live up to norms that they themselves didn't invent and would, under another system of incentives, would struggle to emulate.
All right, I'm going to bring it in to land, Sam. I think what we're going to do on the Daily Wire side, I want to talk to you, I think, for half an hour about the anti-Semitic landscape on the left and the right. And I want to go down those rabbit holes and explore them with you. So that's, for everybody watching and listening, I think that's what we're going to do on the Daily Wire side. And because you made some comments earlier about your concerns about the right-wing parties in Europe, for example, and the Nazis that are hiding there. And I've seen no shortage of right-wing anti-Semitism rear its ugly head, let's say, on X, for example. But I also want to talk to you about the same pathology emerging on the left, because there's no shortage of unbelievable anti-Semitism on the left. And we should sort that out a little bit. And so that's what we'll do on the Daily Wire side. Sam, every time we talk, I think we get a little bit, we understand each other a little bit better. I think there's something very fruitful for us to continue discussing in relationship, to a number of the things you discussed today about the necessity for intermediary institutions. That's the principle of subsidiarity. It's an ancient principle of Catholic social, social philosophy. You have to have intermediary institutions. They're the alternative to tyranny and slavery. The idea that there's a harmony between individual development and proper institutions that has to be established. You can't be it's very difficult to be a good person in an entirely pathological social situation. And then this idea that there's a hierarchy of games, because part of what got me interested to begin with in the religious world, let's say, was because I started to understand what constituted the religious as the...
You think Jordan Peterson would talk to you again? No, I think they were happy with the views we got initially, but I think he got ass pain because he was only being challenged. Because I think it was like a month or two later, he was on some other show and he was like, that Destiny character, he just wants to be right all the time. Because I gave him the lightest fucking pushback on his show. None of these guys just want to be challenged very much. They just wanted to circle jerk in their echo chambers all day and then just say the most just pointless, empty drivel for hours.
Structure of the depth of games. That's by definition. I'm not talking about what people think about as superstitious belief. That's not the issue. The issue is that there's a hierarchy of game, from shallow to deep, from counterproductive to productive, from unplayable to iterative, and that's a real world. And there's a reason for that I think is allied with your desire, lifelong desire, to investigate the objective grounds of the moral world.
Yeah, I mean,
there's
one thing I would add to that is that also by definition on my account, whatever's true there, whatever's truly...
That clip spread around a bit and he was mad as... Wait, which clip?
Sacred. The true spiritual possibility has to be deeper than culture. And it certainly has to be deeper than the accidents of ancient cultures being separated from one another based on linguistic and geographical barriers, right? So it can't be
no dispute about that.
Yeah, it can't be that Eastern Orthodox Christianity is the real answer versus Hinduism being the real answer. Because I mean, one, they're incompatible answers at the surface level. Whatever deep truth they may be in touch with, that is something we have to understand in a 21st century context that is deeper than provincialism. That's my argument against religious sectarianism of any kind.
We definitely have much to discuss the next time we talk. All right, so for everybody watching and listening, join us on the Daily Wire side because we'll go down the anti-Semitic rabbit hole, and that'll give Sam and I a little bit of time as well to discuss the political, which we haven't, which we've conveniently circumvented in a sense, but we had other things to talk about. So join us there. Thank you to the film crew here today in Scottsdale. Thanks, Sam. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. I'm glad you're doing well. It's real good to see you, man. Yep.
Even the fucking music, dude. Jesus. Destiny, Jordan, Trust Car. Oh, I asked him, how do you establish Jordan Peterson shocks Destiny during debate. Which one is it?
Analysts to have
Horrible conversation. Oh my God. Goddamn vaccines.
Goddamn vaccines.
Like the ones that they did do for the vaccines and they continue to do to this day. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
You really think that you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility of the trials for the vaccines, do you?
No,
Really?
I don't. So I have to trust.
Then what are you doing? I don't trust that. I look at the bloody data.
First of all, you have to trust third parties to some extent. When you go outside,
I don't have to trust
Of course you do. You do every day. When you turn the keys in your car, you hope your engine doesn't explode. When you're drinking water, you hope that the public water or whatever tap or bottled water you got it out of isn't contaminated or poisoned with cholera.
I don't do that as a consequence of consensus.
No, of course you do.
No, I don't. I do that as a consequence of observing multiple times that when I put the goddamn key in the ignition, the truck started.
Why do you know it's going to start the 50th or the 100th time? How many times do you wear
with me?
I'm
You know
not
perfectly
playing
well
Hume.
why.
You don't know if the denim in those jeans isn't leaking into your bloodstream. To some extent, we trust. Like these, it's not even a smart. It's just a stupid. I don't even want to call it contrary. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. Also, my response there was stupid. I shouldn't have said, "How do you know it's not going to explode the 50th or the 100th time?" I should have asked. That's a fine question, actually. I should have said, "How do you know it's not going to explode the first time?" Right? Yes, but it's such a stupid back and forth. This whole conversation was so stupid.
Observing multiple times that when I put the goddamn key in the ignition, the truck started.
Why do you know it's going to start the 50th or the 100th time? How many times do you wear
with me?
I'm
You know
not
perfectly
playing
well
Hume.
why.
You don't know if the denim in those jeans isn't leaking into your bloodstream. To some extent, we have to trust third-party institutions.
Except when they use force. How about that?
Like, it's such a like, how do you not, what do you even say? In every society, we verify and validate every single thing that we interact. It's such a, on its face, stupid, I don't care. Okay. Destiny Jordan. Oh, my rap album. Watch the shock Destiny? Oh, what am I shocked about?
Because the leftists should have been the ones that were most skeptical about the bloody pharmaceutical companies. And they jumped on the vaccine bandwagon in exactly the same way that you're doing right.
It's from, why is anything else our channel posting that clip?
Pharmaceutical
companies have helped us tremendously.
Yeah, right, there we go, fine. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
You're just wrong.
I think they're
You're utterly wrong.
I see. So you don't think that the pharmaceutical companies who dominate the advertising landscape with 75% of the funding are corrupt?
Corrupt is a very broad.
No, it's
do you think that
corrupt with a tinge of malevolence, willing to extract money out of people by putting their health on the line.
Do you think that we get effective drugs from pharmaceutical companies?
Not particularly.
Okay. Damn it. Why did I ask that question? You know what he's going to say. You know he's going to say some retarded shit. Dipshit, dumbass. Imagine asking a question to further a conversation, expecting he would engage in good faith. Meanwhile, all of these conservative guys are fucking downing handfuls of Viagra, TRT, and Ozempic now that they've found pills that they like. Good one. What? Now you gotta watch this fish meme. The fish meme. It's a vaccine. There are different technologies.
Fine.
The mRNA vaccine is a type of vaccine technology.
Vaccines. Now this is vaccines.
No, it was like this, and now it's like this.
No. It was like this, and now it's like this. The mRNA technology was a radical, qualitative leap forward in technology. You can call it a vaccine if you want to, but it bears very little resemblance to any vaccine that went before that. And the reason it was called a vaccine was because vaccine was a brand name that had a track record of safety, and shoehorning it in that was one of the ways to make sure that people weren't terrified of the technology. And
the reason it's called vaccine is because they're injecting something that's inoculating you against something in the future because there's proteins that resemble virus that
there are
infect your
overlaps
immune system.
between the mRNA technologies and vaccines, to be sure, but they wouldn't have been put forward with the rate that they were put forward if they weren't a radical new technology. And it's bad in principle to inject billions of people with an untested new technology.
Isn't it also bad in principle for billions of people to get infected with a worldwide pandemic that initially was causing a decent number of deaths, a ton of complications, shutting down world economies?
Maybe it was. Maybe.
What? Maybe? What do you mean maybe? Like, think of, like, this is, just in case you wonder why I hate Jordan Peterson, it's the selective skepticism and the selective explosion of like exploding out concepts where you ask, you ask Jordan Peterson, was Jesus really resurrected in 3 days? I was like, well, what does it mean when we say resurrected? And who would have observed it? And then it's like, was Hunter Biden actually corrupt? Yes, they were corrupt and evil. And they did X, Y, Z and VAERS and the pharmaceuticals. It's like, oh, okay. Like he's very willing to make concrete, discrete claims about things when it's politically suitable. But then when it comes to something you have to challenge a little bit, now it's like, well, I don't know, right? Like, obviously the vaccines were bad. Don't you think like COVID was bad? I don't know. Maybe. Really? For billions of people get infected. And also we came out of this conversation with him saying, I'm the one who just wants to win the argument. You won't even admit that like having a disease is bad.
Technology, and it's bad in principle to inject billions of people with an untested new technology.
Is it also bad in principle for billions of people to get infected with a worldwide pandemic that initially was causing a decent number of deaths, a ton of complications, shutting down world economies?
Maybe it was. So
should we engage in that analysis and figure out like if we look at
we're not engaging in the analysis.
No, because now we're fighting whether vaccines or even vaccines or not.
No, don't play that game. That's not what I was doing. I was making a very specific and careful case. The mRNA technology, by wide recognition, is an extraordinarily novel technology.
But that's not a vaccine, though.
Well, okay, it's a radically transformed form of vaccine. I don't give a damn. That still makes it something so new that the potential danger of its mass administration was highly probable to be at least or more dangerous than the thing that it was.
Highly probable to be at least or more dangerous than what is this form of analysis from a guy who just told me that we weren't qualified to even question vaccine research or whatever? Like, okay, I'm done. I don't care. God, I hate it. Okay. Stop. Random clip, tending parties. This would be more peculiar. No one cares.
And the threats to our nations, they don't sleep.
2 years old. Another amazing cell phone by Mike from Pa.
Mike from PA here, the king of self-owning. This is one of these political commentators, but he's famous for being a total fucking moron and pathetic loser. In fact, I once famously referred to him as the...
Wait. Oh, we already watched this. You can watch me over there. Well, I'm going to use that restroom too. I'll be back in a second. I don't know if this will repeat or not.
He's stuck in the before picture of a transformation photo. That's funny, right?
Yeah, he's stuck there.
So
like him as a person, or
wait, what happened? Did he change his? Oh.
How would you?
So this guy is talking. There's a book called Abundance that a lot of people are talking about right now, and this guy made a tweet. Derek Thompson. How would you square? I don't think anyone's saying against any of this. Blah, blah. He's making a point to Mike, and Mike says to him, because I've read the book. Have you? Now, would it surprise you if I told you Derek Thompson was the author of the book?
Oh, shit.
And that is a classic Mike from PA moment right there. Mike from PA here, the king of self-owning. This is one of these political commentators, but he's famous for being a total fucking moron and pathetic loser. In fact, I once famously referred to him as the he's stuck in the before picture of a transformation photo. That's funny, right?
Yeah, he's stuck there.
So
like him as a person, or
wait, what happened? Did he change his? Oh.
How would you?
So this guy is talking. There's a book called Abundance that a lot of people are talking about right now, and this guy made a tweet. Derek Thompson. How would you square? I don't think anyone's saying against any of this. Blah, blah. He's making a point to Mike, and Mike says to him, because I've read the book. Have you? Now, would it surprise you if I told you Derek Thompson was the author of the book?
Oh shit.
And that is a classic Mike from PA moment right there. Mike from PA here, the king of self-owning. This is one of these political commentators, but he's famous for being a total fucking moron and pathetic loser. In fact, I once famously referred to him as the he's stuck in the before picture of a transformation photo. That's funny, right?
Yeah, he's stuck there.
So
like him as a person, or
wait, what happened? Did he change his? Oh.
How would you?
So this guy is talking. There's a book called Abundance that a lot of people are talking about right now, and this guy made a tweet. Derek Thompson. How would you square? I don't think anyone's saying against any of this. Blah, blah. He's making a point to Mike. And Mike says to him, because I've read the book, have you? Now, would it surprise you if I told you Derek Thompson was the author of the book?
Oh, shit.
And that is a classic Mike from PA moment right there. Mike from PA here, the king of self-owning. This is one of these political commentators, but he's famous for being a total fucking moron and pathetic loser. In fact, I once famously referred to him as the...
Do YouTube clips just replay? Good. Suffer. Wow, I feel like everything is so boring right now. Fuck! Destiny gets an ad. Oh, this is for... I bet it was for the Coinbase thing. It is crazy. One day. Where the fuck are the new LSF clips? Crush the bar exam with AI.
Hey, give me Jay. No, y'all, retreat, for real. Nah, for real.
Use your ult, Dez. Use your ult, nigga. Get us up. That's what you here for, huh?
Come over here, ult.
Come on,
no,
nigga.
Bro.
This is a solid nigga on my
Nah, bro, this nigga suck, bro.
mama, if you don't switch up the nigga,
Nah, he suck, bro.
in real life.
Nah, I need my rules, bro.
Promise to God, if you do not switch out that nigga, I'm gonna box you dead ass in real life, bro. Cause that just heated me the fuck up. You're fucking sorry. Yo, I'm fucking heated dead ass. I am not playing, bro. You are fucking sorry.
What the fuck? Nah, nigga sorry, bro.
I told that nigga not to pick that bullshit, bro.
Damn.
Hey, give me Jay.
Wait.
No, y'all.
Is he the YouTuber?
Y'all, retreat, for real.
Who does a skit guy? Oh shit, how long has he been streaming for? Or a YouTube group?
A given speed. It makes a noise which increases in either volume or pitch when you reach some speed.
I'm gonna make you one more suggestion, and this may do it.
Leaf is banned off Twitter again. What is Leaf? Oh, Leafy. Okay. Is there a new JCS video? Is it Amber's Afternoon? Is this it? Wait, so is the guy's voice here anymore, or is it all AI?
I'll have him bring that Gatorade. I'm actually gonna grab water myself.
Wait, what? Is this possible? Is there a law against this, or does the government have the ability to... What part of the government do this? Golden share in U.S. deal gives Trump extraordinary control. Administration officials secured a deal that will give the president unusual influence over a private company and could serve as a model for other deals. To save its takeover of U.S. Steel, Japan's Nippon Steel agreed to an unusual arrangement granting the White House a golden share that gives the government an extraordinary amount of influence over a U.S. company. New details of the agreement show that the structure would give President Trump and his successors a permanent stake in U.S. Steel, significant sway over its board and veto power over a wide array of company actions, an arrangement that could change the nature of foreign investment in the U.S. It's like nationalizing a company, basically. Oof. Maybe somebody is starting to give him some of that Hitler prep. The fuck? Okay. Jesus.
You want me to do that?
Thank you.
This is 20-year-old Amber Riswin, sitting inside a police interrogation room at 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
All you need to know at this moment is that Amber doesn't quite realize how much trouble she's in.
I mean, they're giving a Gatorade. It can't be that bad.
All right. Amber, is it? Okay. I'm Detective Edwards. I know we spoke on scene, and I asked you if you'd be kind enough to, come down here so that we could talk. Before we talk, I'm going to protect myself and protect you, okay? And I'm just going to inform you of your rights. You have the right to remain silent and not answer any questions, and any statement can and will be used against you in the court of law. All right, so, broad and general question, what happened? Take a deep breath.
Okay. Last night was a culmination of things that had been going on for the past week and month or so. I've been there since January, and Blake has been progressively more aggressive towards me. He would make abusive statements. He would hold me by the wrists and shake me around. He spit in my face yesterday, and he would also have these angry fits of rage where he would start breaking things and throwing things around. And he even put a bunch of scratches on my guitar.
Oh no!
And then last night he decided to buy LSD and was acting nutso. And then I laid down on the futon in the center living room, and Blake was starting to play around with the gun, and he was pointing it at me. At this point, it was sideways, and so I grabbed it and I pushed his hand away. I grabbed it again, and I let loose.
Where'd you shoot him on his body?
I think I shot him in his face.
Okay, so we're full on affirmative defense. Okay, self-defense. Just fully confessed to murdering the guy. All right. Right, good strategy.
And why there?
He was just there, in front of me. He was smothering me.
Okay.
So that was within my arm's reach. There was this much of him.
Oh, he survived. Sorry.
And he started spilling the blood everywhere. And then he came up to get me. And then that's when I cut him. Because at that point I reached into my pocket. And I got my knife and I cut him. And then he opened the door. He got outside and then he started screaming and saying help me, help me. And yeah. Then
So she shot him. She took out her knife and stabbed him. This is combined arms warfare over here. Okay, Jesus.
The other guard showed up and he was threatening me. He kicked me, that guard.
Wow, I wonder why.
They were being aggressive towards me too, and they thought that I was just some prostitute.
I got you. So as he's crawling outside, what's going on in this moment? Are you behind him? Are you in front of him?
I was behind him, and I was trying to get him back inside. That way there wasn't some scene. I really didn't.
This person is mentally ill, 100 million %. Schizoid person? Not even. No, because that doesn't make you retarded. Something is severely wrong with this person.
Didn't want to deal with people outside.
Okay.
You may have already noticed that Amber's interrogation won't require a whole lot of analysis. So for contrast, you'll be presented with 4 additional subjects with very different personalities, the first of which will begin right away. From what we could research about Ashley Benefield, she was an extremely talented dancer, able to confidently perform with natural poise in front of large crowds and sold-out theaters. But according to reports, her social presence was considerably more reserved, with people describing her as friendly, but somewhat shy and sometimes withdrawn, unless she was under the influence of enough alcohol, which was reportedly the case when she met former naval pilot Doug Benefield at a business conference, and broke the ice by revealing she had a concealed firearm tucked into her bra. Despite a 30-year age gap, they seemed to fall quickly in love and got married 14 days later.
King.
They then launched the American National Ballet together, which Ashley conceptualized hoping to create a worldwide organization. But the company failed to get investors and dissolved quickly thereafter. Ashley then filed for divorce, but was already pregnant with their daughter, so they then had to co-parent together over the following 2.5 years, which created considerable tension. Worldwide, they seemed to fall quickly. Sealed firearm, got married 14 days.
This guy is in his 50s? I feel like this guy looks really good for being in his 50s, right? Or is she like 10 and he's 40? 30-year age gap? How old is he in this picture? Jeez.
Later, with tension, culminating in Ashley shooting Doug in the leg and chest when he was visiting her mother's house. She then ran to the neighbors, claiming that Doug had attacked her and that she had been forced to shoot him. Then she called her attorney, who accompanied her to the police station and informed investigators that she would not be providing a statement.
We will. Okay. Ashley, I'm Detective Flonzinski. I'm with the Manatee County Sheriff's Office Homicide Unit. I know that we haven't talked yet, and we're not going to be taking a statement from you. That's fine. I have a search warrant, okay? And your attorney's here. I'm going to give it a copy to both of you so you guys can read it, but I'm going to actually read it to you first. But no one can stop this process, just so you know, because it is a search warrant, all right? You can't refuse it. If you do refuse it, there's actually a charge for that. It's called obstruction to a search warrant. We're gonna stop recording?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just worried for her. She hasn't eaten anything all day or anything like that.
Do you want me to get you something?
No, I don't think she can eat. She hasn't been able to eat, so. But no,
How can I make her more comfortable?
No, she's fine.
Okay. I mean, the last thing I want her to do is feel like, you know, she's gonna pass out, or if I can make her more comfortable. Ashley, I understand that, you know, you're not supposed to be talking to me, but you can tell your attorney I'm hungry or thirsty or something, and I will get you whatever you wanted. Aspirin. I rushed and got you aspirin. I know that I'm supposed to be the bad guy in this situation to you. I'm not trying to be the bad guy, and I don't want to be the bad guy. If I can help you, please tell me how I can help you, okay? This is teamwork as far as I'm concerned. I want to get the truth, and you want me to know the truth.
Police would find no evidence to support her case for self-defense. There were no signs of a struggle, and nothing to indicate that Doug had attacked her prior to the shooting. She was charged—
Wow, so you have to be the perfect victim? She has to wait for him to beat the shit out of her before she's allowed to defend herself?
With second-degree murder, then released on $100,000 bond awaiting trial. It began on July 23, 2024.
Do you have any hobbies?
I love art.
Me too, fam.
I like drawing, painting, sculpting, ballet. I enjoy gardening, baking, cooking. Most importantly, I'm a
regular
mom.
polymath.
I want to ask you about Doug. When did the two of you meet?
We met August 25th of 2016.
Did he turn out to be who you thought he was?
No, not at all.
I want to direct your attention, Ashley, now, if I can, to the day of the homicide, September 27, 2020. Specifically, late in the afternoon. Would you tell us why Doug was at your home?
He came over to help load some of the larger items that my mom and I had kind of pre-staged in the garage into the U-Haul truck. We started getting into a back and forth about being done for the day and what still needed to be packed and that I wanted to be done. And we ended up in our daughter's bedroom and he started screaming at me. He said, "Shut the fuck up."
Wow.
Did you take any steps to try to avoid anything further?
Yes, I ran to try to leave the house.
He stops her from leaving, so she runs upstairs.
Where?
To my room.
Why?
Because I was scared.
She grabs one of the two guns she had in her bedroom.
And what do you see, Ashley, when you look up?
Doug was standing in the doorway. His face was red. Like the veins were bulging in his neck. His eyes were black.
Does he yell anything at you?
He said, "You're fucking done."
Damn. This is one of the best examples of why not to put your client on the stand. I mean, if she killed him, and it's pretty undeniable she killed him, and she's trying to use self-defense as an affirmative defense, she basically has to testify if she's going to try to win on those grounds, right? So they kind of have to take the stand here.
At that point, Ashley, what are you thinking?
I thought he was gonna kill me. If I wore the wrong thing, he would call me a whore or a slut.
Oh no.
I feel like I couldn't do anything right. I feel like I had made a really big mistake marrying him. Sometimes he would drive really scary, yelling and screaming at me and like running up on curbs. One time he almost hit a tree.
I would like to just start with a couple of issues.
Uh-oh.
So Doug had a vasectomy removal in April of 2017, right?
Yes.
And you paid for that?
Part of it went on my debit card or my credit card.
And your intention was to get pregnant?
Yes, we had talked about that, yeah.
During this time, you said he had started criticizing you, right? About the way you looked, your clothes, the way you acted. He was, according to you, he flipped a table, tried to flip a table, threw a chair, right?
Yes.
He would scream at you.
Yes.
He would call you slut and whore.
Yes.
And you want a baby.
What you're seeing here is known as strategic insinuation, where tone and rhetorical framing are used to undermine credibility. This is especially effective when paired with nonverbal cues, such as the look the prosecutor is now giving the defendant. She is not allowed to speculate, nor accuse the defendant until her closing statement, so this is her way of doing both without technically breaking any rules.
I mean, yeah, we were married, we wanted a family.
Okay.
And here we have the infamous microtransgression. Here's another one.
In fact, during this time in South Carolina, you never worked, did you?
He wouldn't let me work.
Okay.
As you can tell, the way she says okay isn't neutral. It's laced with skepticism and condescension, conveying the subtext of disbelief without saying the words.
Are you scared here of Doug?
No, I would not say no.
Hold on. Related? Related?
You said on direct examination that around this time you were living the nightmare. Those were your words, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you living the nightmare here?
Oh, no, not at that moment, no. That was a very nice day.
How about at this moment?
Oh, it was a good day.
And States 102 at this moment?
Same, it was a good day. Sometimes things are really good and other times they weren't.
Okay.
I wasn't going to disagree with him in front of anybody.
Okay. So I want to get to the night that all this happened. So you knew Doug was coming over.
Yes.
You invited him over.
Yes.
To help you move stuff in the house.
Well, specifically stuff in the garage, but yes.
And you thought he was going to kill you.
He wouldn't let me leave. I tried to leave. He stopped me.
The question is, you thought he was going to kill you.
Yeah.
Where was your firearm?
It was in the bin on top of the basket.
Okay. And that was not your only firearm in that room, correct?
Correct.
You had a firearm in the closet.
Was she fucking Jane Wick? How many guns does she have up there? The fuck?
My carry gun was in my backpack, which is my purse at the time.
Judge, if I could have her step down so she can demonstrate. You may. So Doug opens the door and does what?
Standing in the doorway, kind of like this. He said, "You're fucking done." And I held the gun out in front of me and said, "Stop." He got into this like fighting pose where he like turned sideways. And he was like moving around with his like arms in his hands. And he started like inching forward towards me.
So he's standing there. He turns to like this. And starts moving his arms around.
Like that.
Well, show me. What was he doing?
Kind of like that when he got like this, and he was like making like fighting motions. I don't know. I'm not a fighter. I don't know. Okay.
I don't know. I'm not a fighter. I feel like if you're gonna float like an affirmative defense, I feel like you should read the statute and the underlying elements or whatever as clearly as you fucking can and repeat those words over and over. Like, he was moving his arms in a way that seemed like he was going to do serious and significant damage to my body. I felt in danger. I felt like he was going to kill me. He represented a threat to my life. If you start like weaseling here or waffling or like, I don't know, he was waving around. He kind of looked like the giant guy outside the gas station in the wind. Like, oof.
Okay.
It was scary.
Did he have his hands in fists?
Not at that point. They were like.
What? He was doing the robot in front of you? Like, why would you? Jesus.
I don't know.
So you start shooting, and he falls down
And I just started blasting. True.
on his back.
His legs went up in the air.
Okay, where do his legs go?
In the air.
How high in the air?
I don't know.
And were you still shooting at the time?
I don't remember.
You can have a seat.
Wouldn't you just come off as robotic in front of the jury that you were trying to play? Would you come off as robotic? No, I mean, you don't have to say it like in the most robotic way possible. But like at the very least, you should convey that, you know, he was towering over me. I felt like he was going to severely hurt me. It looked like he was going to kill me. Like something like this. Not like, I don't know what he was doing with his hands and then crying. You keep remember, wait, this guy's dead, right? I don't know why we're watching this because it's supposed to be about that Amber girl. I don't know who Ashley is, but like this person is dead. You've killed this person, okay? And in my opinion, the fact pattern and the history here doesn't support the idea that she should be in fear of her life because they fought before and she never grabbed a gun, or I don't think has ever grabbed a gun, never tried to shoot him or whatever. So why did you feel in danger this time? So not that you should never do this, obviously, but the guy's dead, so make some shit up. Like. And then he said, I'm going to kill you, bitch. Like, say, why not? You might as well make some shit up. Because by her own testimony, it doesn't sound like she even thought she was in danger at the time. Or not in mortal danger, not enough to kill somebody, right?
All right, the verdict appears to be in proper form. Madam Clerk, would you please publish the verdict?
We, the jury, finds as follows as to the defendant in this case. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. Juror number.
Is that a partial win? What were they going for? They said lesser included offense, meaning they, whatever state this is, they can charge down the line or whatever. So you can charge like first degree, second degree, third degree. And it sounds like she got the lesser included offense of manslaughter. I don't know. I guess that's probably a big win for her then. Although she could have, I imagine, been totally exonerated, but I don't know if it's manslaughter 1 or 2 or what. I don't even know what the fuck state this is. Sorry.
15, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Members of the jury, I want to thank you for your time and consideration in this case.
I always ask, though, is there anybody that I haven't heard from, any testimony I didn't hear, any evidence that I didn't hear, anything at all that I need to know to make a fair decision in this matter?
Your Honor, Ms. Benefield feels that I've spoken for her.
Excellent.
We're somehow getting the sense that Ashley doesn't quite share the same sentiment.
All right.
Ashley is about to realize the judge isn't cutting to the chase and will instead drag out the process with pre-sentencing remarks. It's such a fascinating moment because it's at the very last stage of where she knows she is being watched, and a time where you really don't want to be visibly annoyed at the judge.
All right, so the first thing we need to do is talk about the score sheet to start from. My ultimate conclusion, Ms. Benefield, is that this is not a downward departure case. So with that said, the sentence of the court will be as follows. I'm going to sentence you to 20 years in Florida State Prison.
Damn!
That's to be followed by 10 years of probation. You must initially report to the Bradenton Department of Corrections. We'll be able to provide you a map of where that is.
This is Ashley Benefield's latest mugshot. Her earliest release date is in December of 2041. We'll now take you back to Amber's interrogation.
I really didn't want to deal with people.
What the fuck was the point of that? Okay, thank you.
outside. Okay. So once he got outside, he was up, you know? So he slammed against the door, he's up, and he opens the door, and he goes outside and he starts running, and then once he gets across the street, I see him pull his head up like this, or maybe his head falls, and then he like walks and sits down over by the guard, and he's like, oh, help me, and the guard's just like starting to laugh, you know?
Okay, I don't know the context for all of this, but just in my personal opinion, whenever people share incredibly detailed stories, they're always lying. And they think, I don't know why people think this, because whenever you're recounting a story, you never do this. But when you're lying, right? Like, oh, what'd you do last night? You know, I went out with like John and Frank, and we had some drinks, and it was cool. What did you do last night? Last night, I met up with John and Frank. It was, I think, exactly 9 o'clock. At Applebee's. We sat at the table that was closest to the door. I remember that Frank had his Android phone out, and then I think John ordered first, and it's like, motherfucker, you're making shit up right now. Like, what? This is making your story sound more credible? The fuck?
You know? And then the guard kicks me, and they're cursing at me, and so I just go back into the place, and I get the keys.
See, now that's where I have to ask you a question, because we had 4 witnesses on scene that said they saw you go up to him and slice his throat.
Damn!
So what happened with that? Was he doing something that made you perform that action, or what happened with that?
He just kept grabbing at me, and he was like trying to like get me to like, I don't know, like be brought down to his level.
Okay.
I no.
I still want to
he
get
was
back.
He was still threatening me.
Okay, so that's what I want to get into. Is that how he ended up? Because he has it on his neck. Okay, and they saw you literally leaving within seconds behind him, following him, and they identified you, which is how we knew it was you.
I couldn't let him just stay like that. You know, I was like, I felt bad.
Stay like what?
Like just in a state of just like blood spilling from his mouth.
Is that after you cut his neck?
No, before that.
Before you cut his neck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what's
him just stay like that.
Which is how we knew it was you.
I couldn't let him just stay like that. You know, I was like, I felt bad.
Stay like what?
Like just in a state of just like blood spilling from his mouth.
Is that after you cut his neck?
No, before that.
Before you cut his neck?
Yeah.
Okay. So before, when he was crawling out of the door and you were following behind him, was he saying anything to you?
He wasn't crawling. He was
like, but this person has to be. I don't understand what's going on here at all. She might not be lying about anything, but she has to be at least, like I was saying, like autistic or schizoid or something. Because I don't, or narcissistic. I don't know how you don't hear yourself telling the story and this sounds incredibly fucking bad. How can you say something like this and not realize that the person across from you is going to think you're an actual fucking sociopath saying shit like this? You have to be.
standing.
Okay, so he was standing and he was.
It's called aura? Oh, drugs, maybe. I don't know. Maybe drugs.
Running towards somebody outside. And you were behind him. What were you saying to him as you were running behind him?
I just kept saying things like, can you please stop? He broke an aerosol can inside of the place by just chucking it at the bed. And it blew up everywhere. Okay. And then he like threw a bunch of, he kicked a box of like really sharp like bones of an animal at me while I was sleeping. Okay. And he's done things like played around with knives like really scarily, and I just had more and more of a reason to just be upset.
Like nobody's hearing this and thinking this is a legitimate reason to kill somebody, like twice. You shot the dude in the face and cut his neck. You like double killed the same guy. You need more than this.
Or to be on edge. Okay. That's really what I mean.
Let me get this right. He's in the house playing around with the gun and he supposedly points it at you. You manage to get it out of his hand.
He does, yes.
And then fire it at his head. At this time, he's now on his butt at the front door. Is that where everything...
Like, look at how easily she drinks like the Gatorade and puts a cap. I think this person is mentally ill. This person is like, this is a crazy person. But not like, not like hallucination, but like something is very, very, very off from this person.
It kind of happened?
Yeah, I was sleeping there with my head against the door on the futon. And so when he approached me, that all happened, and then he sat back, and then he got up.
Okay.
After getting shot in the face.
Okay.
He was like screaming on the trip, and he was like, "You're ruining this for me!" Ah, and I was just like, "What? I don't understand what I did wrong." Like
every white woman ever.
Like, you're ruining. After getting shot in the face.
Okay.
He was like screaming on the trip, and he was like, "You're ruining this for me!" Ah, and I was just like, I don't understand what I did wrong. Like I was like,
okay.
After getting shot in the face.
Okay.
He was like screaming on the trip, and he was like, "You're ruining this for me!" Ah, and I was just like, I don't understand what I did wrong. Like I was just laying on the couch and trying to go to sleep. I'm trying to look cute, you know, like with your little like bear blanket or whatever.
So now, once he's on the ground after he's shot, then what?
He gets up. He goes and slams his body up against the door.
Okay.
He opens the door. He runs outside.
But I thought you said you stabbed him again before he ran out.
I didn't stab him. I cut him.
Okay, so you cut him before he ran out.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you cut his throat before he ran out or after?
Before and after.
And then at what point did he get this cut?
That was just
You killed this dude 3 times, and apparently he's not even dead. So
larger one. After I followed him, and.
But why that one?
What should I say?
What should you say? What happened?
Of course.
Yeah. Why that cut here? Were you just trying to send a statement to him?
No. There was no statement or anything. I was just looking to do whatever it took to get him down.
Okay, because now what I'm understanding is he's trying to separate himself from you and go and get help, and you're following behind him with the knife.
No, I.
Oof, that's like first degree intent right there. Doing whatever I could to get him down. She's like clearly stating, you generally for I think like a first degree conviction or for first degree manslaughter, you need like the willful intent to intentionally try to kill somebody with a thing. And I'm like, Jesus.
I didn't do that. I definitely sent him out there with a cut. I didn't follow him and then like slit him throat to throat. Like, I mean, ear to ear. That was just what existed. I was running on adrenaline.
I could imagine.
And that was just not, it wasn't okay. It wasn't okay to do in public, but I didn't pull his head back or anything.
So how did you do it? Like,
this person is, something is off. Like developmental disability or something. We're like way far into the...
Well, the same way that you would normally do it.
When...
How did you cut his throat?
Do it like...
Well, the same way that you would normally do it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
When he ran out of the house, how far away were you behind him? Because I know you can see him since you approached him. Okay, so a yard.
Because I was worried and I didn't want him to go out into the street or anything.
Okay, why not?
Because he was just a mess. He was like...
Did you just not want...
I was getting a major ick from him and I didn't want my whole neighborhood to see how much of a weak pussy this guy was.
People to see what happened?
Yeah,
or?
I mean, it was just scary.
Okay.
And Blake talks to the neighbors all the time. And so he's a huge ass kisser. And like, he just like does that and...
First degree requires premeditation, aka a serious period of time to consider the act and contemplate it before engaging in it. First degree murder does not require a long waiting period. First degree intent can be shown in less than a minute. It's not, is it depraved? I don't know. I'd have to go and look up the definitions. And every state writes the statutes a little bit differently. But if you are like understanding what you're doing, trying to kill somebody, and you know that you're trying to kill somebody, and you're engaged in it like this is like enough for first degree murder. You don't have to have like a whole plot or a plan or whatever.
There's nothing wrong with it, but he'll like invite them in and like get screwed up with them and like...
Screwed up how?
Like he'll just give them alcohol or drugs or they'll give him drugs.
Have you ever witnessed him doing drugs?
Yeah.
Okay, have you done drugs with him?
No.
Ever? Before rehab?
No.
She's like, I'm not catching a weed charge here. Hell no.
Okay.
You wouldn't need a PhD to recognize that Amber is on something right now besides the Gatorade. And on that note, allow us to introduce you to our next subject. This is 19-year-old Erin Moffat, who recently strangled her own mother to death.
You have no idea how fucking annoying it is to watch a video like this when it's your client. Why? If you take a client who's already talked to the cops for like an hour, you're expecting someone to be fucked anyway. Different video, yes!
with an extension cord while coming down off crystal meth. She and her boyfriend then buried her body in an abandoned oil field. Her mother's landlord reported her missing 21 days later, at which point Erin was asked to come in for questioning.
That wasn't important. It was on in my mind.
What we're trying to do is just trying to get a timeline.
Right.
Okay, so I want to start back with what time, when did you move in with your mom again?
Oh, wow.
How long ago was that?
She had been living with her mom for 2 weeks.
When did you realize that your mom was missing?
I got out of jail on the 5th.
Oh wait, that's right. You were arrested on...
She was arrested for possession of cocaine roughly 10 hours after the murder. The detective now takes her to the moment she was released 2 days later.
Okay, when did you get out of jail from Harris County?
At 2:30 a.m. I took a taxi home, and I went in the house, and everything was fine. I figured, I just went to my room.
Okay, so when did you discover that your mom was
The
missing?
next morning.
September 6th?
Mm-hmm.
How did you determine that she was missing?
Because I'm nosy, and I mean, the car's there. My mom, this right here, that trips me out more than anything. Like, I'm freaking out behind her car, and I looked through her, she has this little blue bag, and I looked through it, her wallet was there, all her identification, down to her pills, I mean, everything except her money. Her money was gone. And I know my mom had to have had at least, because rent is due, the rent was due, and I ended up having to pay the rent, and I knew she had to have at least money for the rent. Me and my mom, I love her, I do, I really love my mother, but it's a very distant thing. Like, I keep myself very closed off, because I have to be that way with her. If I'm not, she will literally, there's days when I won't even answer my phone, because she's just crazy with it. She calls me constantly.
So, hold on a second. Did you have money for your bond, or did you have someone bond you out?
I had money for it.
Where'd you go when you got out of jail on the 5th?
I came home. That's when I came home. And I went in the house, and she wasn't there. And I'm really upset, because my mom, last conversation I had with her was about drugs. And it really breaks my heart. I want my mom to be okay, but I always say that but, and people hear it, and they're like, why do you always say that? I have a horrible, horrible feeling.
Yeah.
Horrible feeling.
What do you mean?
Because, look at people who do drugs, my mom, all it would take, you have no idea what this on her, oh my God.
What do you mean?
Her mouth is horrible. She talks so much crap, threatening, I'm gonna shoot you crap, horrible stuff. And I always told her, Mama, you're gonna handle somebody the way you handle me, and they're not gonna be like me. I love you, I'm your daughter. I understand you're crazy. Other people aren't gonna understand that. And somebody's gonna hurt you. And she don't realize, she thinks she's Superman, she thinks she can talk to anybody and everybody however she wants to, and she does. Believe me, she handles a whole lot of people badly now. And that's what scares me. And I always, she's always said, her mouth is gonna get her in trouble, and when you're high and you're hanging out with high people and you talk crap, you get beat on. I mean, I've seen it. I've been through things.
Is this sort of too much talking that the plaintiff... Oh, no, shut
I mean, I've seen horrible things happen with these drugs.
Where do you think your mom is now? If we had to go...
Wait, is that her phone? Did they just let her use her phone during this? Or maybe they didn't care as much about phones in 2008, I guess? I don't know.
Look for her. Where should we go look?
If I knew I would be there. God,
You don't have any idea?
I have no clue. That's why I feel so bad.
Where could she have gone if she had just walked out the door? Because she didn't take her car or anything else. Where could she have just walked to? If she were to walk somewhere...
I don't ever walk anywhere out here. It's out of the question.
You don't have any idea where she could have just walked to?
I don't think my mom just walked. I don't know. It could have been, I don't know who she knows. That's the problem. I don't keep up with her like that. And I wish to God I would have paid more attention now.
You think someone came to pick her up?
It's possible. I mean, anything's possible right now. It's like, I know that that's my mom. I want my mom. It's like, I know when I lay down, I want my mom because she's my mom. This is crazy.
So you don't...
Is she a suspect
There's
yet in
something
this,
real
or?
happening here. Perhaps emotional pain. She will quickly bury her face in her hands and shut the emotion down.
Have any? I mean, you don't think she's anywhere near the home or anything like that?
I have no clue. I'm like space cadet over here in space.
Did you tell? Here's what's disturbing to some of the family members.
Uh-oh. What?
Please let me know.
Did you tell Dina? Did you speak to Dina on a phone?
Dina.
A few days ago.
I talked to her last night.
What did Dina say?
Every now and then.
Probably over the weekend, something like that.
It's possible. Every conversation up until, I don't know which one you're talking about, I really don't remember talking to her crazy except for last night. I didn't really talk. I was respectful, but still probably rude. And
Okay, how about this? Did you ever use the word shovel and your mom in the same sentence when you were speaking to Dina?
Oh, yes, I did. I said, She said, why don't you go look for her? And I said, well, what do you want me to do? Grab a shovel?
Okay.
Because and I'm sorry, but I'm unemotional. I'm very, very closed off.
Oh, yeah. What a word choice.
So do you think that your mom is dead?
When I tell you I have a bad feeling, I'm not kidding.
So you have no idea where she's at? But do you suspect that she's in the ground somewhere?
No, I mean, I'm not sure, but I mean, I'm saying, like, you know, people, I'm telling her, I told Dina, y'all don't know her the way I know her. I'm such a, oh, my heart's so screwed up, like, I can't, I want to accept the worst and just get over it because
True.
That's it.
Was your mom depressed?
My mom's psychologically screwed, okay?
Hater.
Okay, I'll be right
Don't y'all
back.
freeze to death?
Yeah, it's a little bit cold in here. I'll be right back, okay?
When police searched her mom's trailer, they discovered a missing carpet, blood underneath the rug, and a power cord lying right next to where the blood was found.
Is that a dog? Or is this like some furniture that like looks like a dog? Am I crazy?
They called Aaron's now ex-boyfriend to come in multiple times for questioning. He would turn up at the police station on the exact day they were set to conduct Aaron's second interview. It had been 28 days since the murder.
Okay.
Like the movie.
If you want a drink, just let me know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Corey. State your name for the record for me, please.
Michael Corey Lewis.
Michael Corey Lewis. I'm glad we finally got a chance to meet up. Before we begin, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read you your statement of Miranda rights, okay? You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so as we've spoken on the phone a couple times, and as you know, what we're trying to do is establish a timeline for Jana's disappearance.
Who's that, her mom?
Yeah, Shannon.
Okay.
I love Shannon. Jank break.
Israel owes us $311 billion. Israel owes us $311 billion. I'm not interested in offensive wars in the Middle East on behalf of another country. Stop funding Israel. They're not America. They're a different country.
Oh.
How did you know that Israel and America are two different countries? Are you a genius? How did he figure this out? Listen, Sherlock, Einstein, Blue's Clues, whatever you go by, let's break down the stupidity you just said one by one. First things first, America is not giving Israel billions of dollars just out of the goodness of their soul, or because they're in a good mood, or had a good investing day.
Today we had a great day in the stock market, and the Yankees are doing pretty good. Why don't we swing Israel a couple $1 billion and let them spend it on whatever they want?
True.
No. When America gives Israel money, it comes with very specific guidelines and conditions on what they can spend it on. For example, American weapons. When America gives Israel money, it's only if they spend that money on American weapons, so that way they can defend themselves against countries that want to wipe Israel and America off the face of the earth. For example, the Iranian regime.
Paste. Okay.
You may know her as Shannon, is that correct? Ashland's?
I don't remember her name. I met her twice.
Okay, Ashland's mom?
Damn.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're familiar with Ashland?
Yes, sir.
Or Aaron, right,
Aaron.
Moffat. Okay, so you've met her mom twice. Her name is Jana Shannon Moffat.
Okay.
Okay. So when did you, on the 2nd, because she was, we're talking about, she was arrested at about 2:30 in the morning in Friendswood on the 3rd.
Black Hawk and 528.
Right. Okay. So you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You got that time frame in your head. You remember when that was?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Take me 12 hours prior to that.
I was at my trailer.
And describe to me each hour of that day.
He claims he was in his trailer for the entire day until he picked up Aaron at 11 p.m. to drive to Friendswood. Jana had been dead for roughly 10 hours at this point.
Were y'all going to get dope or what?
I believe she was.
Oh.
What was her frame of mind then?
She was fiending.
How was she acting?
She wanted
Well,
dope.
she had a big bottle of pills, which
Wait, what is dope? When someone says dope, what does that even mean? Is dope like meth? Is dope any drug? Is dope... What does that colloquially refer to? Just any drugs? Heroin? Pills? Drugs? Depends. Lawyer? Dope is heroin.
Next. It was like blue pills. I don't even know.
I mean, was she acting different?
Yeah,
or-
she was on something.
She was on something?
Definitely. Well, when is she not?
Yeah.
Did Jana ever, or did Ashlyn ever tell you that Jana was missing?
Yeah, whenever she got home.
When she got home?
When she got released,
from
got
jail?
the taxi cab to my...
What did she say about it?
My mom's gone. All her stuff's here. Her money's here. Phone. Cigarettes. Keys.
On the night of the second, when you and Aaron went to Friendswood, did she mention anything about her mother?
Not really.
No?
She was trying to avoid it, I guess. I don't know. She was
I mean, what does she think that happened? I mean,
I don't know. She told me that her mom's like a druggie, and she was just giving me all kinds of information that I didn't really care.
I mean, isn't she a druggie?
It's important to note the detectives are not certain of Corey's involvement at this point. They have no concrete evidence that can implicate himself or Aaron. So everything you're about to see is entirely a bluff.
Let's see. Do you trust Aaron to Ashlyn? Do you trust Ashlyn to keep quiet about secrets?
Uh-oh.
I haven't told anybody any secrets. I don't keep secrets.
You think she could keep something quiet?
If she wanted to, I guess. She's pretty good at that. She lies to me a lot, so yeah, probably.
how long have you known her?
Like I said, a couple months.
Couple months?
Maybe.
When we do this type of interview, there's certain things that we already know the answers to that we're going to ask you, just to make sure that you're being honest with us. So and I'm having a few. I guess I got a few questions about the date on the 2nd. You said you had problems remembering dates, and yet you remember the 2nd. Why does that date?
I don't remember.
stand
Y'all
out?
told me it was the 2nd. He's told me several times she got arrested on the 2nd. And so I'm assuming it was the 2nd.
Well, that's okay. So what were you doing on the 2nd?
Probably woke up like at 2, like I said. And then, I don't know, she called me and said she had her mom's car.
Okay, remember again, well, let me back up. This is your chance to kind of tell us what's going on.
Many of you will already know that this is your chance, and this is your opportunity, are pressure tactics disguised as benevolence. The thing is, that doesn't work on the suspect here. What does work is what the detective says next, or more specifically, how she says it.
I already banged Ashley.
No idea.
We already know what's going on, so this is your chance.
This is your opportunity. That's what you don't understand right now is we know. We know.
We know you were in the trailer that day.
We know you were there. We know about the blood on the carpet. We know about the cord. We know about the rug. We know about the trunk. We know about the ride. We know about the dump. Do you trust Aaron?
It's kind of funny that, like, so much of kind of police strategy just relies on people not knowing how any of the criminal justice works, how any of the criminal justice system works. Like, they don't know anything about how police work or anything. Because if anybody had this much information, right, you only need probable cause, which is a very low standard of evidence, to make an arrest. So if they knew all of this information, he's never being asked to come in for questioning. They're going to show up and they're going to arrest you. This is not a voluntary, unless there's like some ultra 7 million degree dimensions of fucking mind or whatever, some crazy federal whatever that should go on. Like, I brought up that one Breaking Bad scene where Mike puts his hands on the table and he's like, "Oh, if you know this, then just arrest me." And then Hank and the other guy, you know, he leaves because it's like, yeah, the cops don't ever know that much because they do. A cop is not going to ask you something if he can force you to give it to him. Like, cops don't ask to search your home if you cops don't ask to search your home if they have a search warrant. They're just gonna say, "Here's a warrant. We're gonna go fuck your shit up now."
We will be down there tonight. We will be speaking to her probably about 2 a.m. She will confess.
And I'm going to be tired by then. I'm not going to want to hear.
She killed her mom. I know she did.
Stuck a needle in her neck and she choked her with the damn cord.
We know this. Thank you. by you telling us this, I mean, you are doing
Rep.
the right thing. Do you understand that? I know you're scared. I can tell by looking at you, but you're doing the right thing.
I didn't want to have anything to do with it.
I have no doubt. But you were there, right?
Corey, look, man. How long you been holding this inside?
A long time, man.
You were in Aaron's room. You guys just had sex. And her mom was, okay, help me out here because the computer is no longer there. I think Aaron pawned
Right
it.
by the door on the left.
Right when you walk in the front door to the left. Okay. Where the stain is, correct?
Destiny timestamped.
Drug empire. First time hearing about that. I don't know anything about that.
Hey, man, we have a guy that could put you in that underground lab, and he'll testify to it. So from here on out, this can go hard or easy. So what's it gonna be?
Forget your handcuffs? I'm confused. Am I under arrest here or am I not?
That's what he should have done right now. Got him.
Like, stands right here, the computer was right
Okay.
here.
Because the computer's no longer there, is why I'm asking.
She probably pawned it.
Okay. Forgive my drawing, but we're gonna say this is inside of the trailer, okay? Then she's the one that.
Best is when the cops say, if you call a lawyer, they aren't going to come in until tomorrow. We can just do a quick 15-minute interview and be done without one. Cut to that person admitting to shit they didn't do and never going home. Rip.
She snatched the cord out of the wall.
Where were you when this happened? Tell us where you were at.
There.
Did you hold her mom down?
No.
You didn't hold her down? Come on, Corey. You're doing good. Buddy, you're doing good.
Hanging
I'm
yourself.
scared shitless, man.
I imagine.
I understand that.
I imagine. I believe you.
Hastings oil field.
Huh?
Hastings oil field.
Is
Jesus.
that where she's at?
I mean, I imagine panic. Everybody was panicked.
Man, I went with it because she just fucking killed somebody.
Oh, sure.
They take him back to the moment they were both in Aaron's room, just before the murder.
And so what happened? Was she talking about what she was going to do, or she said she was going to go out and kill her mom?
And she did, and I stood there and watched.
What has Aaron been saying after this? I mean,
She's been trying to keep me to cover it up.
Aaron was arrested the next day and informed that Corey had already told them everything.
Aaron, don't say anything until you sign this document. Okay?
Because we want to use this in court.
The way it should be.
Rip.
And then you'll have your opportunity to talk.
What I did was wrong, and I know that.
what do you mean what you did was wrong?
Y'all said y'all put Corey in jail already.
Why don't you tell us what happened on the 2nd? Why don't you just start on the 2nd and begin to tell me what happened?
I can't say this shit. This is
Your point.
Is this guy as bad as the girl? Feels like in this case he's a lot more redeemable. Well, I mean, there's like two parts to it. You have the actual crime that they committed, and then you'll have the sentencing from the judge. If you I would have to read the state statutes, okay? But like the girl might be guilty of a whole conspiracy to murder, and all of this, and the guy might just be some kind of like accessory to murder, or I think accessory after the fact maybe, or something like that, because he helps cover it up or he doesn't report it. So the actual charge would be less, but also the judge will have the ability to make a consideration when the judge is doing sentencing as well, and everything from your behavior in interrogations all the way up to your behavior in court, your allocution statements can influence maybe how the judge will sentence you, right?
To your throat. What did you do?
I can't say it. I'm a piece of shit.
We know what you did.
I know you know. You
Tell me what you did.
I strangled my mom.
You strangled your mom?
I I got angry at her and I said something stupid and Corey was like, and people just feed into my negativity, and if you were to just shut me the hell up, I wouldn't say anything, I would be quiet, but he fucking fed into it and it makes my ego big, and then
What did he tell you?
He's just like, you know, if you do it, I'll do it too, blah, 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 you know, and I was like, he just held my mom, and I did that to my mom. My mom. I don't know what the
Did you kill your
wrong
mom?
with me.
Did you kill your mom?
Yes.
What do they have her sign just before this? My guess is some more, I don't know, some more official version of like a Miranda statement or something. Like, I understand that I have a right to an attorney not to talk, or some bullshit. Or something acknowledging something before.
I freaked the hell out and started crying, and I was like, I didn't know what to do, and then I guess we realized that we can't leave my mom laying there, and
What happened right after y'all arrived to the location?
he pulled her out and took her to where the grass was and stuff, and I fell, and I couldn't do it. I just couldn't, and he just put her in there, and then we left.
Do you remember what you were thinking?
I was pissed off at my mom. Just, we're always fighting about something. It doesn't matter. And it's probably her telling me, she just talks all kinds of crap. And it's anger that's built up after days and days of dealing with it. And
Should we take a break?
Do you need anything?
I haven't ate, but
Are you hungry?
That dude only knew her for a couple of months and was zooted, and she killed her mom right in front of him, threw plus 20 years of life away for some rando on a high. Crazy how life happens. Now she's blaming him. Well, to be fair, for a lot of you guys, because I know a lot of you guys are from coastal places. I'm from Nebraska. It's not really that uncommon that we kill our parents, and sometimes you're in and out of relationships quick. And like, I probably know like 4 or 5 people that murdered a parent in front of a new significant other. Like, it's not the most uncommon thing in the Midwest. I'm just kidding. Trolling. I'm trolling, you fucking morons.
for what though?
7 people in chat just took me seriously right now.
I don't know. We can get you crackers or chips or something. We'll find something. We'll be right back. I'll get you some crackers.
It's interesting how these videos make us want to point out how the criminal is stupid by admitting to shit when, like, really, it's the best thing they could do. Well, it's absolutely not the best thing they could do, ever. You want to make the state prove their case as much as possible, and you want to leave yourself with the best ability to negotiate. Like, you're not going to get a plea deal or anything if you've already left everything on the fucking interrogation floor. Number one. Number two, the reality is there's a couple things going on, but one big thing, we say this a lot, but if you're like working class, this is a bizarre statement. We say this a lot, like, oh, get a lawyer, get a lawyer, get a lawyer. That's a really daunting task. I don't know if people are aware of like how daunting of a task that is. If you're like a working class, we're like, get a lawyer. Well, first of all, where the fuck do you get a lawyer at? Most people don't know how to get a lawyer. You see like billboard signs on the street. Yeah, back in my days, you could open the yellow page. Like, okay, so you Google for a lawyer, and then like, what's a lawyer gonna cost? $500? $1,000, $1 million, like who the fuck knows? Like what a lawyer is even going to charge you. And then keep in mind, you haven't even been arrested. You're just being questioned. So like how many working class people are going to proactively contact a lawyer to represent them during an interrogation that they're doing willingly, where they're not even under arrest by the police? And then a lot of people think that it's a very human experience. Like if I ask for a lawyer, I feel like that makes me sound guilty. But if I just like offer you up a bunch of information, maybe it makes me sound more innocent. Like there's a lot of hurdles here that in a way I think almost kind of fuck over your right. No, I don't want to say fuck over your rights. It's just, it's a difficult thing. And I don't even know if you're guaranteed a lawyer. I doubt it. I don't know if you've got the positive right to have like a public defender if you're not even under arrest. Right? Like if the cops are just calling you in to answer some questions, I don't know if they have to provide a lawyer to you just to, consensually answer questions without being, detained or arrested and then compelled.
So was this his idea or your idea?
Mine.
Yours?
But he was right there with me the whole time.
What do you think should happen here?
I think the chatter was making a moral statement that you should accept the consequences of your actions. Oh, on an interpersonal level? Yeah, maybe, I guess, maybe, yeah.
You've already said you understand what you did was wrong, correct? What do you think should happen?
You have a right to an attorney as part of the Miranda rights? That's if you've been arrested, though. But I'm saying, like, for instance, like the beginning of this interrogation, like right here, this girl wasn't under arrest, I don't believe. They just brought her in and asked her questions. So she can't, like, demand a lawyer at this point. She would have to pay for one. And the problem, too, is if you're smart enough to pay for one, you're actually not going to get a lawyer here. Because if you know what happens, like if you were to pay for a lawyer here, what would happen is you pick up the phone and you say, I want to get a lawyer, and you pay, and then the lawyer would come down and like, okay, well, what's up? And then you'd be like, okay, well, I'm not under arrest, but they want me to answer the questions. And the lawyer would be like, oh, well, just don't talk to them and go home. You'd be like, are you sure? Yes. Okay. And then that's it. Because unless you're under arrest, there's no reason you have to say anything. Fucking cause, right? You don't have to. So there's not even like, so it's almost like a circular self-defeating argument. You really should just never, I mean, if you're trying to maximize your own rights, you should just never, there's a balancing test here. It's not that simple. Because I don't want to say you should never talk to the cops ever. Because there might be a time where you can provide valuable information to help somebody, or if there is somebody who fucked up, really, just be careful. You generally just don't. If you've done, especially if you've done something wrong, or if you think somebody thinks you've done something wrong, like.
Me, she just talks all kinds of crap, and it's anger that's built up after days and days of dealing with it. And
should we take a break?
Sure. Do you need anything?
I haven't ate, but
They read them the Miranda rights during interrogation, though, no? I don't know if you Mirandize somebody if you aren't arresting or detaining them. Like, if they Mirandize all these people that maybe they might just to be safe, but I don't think you would have to. There's no way, I don't think you would have to. If a cop pulls me over as part of a traffic stop, and then he detains me because he sees like weed in my back seat, and then I start saying some crazy shit about like the guy in my trunk, like, yeah, I killed him or whatever. It's not like, I think he can use that. I don't think he has to Mirandize me, or like because he didn't Mirandize me, nothing I said counts. Do you have to Mirandize someone before you can ask them questions, not arrested? Maybe it matters, like if they can use it again. No, you must be able to. This says, routine questions are usually administrative and not investigative. Non-custodial interrogation, meaning you're not in custody. Miranda rights are only necessary when a person is in custody. If an individual is free to leave and not under arrest, officers can question them without reading Miranda rights. I think that's the case. They might read them all the time anyway, just to be safe, but I don't think you necessarily need to unless the person's like under arrest. I think.
Are you hungry?
for what though?
I don't know. We can get you crackers or chips or something. We'll find something. We'll be right back. I'll get you some crackers. So was this his idea or your idea?
They can also just Mirandize you and then ask you the question again. Sure, maybe.
Yeah.
Mine.
Yours.
But he was right there with me the whole time.
What do you think should happen here? You've already said you understand what you did was wrong, correct? What do you think should happen? I mean, do you understand the severity of what's going on? You do. What typically happens in this type of scenario?
People go to prison. I know I'm in trouble. And I deserve to be in trouble. I just don't.
Why do you feel like you deserve it?
Because look, my mom. My mom.
You understand that you'll be charged?
They'll always Mirandize you if they think they're going to get what they need to charge and sentence you. So anytime you're Mirandized, get the lawyer. Yeah, but I'm 100% positive that you can incriminate yourself without being Mirandized. I don't think I've ever been Mirandized by federal officers before, but I've been visited by the FBI enough to know that they're asking questions where if I say the wrong thing, I could give them PC to start searching my shit or maybe arrest me if I say something really retarded. Like there's no shot that like an officer comes to my house, like, have you made comments about blah, blah, blah? I'm like, yeah, I want to murder motherfuckers. And that's why I got the guns to do it. And they're like, slap the cuffs. And I was like, excuse me, you didn't Mirandize me. JK, by the way, that was a joke, LOL, you know?
For homicide. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
For killing your mom.
Rip. Also, 2008, we had better cameras than this. What's going on here? Where's the funding for this police department?
I want my mom. Oh, God. So when you went to go interview Corey, he just
Caved.
He did cave. He did completely. He fucked you hard.
I feel like a freaking monster.
This moment is absolutely compelling because of the autonomy the interrogator has. He can respond in any way he chooses, or not respond at all. You may have noticed he was playing the role of the bad cop and was especially cold toward Aaron throughout the process. But for whatever reason, in this moment, he chooses empathy.
I don't think you're a monster. I think you made a terrible mistake, okay?
Oh, fuck you. That's not empathy. That's the worst shit to hear. Like, fuck you, mother. I am a monster. I wanted them to die. Oh, give me a break.
Was this your Coke?
Yeah.
Corey Lewis was sentenced to 10 years for his role in the murder. It could not be proven that he held the victim down. Erin Ashlyn Moffat got a 50-year prison sentence. She will be eligible for parole by the time she's 44.
Alright, so I know we're skipping around here, but I was going back to,
Meta comment, because we're skipping around in the video, get it?
You
Well,
said-
we're not, but the video is skipping around.
that you were about a yard away from him as he's running.
That's all I really remember.
As he's running, getting help. He was on his knees at this point? Because you said you walked up next to him and did this.
Yeah.
How tall is he from you? Like,
I was standing, and he was like about this tall.
Okay.
And then the like corner parking lot guard started screaming, and then he said, "Get the fuck away from me, bitch!" and like all of this like disgusting language.
Sure.
And then that's when I went to the bamboo room for help. And
now, why didn't you stay on scene if you were trying to get help? Why leave in a Monte Carlo?
I just couldn't stay. I thought that I was going to be blamed for something because all those people, like, with all of the witnesses at that time, just trying to group their story and glue it together. I don't trust that.
But why not stay and give your account of what happened? You know what I mean?
Because I knew this would happen today. Knew that if I showed it back on scene, somebody would call or I would go to the police station. I plan on getting my stuff, giving it to my dad, putting the car back and leaving, and then calling about this.
Okay.
But was he out there
maybe
during
he
that
lived
time?
in the apartment complex next door. But yeah, I think he was.
He was? Okay.
He must have been. For him to have like seen me and been like, "Oh, this girl has to go to jail," and like,
what a loser.
Police.
Police.
Yeah.
Oh, he said that during
minding his own
the time?
fucking business.
Did he say that during the time?
Kind of, but like I don't
She must be a member of the hater Discord.
recall.
Okay.
It was just a sentiment.
Were any of those knives that you had on you the one that you used to cut Blake?
No. Oh,
Which one?
She has. Oh my God! Imagine she whips out the DGG Damascus knife available for sale at destiny.gg/merch. Oh my God!
Okay. How many knives do you keep on you?
2.
And there were a lot of knives in that house. Are they
2?
Yours? Are they his?
2?
Is he a knife collector?
Yeah.
Samurai
I'm
collector?
telling you, he's seriously. He gave me the samurai.
Oh.
But which is why it's in the trunk of the Monte Carlo right now. Because I wanted to practice with it. But
practice what?
Where'd you go after you left?
I parked the car down the street and I just went to sleep.
Now, at any point, did you think to come back and call police once you got there, or you just wanted to get your shit and get out?
I just wanted to get my shit and get out. Like, I'm not used to this sort of, like, you know, processing and stuff. But if I need to be called on as a witness or something, I understand. But really, I think it's clear that Blake had tried to threaten me, and I had to take action to just get him done.
Okay.
Okay, get him done.
And when you say done, what do you mean by that?
Just,
you know, done.
Away,
no more.
dead?
Just
away.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is that I wasn't being, like, ultra aggressive.
So by him bleeding, because you said you couldn't wait to see it done.
No, as in I could not stay around it, like, without, like, checking to see if this guy was not going to get up again. He got shot and got up.
Okay, and then he left outside, and you followed him. You were within a yard of him, and you cut him again.
No.
I'm
not going to agree to that kind of statement.
Just said that.
My brain had been, no, I did not.
You said
no,
that
I said that my
came up.
mind was fuzzy.
And that concludes the first real pushback of the interrogation, which leads us to our next two subjects.
What? What is happening?
Do you mind if I keep the door closed? If we actually have people walking by, and is that cool? Yes.
Okay.
This is Katrina Ben, who, according to these investigators, was the most confident suspect they've ever dealt with.
Okay.
She began dating a popular car salesman called Eric Samoa in May of 2012, and although he was upfront
a popular car salesman? What?
with her about seeing another woman at the time, Katrina believed, or at least hoped, that she would be the one he'd eventually choose.
Oh,
but
no.
early one morning, shortly after they had slept together, she discovered Eric had called the other woman while she was there. What she was unaware of, and what you will see her find out in real time, was that Eric was calling the other woman to break up with her. Katrina then waited for him to go to sleep. Then
Oh no, he was gonna choose her. She murdered him on accident.
Shot him in the head. Eric was discovered the next day during a welfare check, and then shot him in the head. Eric was discovered the next day during a welfare check, and Katrina, being the last person he was, Eric was her. Katrina then waited for him to go to sleep, then shot him in the head. Eric was discovered the
Who
next.
are these people? Just like, well, gotta do what you gotta do. Jesus Christ.
Next day during a welfare check, and Katrina, being the last person he was texting, was asked to come in for questioning. Police would later testify that she seemed genuinely distraught when she was informed of Eric's murder.
So you moved in the high-rise how long ago?
March 11th, I believe.
And, okay, and how'd you meet Eric?
I met Eric outside, like 2 weeks after I had been there. I think we get off work or get in about the same time. So I usually get off around 6. It takes me a while to get home. And we were walking in, and he asked me if I was a nurse.
She talks about her work as a nurse, and they make an instant connection, seeing each other almost daily for the next 3 weeks. She then gets to the day before Eric's murder, where they were spending the night at his apartment watching the basketball game, when at some point Eric starts calling his dealer to bring him some weed.
He asked them 2 or 3 times, where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? And then he just hung up. I don't know if they hung up on him. I don't know, but...
What time do you think that calls?
That was during the second quarters.
She says she goes to sleep in Eric's bed after the game, while Eric stays in the living room.
I woke up to him talking to somebody, and it was a guy. And I don't know how he knew I was woke. Maybe I coughed or something, I don't know. But I rolled over, and he opened the bedroom door, he came in. And as he opened the door, I could see who I think is the guy from the apartment, like, walk by to go to the couch.
Okay.
The person she just mentioned is Eric's drug dealer, who she's now trying to pin the murder on. She says she goes back to sleep, then wakes up the next morning.
It had to be right at 5. It had to be right at 5. Eric's in the bed, and I hear somebody using the bathroom. So the guy's still there, obviously. He used the bathroom. I'm a nurse, so I'm going to notice if you use the bathroom, you don't wash your hands. So use the bathroom. I didn't hear any water running afterwards.
She gets her stuff and goes to leave, and while she's walking out of the apartment, she feels someone push the door shut behind her.
And when I felt the nudge on the door, I thought it was Eric coming behind me, because he usually walks me to the door and locks the door. But
you didn't see him come up behind you, like to the front?
No. I went out the
Oh, okay, the bathroom and immediately made a right.
Yeah, like I wasn't trying to look, see him, anything. I was just trying to leave. So I walked out the bathroom door and grabbed the front door. And as I was going out like this, like my hand is pulling the door too, the door started pushing up. Like somebody was trying to help me close the door, you know. And I thought it was Eric trying to come to the door, like, where you going? But I saw like this side of the guy. I just knew it wasn't Eric, his little skinny arm. But I did put, like, dude almost hit me in the ass with the door when I left. LOL, you know.
See that?
LOL.
Right here.
Oh, that's good. She's got corroborating.
Wow, that's crazy.
Okay. This is rock solid.
This detective would later testify that he believed Katrina was innocent by this moment. The truth is that she had sent the text message after Eric was already dead. Katrina left soon after this moment. The investigators then...
Damn! Okay, we got a sophisticated liar. That's a believable story. She had a text message to corroborate that event and everything.
Located and arrested Eric's drug dealer. He denied ever having been inside Eric's apartment. Katrina was asked to come back in a week after her first interview.
Okay.
Hey, Trina.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Hi.
Tired.
Hi.
Do you have more questions?
Yeah. Do you have some time? Okay, cool.
The detectives are once again suspicious, especially this one. The main thing they're doing here is getting a read on Katrina. Her answers aren't as important to them as how she responds to this situation.
They better not ask her a political question, or else this will be a not viewpoint neutral interrogation.
All right, so we're still like in the middle of things.
Okay.
And like I told you before, you shed so much light on Eric that, you know, we haven't gotten from a lot of people. And this will be like our only opportunity while you're here to maybe just go over the story just maybe one more time. Maybe you just remember something just a tiny bit more that might give us we need to arrest the
Is there
person
something
responsible.
in particular you just want to know?
What Katrina is doing here is very rare. She is confronting the unspoken tension instead of avoiding it, and dictating the atmosphere as a result. She's sitting in a room with the two lead investigators for the murder she committed, telling them to cut to the chase.
That's everything that I said before. You can ask me anything.
Really, I think if you could kind of go through the story again over the last, I think it was like Thursdays where you started. Because we're trying to establish like everybody he talked to, was with,
Is this a camera?
place he went.
Yeah.
You guys recorded it, right?
The first one?
Yeah.
Right.
No.
We had follow-up questions from your first
Okay,
interview.
well, just ask me what you want me to know, because I don't want to go through all this again. That was a long time. I don't want to go through it all again. You can just ask me directly. I don't care. Ask me anything.
Ooh, she forgot the lie. Not good. Not good.
Did he grab the door anywhere? Do you remember?
He apparently had to be touching it. I don't know. He was shutting the door. He was touching it somewhere.
So you got out from the bedroom, through the closet, and out that way. And he came up somewhere from the living room area, and we on the way touched the door. Alright.
Do you remember any phone calls he made, like say after midnight that night? Because there's a couple like unknown numbers that we're trying to figure out who they were. Yeah. And
I went to sleep after sex, so he might have been up on the phone. I have no idea.
Okay.
The last thing they do is bring her photographs of Eric's apartment to see if anything is out of place or missing.
So when did it sink in?
Last night.
Really? You're pretty much numb on all day yesterday.
Yep. Very tired now.
Wow.
I know the feeling. We've been pretty much working around the clock for about a week now.
She doesn't see anything worth mentioning in the photographs.
I think he was the one.
Eric, do I think he was the one for me? Actually,
That two-time
no.
motherfucker.
But he was trying to convince me that he was the one.
Really?
That's why I was like, I don't know. I mean, we got closer and closer. We were very close. But I knew he was a ladies' man.
Ooh.
I knew he was a ladies' man.
Ooh.
Katrina left the interrogation room, and the case went cold for over a year. Then, Out of sheer luck, a gun was found in a ditch roughly 2 miles from Eric's apartment, and
What the fuck is this? Anybody know? Micro compact? What model? What is this?
ballistic testing confirmed it was the murder weapon that killed him. The gun was then traced to its last owner, who was Katrina Ben. She was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, then interrogated by the same detectives a week later. She was unaware of the evidence they had against her, and
RX 174. Good one.
First question was if she had a gun. She said she did, but couldn't remember the last time she saw it.
Well, wouldn't you agree that it's pretty important to know where your gun is?
Nah.
It is. I totally agree. But I don't want to make up any stories. I've learned when I try to make up stuff, it just doesn't.
So then,
It's in my possession.
where did you originally obtain the gun?
At a pawn shop.
Where?
Columbia, Mississippi.
What do you remember about when?
Columbia like a city or Columbia like the country? What?
Where?
Columbia, Mississippi.
Like Ohio is a city? It must be like a city in whatever state they're in.
What do you remember about when?
No, that's Columbus, Ohio, not Columbia. There have to be a lot of cities named Columbia in the U.S., right?
2003 when I had the soccer. 2003, 2004. A long time ago.
You're pretty quick.
Yeah, I am just answering questions.
Right, pretty.
Oh, she said Columbia, Mississippi.
You good. Trina, you are good.
I'm telling
you.
It's easy to tell the truth.
We found the gun. Okay?
Oh,
and you
wow.
know where we found the gun.
Okay.
Okay, and this is basically, this is what it's going to come down to, okay?
Okay.
You can continue to go through this
Okay.
as you didn't kill Eric, or
Okay.
nothing
And I
happened
did
between.
not, absolutely did not.
Okay, let me tell you how it would look like too. You see how bad that looks?
Uh-oh.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, well, let me tell you this. You don't think this is your gun? You think I'm just like making it up?
I mean, I really and honestly do.
Okay.
So I don't know how would anybody have my gun. We didn't have
Nobody
any
did
mutual
have your
friends.
gun. You had your gun.
Okay.
And it was used.
Trina, let me tell you. I mean, there's not just
I
that.
respect
There's you doing your job. I do.
Your gun, the gun that's registered to you, that we have your signature where you're getting the gun.
Yeah.
Is the murder weapon? That alone. There's not.
I'm sorry.
We
I
have no
you
doubt.
saying that you think I'm good and I'm smart.
What else did you learn about him that night?
That's it. Eric's an awesome man.
Did you hear?
I absolutely miss
Did you hear him arguing with his girlfriend?
Oh, no.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
What about other women?
Why would he argue with his girlfriend?
I don't know.
I didn't even know he had a girlfriend. But
He was talking to her on the phone while we
he
were
said he
with
called.
him.
When did he said he called a girl at 2 in the morning or something like that?
He was actually breaking up with her on the phone.
You'd be forgiven for thinking this moment belonged in an ancient poem or a Greek tragedy, but unfortunately, it's a true story with a real victim.
Yeah.
Wait, would Shakespeare be like an ancient poem? How far back do we have to go to find plays or poems? Okay, come on.
That wouldn't upset me.
No?
No.
Did he ever do anything that upset you?
No, never. Eric was absolutely amazing, and I wish I would have known how he really felt. I wish I would have believed him. You know, when
Did
he
you
told
tell
me
us
he was in
before
love with
that
me.
he tried to? Did you guys have an argument?
They had tragedies before Shakespeare? Well, yeah, but you wouldn't have to go back that far to find an example. Now, what the fuck?
Oh, Eric never argued with me. I would rather sit here and say, oh, you think I did it? Well, he, I don't know, stole from me or killed my father or something. Eric did nothing. He did nothing. I can't even make anything up. Eric did nothing.
So, what would your best
He did nothing
explanation
but
be
pull his
as
heart
to
out to
how
me.
your gun was used to kill him, and you were the
I
last
have
person
no
in his
idea.
apartment?
I have no idea.
All right, then you are gonna go down. Like in 5 years, I've been doing homicide as the most cold-blooded person I've ever had to deal with.
Katrina Ben was found guilty of first-degree murder at trial. She was then sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Damn!
Katrina's level of confidence and composure under certain moments of pressure is what makes her a very unique case study. So in keeping with the structure of this video, our next subject will be very different.
Right here. I think they're going to bring him down this way. Okay, well, I need him to be here now. I saw my father's car outside, and I'm not really sure why he's here.
Okay.
Your father's car? Yeah.
He's safe right now.
Who is he with? He's going to be with an officer right now, so. Okay, because the previous officer that I spoke to on the phone said that he was with my sister, and she doesn't have custody of him either, because she's not his guardian. Okay. So I need to know where my kid is, and I need to know what's happening, because nobody's telling me anything. Okay.
Fair enough. I don't know what's happening either. I just got here as well. I was just told to come.
I just clocked
walk
in.
you in. So I'm sure they're bringing somebody down. We're gonna tell you what's gonna happen. Do you want to take a seat for a second? You can stay standing if you'd like, but.
This is 26-year-old Devin Schreiner, who 5 hours and 7 minutes prior to this moment shot her ex-boyfriend, Jason Schaefer, 3 times while he was on his postal route.
Wait.
Shot her ex-6-year-old Devin Schreiner, who 5 hours and 7 minutes prior to this moment.
Okay, 5 hours ago. All right.
Shot her ex-boyfriend, Jason Schaefer, 3 times while he was on his postal route. The reason she did this was because she found out that Jason had filed for increased custody of their 5-year-old son and had started dating her own sister within the same week.
Bruh.
Devin is herself a postal worker, so she thought that by leaving her postal scanner 20 miles from the crime scene, she would have a simple alibi, that she was at work during the time of the shooting. The issue is that she underestimated how easily her movements could be tracked, as her own vehicle was caught on CCTV just a few blocks from the crime scene, identified by a missing hubcap on the passenger side. She was also captured on multiple cameras running back to her car from the shooting. Now what you just saw, as Devin entered this interrogation room, is her entire strategy. She will lean into this emotional front of supposed anger over her son being taken out of school without her permission, which on paper seems...
Do you think at some point in this she's like, God, it's actually literally the fucking going postal meme? Do you think at some point?
Very cunning, because it's far from the typical demeanor of a guilty suspect walking into a police station, and in theory, would change the entire dynamic of her interrogation. But you'll notice that it doesn't quite have the desired effect.
Okay. Where is my son?
He is at the police department and he is safe with
So he's not here?
This is the police department. He is here.
Okay, well, why is he not here with me? I need him to be here with me. I haven't seen him and I don't know what's happened. He was taken from his school without my knowledge or consent.
Can I have the detective talk to you first and he'll explain what's going on? Okay, he's here right now, so we'll figure it out.
I should just fuck with him. Say, oh, he's actually with his dad right now. He's chill. She's like, you're lying. It's like, what do you mean by that?
All right. Thank you. Mind if I shut the door?
What the fuck is this room? Can somebody show me what the other... This looks like a large closet with a couch inside of it, or a chair. What is this room?
I mean, I don't really care. I want my son.
The reason that Devin's strategy is about to fall apart has everything to do with this detective, because he basically doesn't give a damn. He clearly feels that he already has enough evidence to close out the case, and will communicate almost exclusively with sarcasm and passive aggression. You're about to see him blatantly accuse Devin a total of 7 times over the course of this footage. Yet instead of confronting the elephant in the room, as we saw with Katrina, Devin will avoid it at all costs, and cling on to this feigned state of annoyance as her escape route, each and every time, and it's absolutely fascinating to watch.
Where is my son?
I'll tell you everything. How about that? You're Devin?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing it right?
Yes.
I'm Steve. You can call me Steve. We gotta kind of step back here a little bit. I gotta tell you some bad news. Your ex-boyfriend, is it? Ex-husband?
I just call him my son's dad.
Son's dead.
We weren't ever married, but...
He died today.
What? How? What happened?
Someone shot him in the face.
In the face? Where?
On his postal route.
He was working today? He doesn't...
Yeah.
He was working today?
Yeah, he was working, and someone came up and shot him.
When did this happen?
12:32 today.
It is 6 o'clock.
You should get like a friend who's like like somebody who's like a therapist or works in some kind of psychotherapy, or not psychotherapy, some kind of like hospital, I guess you would need. And after you kill somebody, you should try to meet them ASAP and do like a electroshock therapy, because that, I think it like will induce like short-term amnesia, and then you forget everything. And then when they bring you into here, it's like in Death Note when Light forgets the Death Note. Then when they tell you these things, you can genuinely be shocked, and you don't have to fake anything and ask retarded questions like you're trying to make up some kind of fucking reaction.
Fuck.
Yeah, because the case is so...
He got shot. He got shot? I didn't even know he worked today.
Serious. I don't want to do anything to violate your rights, anything like that. So everyone that
My rights and my son's rights were violated when you took him from school and did not contact me.
Yeah. So that's what I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
So let me read you your rights, just so you know what they are. Have you ever seen cop shows?
Yeah.
They're on like every night. And these are the same rights. I'm going to read them to you, although you probably know them. Maybe see. So let me read them to you. Can I still call you Devin, right?
Yes.
All right, Devin, let's get through this. Devin, you have the right to remain silent. So I'm going to talk to you about this case.
I need to see my son.
We need to figure out what's going on and how your husband, how your baby's father died. And I don't want to turn over the ex to the baby until I know that everything's legit and that you're calm and that you're rational and you're not a crazy person, because I've never met you before.
I'm not calm. My son was taken. Nobody told me that.
I don't know if you're calm or a crazy person or whatever. And she's like, well, I'm not calm.
Anything happened. My son was taken from school by either police, and I was not informed, or by somebody who is not legally allowed to pick him up from school.
Yeah. So here's what's going on. If the ex-husband shows up at the school and the wife's dead, we're not going to release the kid to the ex-husband who just killed the mother. That's going to put the kid in harm's way. So that's just standard police 101 business.
But nobody called me.
Yeah, because
when did you pick him up
you're
from
the
school?
prime suspect, buddy.
Okay, I called his daycare at 5-ish, and she said he was still there.
When we got a homicide like this, we had a lot of people working on it.
Okay, but then they have my contact information.
Yeah.
So they couldn't have said...
Yeah, you're not listening, though. We didn't want them to release the child to you.
Don't release him to me, but nobody even told me his whereabouts. Well, I thought he was with his father.
The police escorted him back here. The child is being interviewed by forensic interviewers.
He should not be interviewed because I didn't give consent for him to be spoken to.
He's a witness, so he doesn't need consent from the police.
Was he there? Was he in the...
But he's going to tell us about the relationship between you and his father.
But I don't...
Consent.
You don't understand.
He's 5.
Well, he might not have anything to say.
No, I don't understand how this can all happen without me even knowing that anything happened in the first place. I am asking why I was not contacted in any sort of form about my child's whereabouts or that there was even an incident.
I don't know about that specifically. I know we wanted to find you and we were trying to track you down.
You could have found me when you picked him up from school because they have my information. I pay for him to go to that school. Yeah. They have that information.
Okay. We're kind of going around in circles here. I'd like to exonerate you if you didn't have anything to do with this and get you out of this police department.
Yes, because I would like to see my son.
I don't think you want to hang out with me. Do you know of anyone that want to get Jason in trouble?
In trouble? No.
Or out to get him? Want to shoot him?
No.
Nothing like that? Okay. Does it surprise you that someone would go up and shoot him?
Yes, it surprises me a lot. I didn't know, I don't know anybody that would want to hurt him.
So I want to transition a little bit here.
The detective is about to reveal the extent of the evidence they have against her.
I don't pretend to know everything that happened, but there are some things that are really kind of concerning me. We saw your car in the area of the crime scene. Your car was a Nissan Rogue that is missing a front passenger front hubcap. We caught your car on a license plate reader a little while ago with your license plate, and it has that front passenger hubcap missing. Sure enough, in the videos around the crime scene, that car is there with that front passenger bumper or hubcap missing.
Devin doesn't say a word, nor move an inch.
So I'm really kind of concerned. I know that you got served just the other day with the child custody order, and you're a little upset about that. You told AJ, you told Devin in the past that AJ knows where you live, and that he'll shoot you if he needs to.
I've told who?
You told that to Devin, and Devin told that to
I'm
else.
The detective was talking about her boyfriend AJ, but got the names mixed up, and Devin now chooses to respond by acting confused, moments after sitting silent during the reveal of the evidence.
Yeah. Well, Jason heard that from you. You said that.
I said that? I've never said that.
Why is your car in the crime scene area? Why are you in that
That's
area?
the Lav, Hassan, Tim Pool's trip through.
Didn't turn off my scanner.
You did.
No, I didn't.
She technically didn't turn off her scanner, but she's once again arguing semantics as her new escape route, instead of confronting the ever-clarifying reality directly in front of her.
Before the homicide, you're not doing anything with the scanner. It's stationary for like 3 hours or more. And it should be mobile because you're working, but it's at your boyfriend's house. And why is your car in the crime scene area?
I don't.
We've got video of your car in the
Maybe it's another Nissan
I don't know
Rogue with
why
the
it would
hubcap
be
missing.
on camera that my car was down there, but I don't.
Listen.
If I don't scan.
She attempts to trail off into post office protocol, so the detective escalates the confrontation.
Lunch break, sort of.
Devin, I think you're a good person. Something's not right here. I think the gig is up. There's something weird going on here. Everything is pointing to you being involved in this shooting. The video of the shooter looks kind of like you. It's from a distance, but it looks like your height and your build. It doesn't look like AJ's height and build. Now, we're going to search your house, we're going to search your car, we're going to seize your car. It's not a random shooting. And so the gig is up. Okay?
I read on the way here about what happened, and they said that a man shot him.
That's what we originally thought. Yeah.
What?
Now we're thinking it could be you. We're thinking it could be maybe your boyfriend. Thank you. That's not the That's not the right answer. We're trying
Are you okay?
What am I supposed to
We're trying to get all this evidence together, and we're trying to put the pieces together. And I don't think you're being truthful with me. Your ex, who you've said AJ would kill, is now dead.
I never said that.
Well, I don't care. I wasn't there.
Devin, who's been sitting in denial and avoidance for the entirety of this interrogation, will now directly challenge the detective for a display of passive aggression, and he quite simply doesn't know how to react.
It could have just been an off-the-cuff remark. We're going to do a gunshot
It
test.
could be her being like, hey.
We're going to do a gunshot residue test on you.
What do you mean, A?
No, we're going to do a gunshot residue test on you.
The detective now does what he should have done from the start of this interrogation.
I'm asking you to trust me. Because if you didn't do this, and things got out of control, and you panicked, and you didn't think this guy was going to kill him, you thought maybe he's going to rough him up, that's understandable. So that's why I want you to trust me, if something like that happened.
I understand why I would be a suspect because of who I am related to him.
And your car.
But I don't... There was things in the past that have happened with him and I that I could have gone to court, or I could have tried to call the police. I mean, I have, and it didn't help, but there's other things that I could have done. Why would I shoot him?
The detective now reverts back to not giving a shit.
I don't know why people ever shoot people. Your car was there. So tell me someone borrowed your car.
I was at work on my route, which is not close to not super close to the post office.
Why is your car in Longmont when your scanner is
I don't know. I am on my route working.
Do you work in a mail truck or your personal car?
No, I work in a mail truck.
Okay. So why is your car down here killing your ex?
Oh.
I don't know. But it
you
sounds
understand
like
why that's so concerning to me.
Yes, I do understand
so did someone
that.
Borrow your car? Help me out here.
I don't know, but it seems like with all of these things that you're going to be doing that I need to have a lawyer or ask for a lawyer, or I don't know.
Yeah, you can have a lawyer.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say about that, but
I'm on that. I'm on that.
Devin then speaks to a postal inspector for an hour and a half, who doesn't get anywhere either. They then collect forensic evidence before we reach the end of the footage, and they all just stand there, sharing the awkward moment together.
Right. So Here's the situation. I need you to go ahead and turn around for me.
Uh-oh.
Turn around. Put your hands behind your back.
She's like, serious?
Interlace your fingers.
Seriously?
Do not move, okay?
My
Am
God.
I
Am I under arrest?
am I under arrest then?
Seriously?
We'll discuss that here in just a second.
Devon's deleted text messages further confirmed the murder was premeditated, as she had planned the whole thing out with her boyfriend, who was tailing Jason's car and feeding her information about his whereabouts right before the murder. They were both given life sentences.
And he couldn't just kill him? What a pussy. What the fuck? What? Why did she, if he was tailing him the whole time, why did she have to drive her ass all the way out there to do it? What?
Without the possibility of parole.
You said
No,
that you,
I said that
you
my
came up.
mind was fuzzy. And then what I was feeling was upset, sad, and just scared.
Okay.
Understood. You what?
Nothing. I'm just like suffering from some digestive complications.
Alright.
Okay.
Give me a minute. He said he last remembered your hand being inside the purse, and you were pulling away, and that's when he remembered getting shot.
Yeah.
I pulled it from him and I shot him.
Now, he then said he ran out, crawled across the road, and at one point, you jumped on his back and then cut his throat.
I wouldn't say jumped.
Do you remember that?
No.
You don't
I didn't
remember
jump
that?
on his back or anything.
I like...
So why would he be lying about this?
I don't know. Probably to cover it up. He was on drugs. He was seriously fucked up. That's just wrong.
So you're saying everything that he said in here, nothing is the truth?
Going with the... No, nothing. Besides the fact that he crawled across the street.
That's the only thing in here that's the truth?
Yeah.
She explains that she got changed into a new pair of clothes after she stole the victim's car.
Okay, why'd you change clothes?
Because I didn't want to be recognized by any of the neighbors when I got back to finish, like, taking my bullshit and just leaving. That way I could just call about this and say, hey, Blake is a scary man, and I had to fuck him up to get away from him. That's what I wanted to do. But then those nosy neighbors called again.
Nosy neighbors.
Seems like you're in a daze. What are you thinking about?
Replaying scary stuff in my head.
They ask Amber for a visual demonstration.
I tried to find a tall person. Okay, I'm not that tall, but you said he was taller than you, so I just wanted to see, while you were in the house, how it actually happened.
And I was, like, kind of comfortable in my sleep, but he came over to me, and he started, like, asking me questions. And that's when I just decided that I would do something like this to get things out of his hand. And I turned the gun around.
What the fuck? What? Fuck. Where's the training scene?
Do it again. Like this.
Literally.
And I just kind of hunkered up and pulled.
Oh God.
Okay. Austria.
Alright. Knife.
You're like on the floor.
She like show me how you cut his throat. Oh my God! She literally walked through the whole fucking Jesus.
Austria.
Alright. Knife.
Did she just say Austria? I think it's written on the side of all the Glock slides because Glock is an Austrian company.
You're like on the floor. You're bleeding.
Okay.
You get up and you come towards me. That's when I took this out and just quickly slashed him.
Blake is
How many weapons? And then I took my dual wielded knife out.
running this way, I think, because the house is back that way.
Yeah, and Blake collapses on the floor.
Okay, you can collapse, sir.
You're basically like this, but on the other side. And I just like added a little like quick like pull,
So is this the other side of his neck now?
No, just like the same exact place.
How do you shoot a guy in the face and slash his neck twice and he survives?
Okay. You did switch it, but it was still the same direction, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Understood. All right. Wow. Better picture. I should probably do this more often.
That was fun.
No. Give me 1 minute. Let me get you another. If you need to use the restroom, let me know.
Yeah, I'd like to use the restroom.
If I can find pants, would that be okay? I mean, it's kind of weird.
Pants?
Yeah.
Amber took a plea deal and pled guilty to attempted murder. She was
What?
sentenced to 20 years in prison.
Oh. Plea deal. What is she pleading to? Or what is she pleading out of? Attempted murder. What else would they... How much worse could it have been? Maybe attempted murder plus some other crimes or whatever? Bro, this is some fucking paranormal activity shit. What was the point of including all the other cases? What was the point of this? Oh, maybe pleading for a reduced sentence? Hi, pleading for a reduced sentence.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. What's going on?
Nothing much. What's up?
So I had two questions that I thought you'd be able to help me answer. I'm not sure if on the first one, it's an Israel-Palestine thing. Actually, it's not. It's an Israel-Iran thing.
Okay.
So it's, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's pretty well understood that Israel has nuclear weapons. Is that true?
Everybody believes that, and yeah.
Okay.
It's like a known thing.
And the big fear with Iran. Yeah. So like for this conversation, at the very least, we can assume they have nuclear weapons. And then everyone, like the big reason why Israel is attacking Iran is because they're. I'm sorry, I've been drinking, so I'm a little burpy. The reason they're attacking Iran is because they want to stop them from developing nuclear weapons. Because if they get nuclear weapons, not only is it like, okay, they can attack Israel and wipe them off the map, but now Iran kind of has this protected status where they're a nuclear power, which means that you can't conventionally attack them or do other things against them, right? They have it's kind of like a...
Basically, that's the big thing, yeah. It's a big fuck-off deterrent for direct attacks, yeah.
But doesn't Israel having nuclear weapons kind of defeat that argument in a way? Like, is it just that since Israel's trying to like keep them secret, people are like, oh, well, they won't use them, so we can use conventional attacks against Israel.
No, people will attack Israel no matter what. Nobody gives a fuck.
Right, but like, if I'm looking at Israel, a nuclear state, getting attacked, and then I look at Iran, and it's like, well, if they get nukes, we can't attack them. It's like, well, Israel gets attacked, and they don't fire off nukes. And also, Israel escalates conflicts and still does not use nukes, right? Like, I think that it's pretty... I don't think would you disagree? Like, I feel like when I look at Israel...
I mean, if they were on the verge of complete defeat, they might consider it. But, yeah, no, I mean, Israel's generally not going to use nuclear weapons. But, yeah.
So, like, do you like... So there's the calculus then, like, if Israel had done an attack today, or like they did over the last couple of days, sorry... If they did a similar attack while Iran was a nuclear power, and let's say they're not targeting nuclear facilities, let's say they're targeting other things, but it's on the same scale of an attack. Are they worried that Iran is going to use nukes in response to that, or just that we're going to keep upping the ante until we?
Nobody actually really knows the question to that. People are just generally not happy for that to happen.
Okay.
Like nobody know, like if the United States of America were to start flying openly F-35s to Moscow to go bomb it, like would Russia nuke us? Nobody actually really knows the answer to that. But the idea is just we typically just don't like it when people who have nukes are attacking each other or getting attacked. But everybody attacks Israel anyway, but nobody gives a fuck. But if Iran had nukes, it just puts Israel in a weird spot because now anytime they attack it, as opposed to everybody else in the Middle East, just kind of like truly, no, nobody will admit this, but everyone else in the Middle East is basically cheering Israel on. Saudi Arabia is happy as fuck to watch Iran fall. People like Jordan and Egypt don't give a fuck what happens to Iran because they're losers anyway, and they don't contribute much. And everybody's kind of like ready to kind of move in that direction. In the United States as well. But if Iran had nukes, like if Saudi Arabia is like sitting next to the crazy dude with a knife and Israel's like, throwing rocks at him, it makes Saudi Arabia feel a lot less comfortable. The US might not be signing off on Israeli attacks. And right now, Israelis probably informing America of everything. That's what they've said as much, right? We're going to attack them. And next time America might say, if you attack them, we're not giving you funding anymore because this is not a cool story, bro. So that's just Iran having nukes. It throws the balance of power in a significantly different direction in terms of how Middle East attacks go. Maybe. Or there's a chance where it doesn't, and Israel just keeps attacking them, and Iran doesn't actually nuke anybody, and who the fuck actually knows? Because we really don't know what people will do with nukes. Just a lot of guesses and worries.
Okay, okay, I understand what you're saying. Then also, like within that, what we're talking about, Iran is striking Israel, but it, technically is as a response to them attacking Iran. Are there instances of Iran aggressively attacking Israel directly, or has it all just been through these proxies? Because at the same time, whenever we talk about them using nukes offensively to just wipe Israel off the face of the earth, right, or whatever,
Iran is always going to be attacking through proxies. It doesn't make sense for Iran to attack directly because it's way less cost effective, and it's way better to do it through proxies. It helps them spread their influence more, gives them plausible deniability, and it gives them influence in other regions as well.
Okay, yeah, because in my mind, it's kind of this thing where it's like, I don't think that it's not a threat that Iran, like, who knows who you get in power, and they're like, we did it, we've got the bombs, we're going to go and blow up Israel, like, whatever. That is a possibility out there. It's just a thing for me whenever I see these more conventional direct attacks, where they're using, like, because I don't imagine they would ever be like, all right, Hezbollah, what's up? Here is our nuclear bomb. We are handing it to you. Please go and use this on Israel. I just don't see that being how they implemented. I would think.
I mean, short of like Metal Gear, I don't know if you can transport and deploy. Like, it would depend on the type of nuclear weapon you're making. If you could do it that way, if there was the potential of doing that, would somebody do it? I'm not sure. I don't think so, but it would depend, I think, on how desperate the situation is getting. And one of the scary things right now in the Middle East, in my opinion, is Iran is probably getting desperate because the map is starting to look worse and worse for them. As Iraq fell, as Syria's kind of fallen. The Houthis aren't doing much. Hezbollah's gotten obliterated. Hamas has gotten obliterated. Like, Iran is probably getting increasingly desperate. And they have, like, my guess is they have less support from Russia now because Russia is currently having their shit pushed in by everybody. So Iran is probably getting, like, very, very, very desperate.
All right. Okay, cool. Thank you on that one, just because my knowledge is pretty limited there. And all the talk around the nuke stuff, it just felt like that part of it where it's like Israel has nukes, but they're still getting attacked. But for some reason, we're saying we can't attack. It's like whenever people are like, oh, we can't attack Russia, or Russia can't attack us or NATO, when I'm saying us, can't attack NATO because both sides have nukes and we can't attack each other. And then, like, I look at, Pakistan, India and China fucking around with each other on this, like, really small scale shit.
I mean, these are like large
Israel
rational
and people
nations.
fucking around.
The difference is, like, it's hard to find any honest actors about the conversation. I think the pro-ultra-Zionist shit is super cringe, and I'm not going to, carry that line. But the reality is Israel is like a largely Western nation. Israel is not engaged on some, like, psychopathic war path where they are willing to, like, obliterate entire nations next to them or kill hundreds of thousands of people. Like, it's just not going to happen. I don't know. You can't say the same for people like Bashar al-Assad, who's gone. You wouldn't be able to say the same thing about people like Saddam Hussein, who's gone. You can't say the same thing about the Houthis. I don't know if you could say the same thing about the Ayatollah, given the proxy groups they support. But, like, everybody is roughly more comfortable, whether they're willing to admit it or not. Everybody would be more comfortable with Israel having nukes versus, like, really any of the surrounding countries, but especially Iran.
Okay. And then, I guess this last question, just because I don't understand the relationship between the kind of the antagonism between Israel and Iran. I understand the antagonism between Israel and Palestinians and maybe, like, their neighbors and stuff. Is it just that they're a Jewish nation that is allied with America? Is that all it is with Iran, or is there, like, some other special?
I don't know. Someday we'll do the history of Iran. I actually can't tell you. I have no idea why Iran is so ass-pained about Saudi Arabia and Israel. I don't know, but they hate them.
Fair enough. Okay. Second question, not related, that I wanted your help with. You have mentioned this concept called qualia on stream a few times. And I thought I knew what you meant, but you brought it up again recently, and I was thinking about it, and I don't know what you mean when you talk about qualia.
Qualia is just whatever. It's an experience that you have delivered from some sense organ. So like the sound of a thing is a qualia, yeah, or the ways a thing appears, yeah.
Well,
the experience of it.
Yeah. Okay. No, I understand how you explain it. I don't understand what that explanation means, and I'll tell you what I mean by that. I think there can be like a data input, right? Sound is coming at me. I have receptors that can take in that sound.
Mm-hmm.
It goes to my brain. There is some kind of computation that happens, and there's an output of data in which, like, I now have a memory or that experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like I'm not sure. To me, it feels like every part of that is measurable, and I feel like the point of qualia is that it's immeasurable. Like that is kind of why we're talking about it. It's because qualia.
Well,
is
it's not measurable.
Thing.
It's something you have to subjectively experience. Like I can't communicate a qualia to you, and you can't communicate a qualia to me. Any of them. We have to just hope that we had that experience and that we can kind of map it on to something else the other person's experienced.
Whenever you talk about a qualia,
mm-hmm.
do you think that like, let's say objects, do you think objects can share qualia, or do you think that objects can only have qualia that are similar to each other?
So an object, a qualia isn't it's not the property of an object. Qualia is the experience that you have, I think, when you get sense data.
Well, sure. Then let me put it this way. Do you think that I can touch two objects that have the same qualia?
Qualia would be the experience.
Two different objects.
You can touch two objects with the same properties. You can touch two different objects with the same properties. Yes.
And is it possible for me to touch two different objects and have the same qualia from touching them? Is that the right way to
I'm assuming they have different properties or the same properties.
But let's just say, let's say the same properties.
Then you would have, I imagine, the same qualia. You would have the same experience, right?
Okay. Is it possible for me to touch, like, if I touch something that is soft like a pillow, and I touch something that's soft like I'm eating this right now, some brie cheese. They're both soft, but the qualia that I'm experiencing are different. Mm-hmm. But also at the same time, I'm putting them into the same kind of qualia category, right? And so, like, the hard part for me here is it's like I don't know if qualia is just like essentially me interacting with a unique thing, and then just putting it into a bunch of different categories, right? That is similar to, and then at that point in my mind, I don't know how that is truly unique, other than just whatever sensory data I have. I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly.
Well, think of a baby. Think of a baby. When a baby comes out, a baby has had they've had some qualia in the womb, but they haven't like seen color or heard much. That's not muffled. Like it's getting a whole bunch of new experiences, right?
Sure.
And then let's say that I wanted to communicate to you, if you'd never seen a color like the color green before, I can't make you see that without providing the stimulus and then for you to have the experience. I can't communicate the experience to you. You have to have the experience, right?
Sure, but in that same way, let's say you have zero experiences of anything, right? Whenever I touch a soft thing for the first time, I wouldn't be like, oh, this thing is soft. I would be like, oh, this is that thing. And then whenever I touch a second thing that is soft, but maybe soft in a different way, I'm like, this is a unique thing itself too. And then I'd say, okay, there's a similarity between them, and that they kind of have this quality that we would call soft, right?
Sure.
But I don't know if
similar things, similar objects or stimuli, I guess, can elicit similar feelings or experiences. Sure.
Well, sure. But what I'm saying is, like, whenever I'm thinking about it in my mind, that qualia, that experience, right? And then I'm thinking about the output data that's in our mind, right? What I'm thinking about it is like, I don't know if that qualia, if that qualia that you're talking about truly exists to me. Like, I would say it's like, if P, where I touch the soft thing, then Q, my brain tells me I touched a soft thing. But it feels like you're telling me if I touch a soft thing, then P, there's a qualia of me touching a soft thing, and my brain tells me I've touched a soft thing. Does that make sense? And I don't know where that middle, that
well, sure. Okay, so when I touch a thing with my finger, okay, if I touch a thing, I'm measuring, like, your body is doing a whole bunch of measurements on the thing, whether you're aware of it or not, right? You're measuring the density of it.
Yeah.
You're measuring the I don't know, the surface tension and all the different resistance and everything, right? If I take a computer finger and I make the computer touch the same thing, I can output a whole bunch of data from that computer in a more discrete manner that I could even get from a human brain, right? Where the computer will be able to read out the exact same things that my body and brain are measuring. But does the computer have the sensation of, or the experience of touching the thing, the same way that my conscious experience has the experience of touching the thing? So like when I touch a pillow and I think the pillow is soft, yeah, there's all the underlying data. My sensory organs are measuring the stimulus, the same thing the way that a computer could measure the stimulus, but it's producing an experience that I'm having in my head. The qualia, the sensation, the experience of a thing, is the computer getting that same sensation the way that I'm getting that same sensation.
Okay. So then, okay, 2 follow-ups on that then. A basic one is the concept of a qualia really just there for us to say that it's impossible to communicate experiences? Is that like the purpose? Like, is it just like a language tool to convey that concept that you can't communicate an experience?
I don't think that's what it's for. I think that's for a lot of different things. It could be that it's not to communicate an experience. It could be to talk about different types of knowledge. That like 1 + 1 or like deductive logic that you created in some logic systems is different than like experiential knowledge. It could be. There's a whole bunch of contexts where you could talk about qualia. I think, yeah.
Okay, and then okay, that makes sense. And then 2, is it possible that the only reason we can't, and if this is kind of sounds like a stupid thing to say out loud, but is it the only reason that we can't communicate qualia is because we don't have the tools or the mechanism by which to communicate it? Like, imagine we lived in a world where we could read minds and communicate our thoughts to each other. In that world, you could transmit a qualia to another person, right? Like, you're like, here's literally what my brain experiences whenever I have this qualia. Or what if we had some way?
Could, maybe. I'm not sure though, but maybe you could, yeah.
Right. Well, okay, but then it's like, but also it's like it's kind of like, hey, can you tell me what that feels like? It's like, well, considering I'm speaking to you with words and you're hearing it, that's not how you're going to experience this thing. Like right? It's literally like, it's like saying like, can you like what does this say? And it's written in Chinese. Like, well, I don't fucking speak Chinese, but like maybe it says this, right? Or even if I can speak Chinese, I can tell you a direct translation, but that's not actually what it says, right? I think the problem here is truly that I just have too much of a lawyer brain, and it gets in the way a lot whenever I hear philosophical stuff. And so, like, I know it sounds like I'm speaking way too literally about this, but it is very hard for me to like think of like an experience separate from just data input, data output. So like, whenever you're saying it's hard to communicate a qualia, I agree with you, but I don't know if it. And if this is not what you're saying, then correct me. But I don't know if it's because it's impossible to. To me, it feels a lot more like there's just either not the tools to do so.
Well, like, I mean, like, tell me, like, what does the color red look like?
Well, I would, if I was going to communicate a qualia to somebody, right? I would probably not use speech to do so.
Sure, but what would you what would you use to communicate the qualia of red?
And well, one second. I'm assuming you're saying communicate the quality of red without showing someone something red.
Well, maybe, but if that's going to be your answer to show them, then what you're admitting that, well, not admitting, but like you're saying that like, well, I actually can't communicate the qualia. I have to present you the stimulus and then allow you to have the experience so that you can have now the experience. You have to you can't share the experience. You have to give them the stimulus so that they can have the experience on their own. Basically, you can't share it. Yeah.
Right. If I. Yeah. Okay. Then I think that might be where I'm running into, because it seems to me like, it's like if I do anything to the, like, let's say then we have mind powers and I project the color red into somebody's mind. Okay. Would you still say, well, I just gave him a stimulus and now that's all? That's why. Or am I in that moment? Am I actually communicating it?
The question is so far outside of like boundaries of knowledge for stuff that I would know about. There might be people that have like thought about this, but like that's why earlier I didn't grant that if you could mind connect directly, could you communicate an experience? Because I don't actually really know. I don't know if you. I don't know enough to say how you recall experiences. So, for instance, when I remember a qualia, when I remember the sensation of the color red, am I re-experiencing it? or am I just remembering how it made me feel? That's not necessarily the sensation thing. I'm not 100% sure there. So if I could like transfer the memory of a thing to somebody else, is that the same thing as communicating the sensation experience of it? I don't know. I don't know if I would actually grant that. I'm not 100% sure. But it's so far outside of what we are ordinarily able to do right now that I haven't really considered the question even.
Yeah. That's fair. Okay. And so then as far as your, again, getting back to this kind of experiential thing, are you, whenever you're saying there's an experiential thing, you're not saying, or are you saying it's an inclusive thing of data input, data output, or are you saying it is a thing that is interposed between them of, I experienced this thing and now I have a data output in my mind of that experience, or is the data output a
It's hard to quantify this directly because you're talking about things that somebody experiences, and I'm not fully convinced that we even have the ability to see that. I think qualia to some extent is a big challenge to a materialist or a physicalist view of the world because I can't see somebody else's experience or measure somebody else's experience technically ever. Like if I look at a computer, right, I can measure all of the qualities of a particular thing. We can look at a LiDAR that looks at light in a certain way and measures and all that bullshit. But does that thing have the experience of seeing light? That seems to be things that happen in this conscious part of our mind. And consciousness seems to be like an emergent property, so something different that emerges from the underlying interactions of all of our neurons. And like, can you measure that emergent thing? I mean, as of right now, we have no idea how to. We have no way to measure if a person is conscious or not. We just look at underlying physical properties that we think conscious is emergent from, and if those things are working, we assume that they're conscious, basically.
Okay. I used to watch this show. It was, it's called Dr. House. Have you seen it?
I've heard it before, yeah.
Or House MD? Okay. There was an episode, and I don't know if this is real. I don't know if this thing is real, but it was in one of the episodes of it where they hooked this guy up to a machine, and then these wires came out of it, and then it went to a little screen, and they said, "Okay, think about this thing."
Oh, for the eyes to go up and down. Was that the episode with Mo Staff? The guy with locked-in syndrome.
I thought you'd only heard of this.
Yeah.
Destiny. I feel like maybe you've watched more of it than me.
Okay.
But let's say that is a real machine, and we do that. We hook a guy up to it, and he thinks about a thing, and then we see, a picture of a baseball on there, and we show him that picture and go, "Was that what you're thinking of?" And he goes, I'm like, you can shoot me in the head if I'm lying. That is 100% the thing exactly I was thinking of, right? In that moment, is he transmitting a quality to me, or is he instead, is that still just an underlying representation and not truly the quality?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Because in this instance, what I'm saying is like, I'm asking this guy, hey, I want you to think of the color red.
Okay.
What do you personally, in your mind, when I say think of the color red, when you experience the color red, what is it? And he does it. And it shoots out to a little screen, and I look at that screen, and then I show it to him, and he goes, "That's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly the thing that I was thinking of when I experienced red." In that moment, has he now communicated to me his qualia of the color red?
No, I wouldn't say so. No.
Okay.
We don't separate this a lot. This is just like a big, it's like a philosophy or maybe a neuroscience thing. We don't think about it a lot, but we tend to group, like in common parlance, we just assume stimuli and experiences to just kind of be one and the same, but they are different. And if you tease apart those two things, it's just difficult they're different things. We just take it for granted because we tend to share, ideally as humans, we tend to share so many of the same experiences. The complicated part of the thing where you test this the most would be like trying to communicate what does a color look like to somebody who's blind, or what does a sound like to somebody who's deaf. And it's in those moments that we realize everything that I'm doing, right? Like if I, do you know what a Pokeball is? You ever have these toys or whatever? Or like a box? I should say a box, I'm sorry.
Like for Pokemon?
Sure, I'm sorry. So forget to say that. It's just like a box, right? Like if I have a box, okay, and then I open this box, and then you open your box, and then I ask you, like, is there a ball inside? And you open your box, and you look inside, and like I describe the ball, and you say, yes, there's a ball. Like I haven't sent you the ball, right? We just both have our own balls. And when we describe them to each other, they sound the same. But I haven't sent you a ball. We both have them in our respective boxes, right? I think that the stimulus is is I guess like the physical properties of a thing, but the quality is like actually having the thing itself. And if you've never, ever, 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 ever had the thing, the only way that you can have a thing is for somebody to literally give it to you. They can't describe it to you. It's not going to be the same. It's not the best analogy, but.
No, it's fine. But let's say that whenever we're looking at our balls and let's say you say to me like, oh, it's round, right? Do you believe that you're able, like whenever you say round, whenever you are having a qualia of a round thing, do you think that round quality is something that your mind is able to like actually like you know what a round thing is?
I would be careful. This is going to get really nitpicky. But like round is a relationship between objects, which is different fundamentally than like a thing itself. Like when you say round, you're really describing.
Give me a fundamental thing that you're not going to make this kind of
like a soft thing or a red thing or like a color is an easy thing, I think. Yeah.
Sure. So, okay, this is actually a good one too, because are you aware that like there used to not be as many colors as there are now in like human consciousness, like the way that people view colors?
Okay.
Orange didn't used to be a color. Green for a long time was not a color, and
are you talking about like having words for them or whatever?
Well, right, but not only did we not have words for them, people literally did not see them as a different color, right? It's not it's that. And what I mean is that like when people saw green, they knew it was different than other types of blue, but they didn't go, that's a separate color.
I've seen the video on this and I've looked at it a little. I don't believe that I don't think that this is as extreme as people represent it to be, but our words and experiences with certain sensations can produce differences in society about them. For instance, if you quiz women on different colors of red, like they might have a much better distinguishing eye for those versus men who might be likely to throw all of them together because, you know, women do shades of makeup more than men or whatever, right?
Sure, but I'm just getting into this more of just kind of a like, do you think it's possible that there is a, like, whenever we're talking about these qualities, even these fundamental ones like red, do you think your brain actually is like, okay, this red is a thing that is itself like is a quality that I can use, or is it only like I only know what red is because of all of the different things of red that I've seen and all this huge category I've built that creates this idea of red? Okay.
No, I think
now
when it comes to sense data, I think a priori we have the ability without reference to anything else to perceive things. Like if you dropped a human with no prior experience into the world at 20 years old and he opens his eyes, then because he has organs that are translating physical properties in the world somehow to the brain is producing an experience of those things. It doesn't require relationship-wise like anything else happening, I think.
Okay, because I in my undergrad I learned how to read ancient Greek, and so we would translate these old documents, and it's interesting because in them the way that they used color and described color was very different. Right, and there's a very famous line of I don't think it was Homer, it could have been Homer. He describes the ocean as being wine dark. He says it's a wine dark ocean.
Okay.
And a lot of people took that and said, you know, did ancient Greeks have a word for blue? And there was this big debate about whether or not at the time that Homer wrote this, whether or not they had a term for blue. And there was another discussion around it where people were saying, well, there might have been words for color, but the way that the Greeks didn't categorize things is that they didn't actually view them in forms of color in the way that we do, where we look at something and immediately go, that's a red car. They would just say, well, they wouldn't have cars. They would say they wouldn't say that's a red horse. They'd just say that's a horse, right? And if someone but they wouldn't categorize it in their mind with a color, right? That wouldn't happen.
I feel like there's like a world conceptually where I understand what you're saying. I have a hard time believing that humans haven't always categorized things by color because our visual system is quite sophisticated, and I think it's very beneficial for us to be able to see different colors and things. So it's hard for me to believe that colors were just totally irrelevant, but they, like, our eyes evolved. We have like whole like rod cone system for night vision and for color vision that we would just not rely on. Yeah.
Well, sure, but animals can see color, but I don't know if animals have a concept of color.
If they can see color, right, they should have the experience of color. And not all animals can see color, actually, I think.
Okay. I think this is helping me. So like, because like you're saying, like, a thing that does not have the concept of these categories is still experiencing them, and that is the qualia itself, right? And like,
to be
so
clear,
you
qualia
can
is
have,
separate. It has nothing to do with categorization or even language at all. Qualia is just the conscious sensation of the experience of a thing, absent any other type of organization or whatever else. Yeah.
Okay, so then it's a thing that we can't communicate, right? And it's a thing that we, at least I do, have a hard time defining, and we can't locate it in the mind. I'm assuming, right?
Not really, but
yeah. So I feel like we're kind of running into this. Like, to me, it feels like a thing that's just has no. Like, I'm not sure where like it almost feels like was it called the Invisible Gardener or something like that, where like I'm being told that something exists that can't be communicated, that can't be described or found, anything like that, and yet it has some purpose or has some
it's a deeply frustrating and
conversation.
inexplicable thing. It sucks and it's shitty. This is what you're stumbling into. This is called the hard problem of consciousness. That's why it's so fucking annoying. It's like there's literally no accounting for, in a physical sense, the emergent properties of consciousness. Like, how do we experience, like, I don't think there's any accounting for that. It's possible that we can't actually account for that ever, that it's just because we're subjective creatures who exist within some conscious interpretation of things, we literally can never see it or quantify it in any way, size, shape, or form. But I believe this is the hard problem of consciousness, is how do the underlying interactions between neurons and things in our brain, how does that give rise to the conscious experiences, the qualia that we experience and all that? How does it give rise to? Yeah, I can't answer you that because it's like one of the biggest neuroscience philosophy questions like of all time. So yeah,
you're keeping the answer to yourself. I understand. Oh. That's fine. Okay, it's interesting to me because it just I'm not sure I bought into the whole idea of consciousness as a thing.
Okay. I feel that way after debating MAGA people a lot, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's kind of the thing where, like, if consciousness was just like, I'm self-aware, then sure, whatever, like, that's fine. But correct me if I'm wrong, consciousness is supposed to be bigger than just that, right? Like, it's supposed to be bigger than just like, I know that I exist, or is that all it is? Because if that's all it is, that's depressing.
I think consciousness is just, there are better accounting for definitions, but I'm pretty sure it's just like an awareness of yourself. Like, that's kind of it. But there's probably better accountings of that, like being introspective or thinking you exist or whatever. Those are just like cognitive things that you can think about. But like, I think at the end of the day, I think being conscious is just like having an awareness of yourself and your own experiences, basically, I think.
Yeah, it seemed, okay, well, I don't have much more interesting stuff down this avenue of conversation. Again, I'm like, my lawyer brain just like really makes me default to a lot of just like, it doesn't, like, all this is stupid. But I appreciate you talking to me about it, because I heard you talk about it a few times. It just kept bugging me today. So yeah. Oh, hey, I appreciate it. You have a good rest of your night.
Yeah, have fun. Be careful. Don't die.
All right. Oh, hey, real quick, everybody. Hey, everybody in chat. We just watched a video that showed you how stupid it is to talk to cops. Don't talk to cops unless you get a lawyer with you. All right. I know Destiny said that to you. I'm a lawyer. I'm telling you, don't talk to cops without a lawyer. Okay.
Based. Be careful.
All right, love you.
Love you, bye. All right. Stay safe, be careful. I love you guys. We have to get, my TikTok account is good to go. We need to do this tomorrow. We need to start. We will start this. Have fun, be careful, don't die.